Good morning, everyone. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. A moment before we begin with our program, we would like to say that in case of sirens, in case of a missile attack, please remain seated for 10 minutes. Thank you. So once again, thank you for being with us here today as well at the 21st Herzliya conference titled On the Path of Strategic Surprises. This is the second day of the conference, which takes place at such a painful and fateful time for the future of the State of Israel. On the second day of the conference, we will hold an in-depth discussion regarding the meaning of social and national resilience and which trends can we expect to impact Israel's future. To invite our first speaker, I would like to invite Dr. Lior Ackerman, a senior researcher at the Reichman University. Lior, please. Thank you, Roni, for promoting me to a doctor. I'm not there yet, but I'm on my way. The Israel police is at the forefront of all activities related to homeland security. That's been the case since the establishment of the state, but in the past 18 months, the police and its head have had to deal with crises that are unprecedented. The large scope of protests, the events of October 7th, and the war that started after it, and the continued trend of crime in general and in the Arab sector. And as we heard last year in the conference, in addition to all these, the police has to deal with a lot of internal challenges and requires political and legal backing, which it doesn't always receive. And at the backdrop of all this and the political situation in Israel, it seems that what the next speaker will have to say, the next speaker has stood up courageously to great pressures. And before I invite the Chief of Israel Police, I would like to say that in addition to the discussions in this hall today, we are conducting strategic discussions in the discussion room downstairs on several topics. These are also filmed and broadcast on the website. On the subject of homeland security, we will hold a strategic discussion on this topic, and you're invited, as many people as can fit into the room. And now, after having said that, I'm honored to invite the Chief of Israel Police, Commissioner Kobi Shabtai. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to extend my wishes for quick recovery and robust health to Professor Reichman, who is the founder of this university and chairman of the board, Professor Boaz Ganol, president of the Reichman University, Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad, the chair of the Herzliya conference, and members of the university faculty. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, yesterday you started the conference in a moment of silence commemorating all those who have been killed on October 7th and in the Iron Swords War. And I'd like to extend my condolences to their families from this stage. The impact of the Israeli police on the first day of the attack that was forced upon our country is unprecedented in both its scale and magnitude. On October 7th, thousands of terrorists were sent to Israel by Hamas, ISIS terrorist organization, from the land, from the air, from the sea, with some very clear instructions, maps, drawings, various means of warfare. The murderous terrorists attacked the citizens of Israel completely armed with a tremendous hatred and a plan to murder. They came to murder, to rape, to mutilate, to burn people alive, to burn homes, to abduct innocent civilians, to injure, and to watch these injured people bleeding to death. And what had happened on that terrible Saturday will go down in the history of the State of Israel and is one of the most difficult disasters in the history of our nation. The police officers of the Israeli police were the first at the forefront. They were the first to respond. They fought these murderous terrorists face to face, and they protected civilians with their own bodies and stopped this terrible spree of murder. The people of Israel will remember these police officers who stood up heroically, from the tactical unit, from the Homeland Security unit, the Yoav unit, Matpa, the Gidronim unit, the aerial unit, and many, many others, as well as the SWAT team. And of course, the heroism of police officers who usually have classic police positions, whether it's a traffic police officer, an interrogator, a detective, and staff workers in police stations. They found themselves in a mission that wasn't trivial to them, fighting heroically with a tremendous sacrifice. They went out to this bloody battle when they felt this mission, the willingness of their heart and their willingness to strive for contact fearlessly. They showed courage and resourcefulness and continued to function under fire as they rescued civilians from the terrible situation. In the fierce battles of that day, the Israeli police lost some of its best men and women, 57 heroes who stood as a buffer between the murderers and the civilians. Hundreds finished that day of battle injured in both body and soul. Later on in the war, unfortunately, 6 more heroes from the police were killed. The story of their heroism struck a chord in many, many hearts, and the Israeli public learned and saw that the Israel police and the border police officers are what stands between Israelis and terrorism, and the location of the Israeli police in the national security perception was made clear. Following the terrible terror attack on October 7th and the war that started afterwards, the police is deployed all over the country on high alert. This is very hard work conducted 24/7, quite often while taking a great personal risk in addition to the classic policing tasks. In the changing security reality, the Israeli police became versatile with great capabilities for law enforcement, providing service to Israelis and preventing crime and terrorism. It could seem that these missions are contradictory. There are various approaches in schools in which one must maintain specialization, whether it's medicine, law, engineering, and also in the military, in the IDF. The soldiers have specific professional training, but the Israeli police doesn't have the privilege to have this kind of specialization. The challenging reality, existential reality in Israel requires a police force that has an adapted ability to respond to all the challenges. Police officers need to address a broad variety of missions, whether it's community policing and also public order enforcement and also preventing crime and terrorism. Nobody disputes that these missions require a toolbox, different kinds of toolboxes and different mental capabilities. These capabilities have been very well developed in the Israeli police in recent years, out of the understanding that the leeway for response for terrorism is immediate, and the first most available force that is out there in real time, a force that can provide security response to various acts of terrorism. That force is the Israeli police. So we've augmented our forces and improved our capabilities. And this is unparalleled in other police forces all over the world, where there are distinctions between different functions. There is no other police that has to manage so many different and complex skills. As I assumed office, I set as a goal to turn the police into a police with adequate means and operational preparedness in order to rise to the challenge of the security responsibility. Following that, there was a great emphasis on improving our operational skills and providing the right munitions and responses to rise to the security challenge. We established the tactical units, the dedicated tactical unit that's supposed to provide a response to any kind of threat. We have additional operational reservist units. We established the Division for Homeland Security, the Yamam, the SWAT team was declared as a national unit, and I did so. I urge this declaration as a special unit designed to fight terrorism, and this was a long journey in order to define them as such. This is a unit that continues to prove time after time that there is no better unit than it in Israel. Proper staff work is being done in order to establish a national guard which will be part of the border police under the Israeli police. As I had demanded from the outset, we need special kind of enforcement tools and means, very sophisticated ones. In my second year as Chief Commissioner, I declared the strengthening of police stations out of the understanding that a police station is the milestone, which is the basis for the Israeli police concept of operation. A police station is a symbol of governance and service, and the basic and most important policing functions with respect to the relationship with the citizens are done there. It is the first to respond to terror attacks, just like the one that we experienced last October. There is no doubt that the multiple number of tasks and the ongoing tension has a direct impact on the level of personal security of all Israeli citizens, our resilience as a nation, and also it impacts the resilience of the Israeli police and its ability to rise to the different security challenges. The Israeli society has been put to a test for 2 years now with respect to its national and social resilience. It is true that it has to take on a mission which is highly complex and sensitive. The Israeli police officers quite naturally find themselves time and again separating between the two sides, and as the dispute grows, so does the mutual frustration grow, and often this is expressed in various conducts or statements that is unsuitable to every side. I once again would like to reiterate any exceptional use of unproportional force by the police will be thoroughly interrogated and checked by the right departments. No one doubts that it is our role to maintain the proper balance between the right to protest and freedom of expression and maintaining a proper fabric of life, and we're doing everything we can in order to do so. Unfortunately, recently there's been a lot of incisive and overgeneralizing talk about the police. As a country that seeks to live, we must make sure that our police officers and soldiers do not become our national punching bag. We have no other police force. That's the only police force we have. Of course, we do make mistakes, and I'm aware of every exception and violation, but I can tell you that our police officers don't go to protest out of the purpose to fight and struggle against the protesters. Our police force is not a militia. It's not a private force of any minister. It's one of the best police forces in the world. I've been involved in the field of rioting and public order for decades in many countries. The issue of spreading public protests has never been filmed well. It never looks nice. The police will never gain sympathy of the public when it needs to clear blockages of roads. But that is our role. And we need to do so in a smart way and to try to use as less force as possible. And I would like to turn on a warning sign for all of us. The police is not a side and will act in order to permit any kind of protest as long as the protest is within the confines of the law. If we try to harm the police, it will undermine its functionality. This makes me lose sleep, and it's obvious to all of us that this will impact the personal safety and security of each and every Israeli citizen. We are standing at an hour of test as a nation, and I would like to call upon to all of us. Let us raise the level of hatred, of divisive talk. These are our police officers. These police officers leave their homes, their families, their children, ready to take on any mission in order to protect Israeli citizens while constantly risking their lives without hesitating to do so for a second. Let's leave the police outside any police political discourse, and let's give the police and the police officers the respect they deserve. Let me once again say the Israeli police is not political. It's never been so, and it mustn't be. And this is why it is extremely important, their responsibility to maintain an autonomous and independent Israeli police force. And as I've always said, it only abides by the law. This independence is a cornerstone required by the gatekeepers that are there to protect the rule of law in a democratic state. I am proud of my police officers, and I'd like to extend my personal thank you to the police officers, the reservists, the volunteers, the border police officers, that despite the great challenges and the fact that we are significantly understaffed and all the complicated and difficult missions, they show professionalism and devotion day in, day out of the clear knowledge that the Israeli police has an extremely important role to maintain the safety of all Israeli citizens. In a few days, I will take off my uniform and I will finish my term as the Chief Commissioner of Israeli Police. I finish my term of office with tremendous gratitude for the fact that I was handed such an important task, and an organization that is supposed to protect the safety and security of the State of Israel. The person who will follow after me, I will give him a police force that's as strong as ever, that knows how to stand firm facing any kind of difficulty. And I know that the police officers are the best of the best people in this country. And I'd like to finish with a prayer for the return of all the hostages, the success of the IDF and security forces, and may all those who have been injured recover quickly. Bless you all and enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Chief Commissioner of the Police. Now I'm honored to invite Dani Elgarat, the brother of Itzik Elgarat, who is being held hostage in Gaza. Hello, everyone. I was asked, how should I be introduced? Well, I guess I've done a thing or two in my life, but if my brother wouldn't have been in the tunnels in Gaza right now, I probably wouldn't have been here. I probably wouldn't have been invited to speak here. And I've lived for 65 years, and all these 65 years can now be summed in one sentence: the brother of Itzik Elgarat, who's being held hostage in Gaza. This is me. And I cannot say that I'm proud of it. I can say that I'm proud of the fact that I'm Itzik Elgarat's brother, but the fact that he's being held hostage in Gaza, I think it's a disgrace to us all. For all of us, all the people sitting in this room, all the people who live in this country and who kept silent and allowed things to happen and only cared about his or her own personal interest, about their personal family, made sure that their investment portfolio in the stock exchange will grow, and only cared and cared, but cared about themselves. We saw this disaster unfolding, and yet we only cared about ourselves. The Chief Commissioner of the Police just stood here, and I truly respect him. We served together at the same time. I was the commander of the Ashdod police station, and he was the commander of the Iran police station, and I can tell you unequivocally, those who determine the level of violence in a public protest, and that's the police. It's the police that determines the level of violence in any public disorder. How? Because a police force that comes unprepared and not sufficiently trained, without means, without intel, without proper preparedness for a demonstration, and when its main flagship is the Machtazit, the truck that has water hoses, then it's insufficient. I participated in huge protests with the ultra-Orthodox in Ashdod and in other places. When you come unprepared, the stage when you pass on to violence, that comes very quickly, very soon, and because you come unprepared, you come frustrated, and you come after they try to instill in you a policy of violence, of standing firm. And if there's someone like Ami Eshed there, then he should be fired, and that's how you slowly create a violent organizational culture. And the commanders, if they keep silent, they do keep silent. Look, 2 days ago, I was lying in bed, and I decided to write a letter to Bibi. But I guess it wasn't me who decided to write the letter. It was actually my brother who wrote the letter. And I'd like to read you the letter that my brother wrote 2 days ago to Bibi at 2 a.m. By the way, I want you to understand, I came here under an alias. I wasn't invited. We weren't invited. You were supposed to go through the day without any representative of the hostage families. So this is what my brother wrote to Bibi at 2 a.m. Hi, Bibi. I'm here, held captive by Hamas in the tunnel for 8 months now. During this period, Hamas has been telling us that you've given up on us. I didn't believe them. I thought rather that perhaps Israel lost its capabilities and were focused on survival, and that you're no longer the prime minister, that you stopped being prime minister a long time ago. So we're all in the same situation. I'm also just surviving here. Today, Hamas decided to show us your interview on Channel 14 News. Surprisingly enough and disappointingly enough, I saw you and I understood that Hamas was right. You carried on. You continued. You've given up on me and on all the other hostages. I saw you just like in the good old days, surrounded by love, feeling so proud of yourself, as if nothing has happened. The way I see the Hamas here, they're far from being defeated. Very far from being defeated, and it's true that they're saying that you don't even know where we're held, and it's not really a priority for you. But more than the fact that I'm disappointed in you, I'm disappointed with the Israeli people who allow you to give up on us. I guess the situation in Israel is so bad that people are only concerned with themselves right now. I hope that my family is fighting after all to try to convince you to bring us back home. Over the past few months, I've seen many hostages who didn't survive, who didn't make it, and I'm certain that you didn't know who they are. As time goes by, we disappear, we slowly fade away, and the number of those who are alive is reduced. And just yesterday we were informed that El Atrash is no longer alive. Many of my friends from Kibbutz Nir Oz are no longer with us, and I'm telling you, it was possible to save them. I didn't go out to war and was caught and taken as a hostage. I was taken from my home, and I knew that if something would ever happen, you would be there. You abandoned me, and now I see that you keep abandoning me. The Hamas is taking care of me more than you do right now. They care about my life more than you do right now. After having seen you on Channel 14, I lost all hope. I'll try to survive until I breathe my very last breath. I have no faith in you. I have no trust in you. You've betrayed me and my friends. And I hope that this country, after all, will manage to survive you. Itzik Elgarat, resident of Gaza. Guys, they've been residents of Gaza for 8 months now. They're no longer residents of the state of Israel. And we can see a prime minister who's fooling all of us, and we're collaborating with him. We're simply collaborating. Anybody who doesn't go out to the streets to protest together with us. No. I'm sorry, we can't hear the sound. There's a problem with the sound. So all those who don't come out to the streets with us and call out is collaborating. The president of the state of Israel is a collaborator. Arnon Bar David is a collaborator. All the people who are part of the economic leadership of this country and have an impact on such a great number of people, a large population, the civilian population, and do not take the streets with us, they're collaborating. History will ultimately judge all those who didn't dare to grow a backbone and stand up to this bibism, and simply allowed him to do whatever he wants with us. He knows that there won't be a deal. We know that there won't be a deal. The day that the deal will be signed and the hostages will come back home, he'll have to go. And he knows that very well. We all know that as long as Ben Gvir is there, Ben Gvir who talk about an irresponsible deal, I would like to ask you, is there a more irresponsible deal than the deal between Bibi and Ben Gvir, and to let him be the Minister of Homeland Security? Is there greater irresponsibility than that? Believe you me, I was in the police from the sappers unit, and I know him from my previous capacity. I also took care of the Jewish underground. I know these people from up close, and they're terrorists. And they're the ones who are managing the state of Israel today, and they decide whether there will be a deal or whether there will be a war. And the prime minister, who once, they would promise a Mitsubishi car or coalitionary agreement or money, today the prime minister promises war. He promised Ben Gvir a war. Just don't leave the government. And we are paying such a very heavy, dear price for this war, day in, day out. And I'd like to call upon to anyone who cares about this country, anyone who cares about his or her children, anybody who cares about their grandchildren, stop sitting at home. Stop sitting at home. Get up and go out to the streets. Take the streets. Get up in the morning, look at yourselves in the mirror after a day you spent at a protest, a demonstration, and smile. Smile and say, okay, we've overcome our indifference. Because ultimately, if that's not going to happen, then this country will collapse. And it won't happen in a gradual process. I'm telling you, it won't be a process. One morning, we'll get up and we'll see that we just can't take it anymore. That's what's going to happen. And that will also come as a surprise. So, first of all, I'd like to thank you, Amos, for giving me the opportunity to speak here. Thank you. And I would like to apologize to the security guard here for the incident we had at the beginning, but these are our lives, unfortunately, the lives of the families of hostages. We go to places and we get rejected, and we reach sometimes bad places, and the Israeli society must understand You are all the families of the hostages. We've all been abducted, folks. On October 7th, I wear this yellow Star of David, which says October 7th on it, because there was a Holocaust here on October 7th, and anybody who tries to say we were surprised or it was a disaster, a massacre, the Hamas are brutal, as if we didn't know that Hamas are brutal. We gave them the opportunity, and boy, did they take it. And we need to say, we need to know, this is it, game over, we have to stop the war, go back to the October 6 borders, bring back the hostages, to release the terrorists, to rehabilitate ourselves, and hopefully we'll know how to settle the score with them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Itzik for these very, very moving words. Itzik, of course, no, Itzik is his brother, of course, I'm sorry. Dani, it's important for us that you hear this being said, that yesterday, I mean, you spoke about the fact that families of the hostages were not invited. Yesterday, Mirav Leshen Gonen, Romi's mother, was here, and today there will be Rachel Goldberg Pauline and with Ms. Hirsch. And I think I speak on behalf of us all, Dani, to say our hearts are with you. We believe the hostages will bring home, will come home. We believe that a country that loves life cannot allow itself to not bring back these hostages. And now, we will move on with the program, and we will have a session that focuses on the strategic struggle between the Iranian axis and Israel. Where are we heading? The Iranian issue, of course, is at our core. It's one of the security issues that are at the center of our agenda. And here we will hear from the very best experts to discuss this very important and core issue. I have the honor to invite to the stage Major General Amikam Norkin, former Commander of the Israeli Air Force. Amikam, if you would. I have the honor to invite Sima Shine, head of the Iran and Shia Axis program in the Institutional for National Security Studies, the INSS. I have the honor to invite Gidon Frank, former head of the Israel Atomic Energy Commission. And as moderator, I have the honor to invite Udi Segal, Chief Political Correspondent and Anchor in Channel 13 News, and from the Sami Ophir School of Communications in Reichman University right here. Thank you all. Dani, you moved us so much with your words. We are with you. It's not just a human cause, a basic issue of humanity. It's also a strategic issue, and that's something that we have to talk about. There's a lot of basic assumptions here, and you talked about that. A lot of basic assumptions have been undermined recently since the 7th of October, and one of them is the Iranian threat. Rabin talked about this 30 years ago, Humanism without Khomeini. For 30 years now, Israel has been trying to prevent the ability of Iran to become a nuclear power, but we are very close to that critical moment when it happens. The extreme Iranian threat has become palpable since also October 7, and we also have basic assumptions that we have to review in regards to indirect conflicts through proxies. There's also been a direct attack, the caution of Iran versus its boldness, the sanctions, meaning economic sanctions versus military threats, and what is the significance of a nuclear Iran? Will it be used directly, this power, against us and their enemies? Will it be combined with conventional warfare? Is it simply an insurance policy for the current regime? What can we do in order to stop it? And all of this we will try to discuss in the time that we have. I want to begin with a question. First of all, to all of our esteemed experts here. What do you think the situation is right now in regards to Iran's operations? They are a threshold state, a nuclear threshold state. When will they become a fully nuclear state and use it? What do you think the situation is? Thank you. First of all, far be it from me, as you've heard here on the stage, Danny, you made remarks that touch on everybody here in the hall, everybody outside here, and this is my first public appearance, by the way, since the beginning of the war, and we should talk as modestly as we can. And as somebody who has spent almost 4 decades now in the security forces, and it's in my DNA, security, I am embarrassed, I am ashamed, and my answers have to be in that vein, in that sentiment, because in recent years as well, first of all, as commander of the Israeli Air Force, but also in previous positions, we worked against the Iranian forces with the directive of the government that we cannot accept a nuclear Iran close to Israel, and that would mean Iranian bases, Iranian armaments, Iranian intelligence and operational capabilities that are close to us. And hundreds of operations and missions and assignments were done in order to prevent that. And what happened with Iran, apart, of course, from Iran's specific role in this campaign in Gaza and the multi-front battle the 7-front battle, the Air Force certainly has 7 fronts at the moment, is that what we see directly is the 13th of April as the key point of turning. We dealt with the direct attack, and in the terms of the Western world, it was unprecedented. I believe that we did so in a good way, maybe that even increases the frustration of October 7. And this action of over 100 missiles, ballistic missiles, cruiser missiles, and suicide drones, and sent to several areas simultaneously, I think that reflects the turning point that maybe this conference talks about in terms of our strategic outlook. That the situation that we were in previously changed. In my opinion, we are in a new day, a new reality. I want to make things a bit hard for you. Managed to prevent the missile attack of Iran. But the question is, the message is to Iran is, we can stop you, or was simply this a dry run for the Iranians trying to check our vulnerabilities so they can prepare for the next wave of attacks, which is more precise, more missiles, and will be able to reach targets that they previously now could not? Well, yes, first of all defensive operations, I'll say this simply, are less sexy, less attractive than assault and attack, let's call it that way. But professionally, militarily speaking, what happened at that night, was an event, a significant event, that we should, of course, discuss in terms of a threshold operation, in terms of our defensive capabilities. On our side as well, this is not something that you build and construct a plan in several hours. It takes years. It takes multi-tiered collaborations among the military, and building trust, and building operational capabilities, and building technological capabilities, increasing professionalism and expertise. And that's where we reached that point. So that I can say that on our side. But on the other side, and we cannot dismiss it. They also have reached professional and military abilities in this, and to create such an accurate, precise attack in such a precise window of time, targeting specific areas, this is unusual in the world. So I think that as processes go, you cannot go back. You cannot regress. What we see here now are things that will continue to challenge us and greatly challenge us in the future. Even the interpretation and commentary on that night is different on both sides. We, of course, justifiably see it as a defensive success of Israel. They don't consider themselves as having failed. For them, for the Iranians, they don't see it as a failure. The Western world may have seen it, their attack, as a failure, but they are learning from their experience, and the challenge next time will be much, much greater. I go back, Gidon Fak, to the question, and you are, of course, from the Israel Atomic Energy Commission. I'm going to tell you what we have, but let's ask what they have. How do we see what the Iranians have in their arsenal at the moment as a nuclear threshold state? What do you think is their interest in terms of nuclear power? Can they do it? Is it a question of decision? Are they already at that level of capability? What do you think is your assessment of their capabilities? We can hear, okay. Yes, just hold the mic. I think, right, it would be to define, yes, Iran as a threshold state, certainly. For nuclear power, you need also a fission power, you need launching power, and you need a vessel, you need missiles. There's no doubt that they have all of these things. They have, if they want to work tomorrow morning within a month, I think they have maybe 6, 7 such core systems that they can become nuclear armaments. Can they become a nuclear attack power? Yes. Our knowledge is from 2003. That's my personal knowledge. I hope that the intelligence agencies today have a lot more information than that. But in 2003, they stopped the program, and when they did back then, they knew a lot about nuclear power. They had a lot of help, outside help. They had Pakistani help, what they managed to catch and apprehend. They had volunteers that helped them. One of them was a Russian that helped them in the development of the warhead technology. And it's hard to assess where they are now. Even when they declared stopping the program or pausing the program in 2003, at the time they said there, and you look back at this archive that Israel managed to steal away, they said that some of their activities must be continued with all sorts of universities, military universities, undercover, and other kind of secret programs that they continue to develop. So if you want to assess today what Iran has in their arsenal, even looking back in history, you can assume that from 2003 they advanced greatly, and they're not far from being fully a nuclear power. We can also see that there's some March last year, the last report, and we heard that they were weeks away from feasible materials, and they are weeks away from being a fully nuclear power. I don't know if he regretted saying that in April, but that was back then. Now the next question is the missiles themselves. If that's going to be the way that they launch this. They are working industriously to promote their interest in that regard. I don't know if they have active nuclear warheads and the missiles to arm them with and launch them, but I suggest that we shouldn't assume that they stop their operations. And one must keep in mind that up until 2003, in October 2003, there was sanctions. There was a ban on Iran that didn't allow them to function in the free market and getting materials such as electronic materials necessary for their armaments program. But in 2023, the ban was over. The US continued. The Europeans also then continued. The rest of the world, I don't know. They can buy whatever they want. But the Shihab missiles at the moment. They don't have the transport power, the launching power, the organization required. They can they arm them? I can say very openly, I don't know. I don't know. We have to therefore address Iran as a threshold state. I believe the assessments that you hear occasionally that it'll take them 2 more years or whatever, that's irresponsible to say. They have visible material. They have material. It's difficult to know where they are. If you want to have a plan, any strategic planning, you have to take into consideration they are a threshold state. I mean, they can do it. It's a question of decision and plan. Yes, and it would take maybe months. I don't know. It's hard to assess more than that. Sima Shaim, you're an INSS senior researcher and you were head of the Iran and Shia Axis program. You know a lot about this. What would impact the Iranian decision? And if in fact they are fully capable, what would push them over the edge to make that final decision? Do they have a strategic decision here to be fully nuclear? Well, as has been said, they can do it. That's an important point, because if you can't do it, you can't make a decision, but they can. I would say 3 points. What are the lessons that Iranians take from the war of the last year, or the last few months, 8 months? Is the lesson that their deterrence is sufficient without nuclear power or not? And I believe that what the Iranians will take on as a takeaway lesson from this is that even with the proxies, all of their emissaries in the region, they haven't brought Israel to the point of stopping the war. It's not enough. It wasn't sufficient. That's one. 2, they attacked Israel, and as it's been explained, this is certainly a step that shows their capabilities and power. But the regional system led by CENTCOM, by Israel, by the US, and of course Israel itself, managed to stop them. That's the second point. Now, third, what Israel did to Iran. I don't want to expand on that point, but Israel has also proven, without making a lot of noise about it, that we have demonstrated to Iran a couple of key points to learn, meaning the counterattack. For those of you who are less familiar, the strategic attack of Israel on specific systems and specific sites that were a point of precision, accuracy, and without basically an infiltration into their space. Yes, we understand this. The Iranians understand this. They're very proud, of course, of the fact that they managed to pull off an attack on Israel, the fact that they did this attack, and the fact that they managed to pull it off. But they also managed to fend off an infiltration in Israel. This helps them in terms of domestic propaganda. Israel is helpless. They can sell that. But that's very loud talking for their domestic populace. But specifically for Iran, it means that the regional defensive alliance, what they were so fearful of so many years, occurred. It demonstrated itself, it proved itself even without the Saudis. So for Iran, you have a couple of things that coalesce that may bring them to the decision that their deterrence is in fact insufficient, and maybe they need the ultimate deterrence, which is nuclear power. That would be the ultimate deterrent force against Israel and the US. So I wonder how this war that we're in the midst of would look with that, if Iran was fully nuclear. I assume that everybody would be a lot more cautious. Now, I'm not saying that Iran intends to go on a nuclear attack, but we understand that conventional armaments and a bolder use of conventional powers is something more possible if you're not under threat of a nuclear war. And I add to this 2 final important points. One, what's happening around the world on the global stage. Iran feels that it's part of that successful side. Russia, China, North Korea, this is after the war in Ukraine. So for the Iranians, the West are on the decline. They are part of the countries on the rise, and that increases their self-confidence. And again, finally, what about the leader that is in his final years of life, let's say, at least in terms of his chronological age, he's an older person. What would be his legacy that he leaves behind him? And when I connect all of the dots, I think that Iran decided, I don't know if it's going to do this tomorrow morning and rush to do it, But I think Iran has decided that they have to reach these nuclear capabilities to become a full nuclear power.
Before I ask the Israeli speakers, can we do it alone? Where is the United States stands regarding Iran policy? Do the United States, does Washington sees the threat to the region with Iran holding a nuclear weapon? And what does it mean when the United States is saying yesterday at the UN that we will use all means to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapon? Can we rely on that?
I think the answer is no one is certain. Following up on what Simo was saying, go back 10 years. The situation of Iran looked very different before the nuclear deal of 2015. We had a series of UN Security Council unanimous resolutions saying Iran cannot enrich uranium. China and Russia were voting with the US against Iran. 10 years later, of course, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea are in a kind of alliance, supplying each other with weapons. And the absent character is the United States. Yes, there has been one great move forward, which is the inclusion of Israel in CENTCOM, without which you would not on April 14th have had the coordinated defensive response. But the United States is largely standing on the sidelines, and I give the example of the Houthis, which is the Houthi partial closure of the Suez Canal is a use of Iranian conventional power, and the United States is not preventing it, and instead has watched it happen. So what is the United States going to do about this? I really think the question is without an answer. I think the Biden administration came in with an Iran policy, which was, let's go back to the 2015 deal, JCPOA. And for a year and a half, roughly, they pursued that policy. Iran didn't want to do it. That's 2 years ago. And for the last 2 years, there has been no Iran policy. The president said a couple of years ago, they will not get a nuclear weapon on my watch. And as you said, this was repeated. But if it's a military threat, it ought to be a much clearer threat. Maybe not public, maybe private. But if that's what it means, if you try to cross the threshold, we will attack. That has to be made much clearer to Iran, because I think if I were sitting in Tehran looking around, I would say I have had a terrific decade, and it doesn't look as if the United States has been willing to stop me.
But you know, maybe we're in the what's called in basketball the money time, because we're 6 months before a U.S. election. We have the same old guys, okay, President Biden and President Trump. And in this period of time, there is a chance of a regional war. And when we hear the Joint Chief of Staff, Charles Brown, saying that maybe the United States will not be able to help Israel versus an attack from Hezbollah, what should we, Israel, make of that comment? That the United States abandoned Israel in this regional war?
The first thing to make of it is that he is no diplomat or strategist, because even if he believed it, it's a stupid thing to say. What does it mean about U.S. policy? I don't think it means anything, because I think if you think of a war between Israel and Hezbollah, day one, week 2, week 3, you try to play out what might the United States do. There was no playbook that said, you know what, after October 7th, the United States should move aircraft carriers into the Eastern Mediterranean. That was not written anywhere. It was a decision. And decisions would be made in the case of a conflict with Hezbollah. First, obviously, the resupply decision. Messages to Iran about staying out. But there is no plan about this, and I think that that's why it was really dangerous and foolish for Brown to suggest that there would be a lack of support.
בעקבות התשובה הזאת, אני רוצה לשאול אותך, אלוף במילואים עמיקם נורקין, האם ישראל יכולה לעשות את זה לבד? זו שאלה שאנחנו שואלים את עצמנו הרבה, ויש לנו הרבה סימני שאלה, כמו שאמרת, וערעור לגבי היכולות הישראליות. האם ישראל
But the real question is, can Israel function alone against the Hezbollah? Can Israel be alone against the nuclear Iran program? Can we stand alone? In your opinion? Well, obviously, the answer is not a yes or no. Israel will always do everything in its capabilities to defend itself and protect itself and ensure its interests. And also in this case as well, Israel will continue to do so. But what I can say is when we look justifiably at the last 8 months, and let's zoom out, in recent years now, and 4 or 5 years back, from the agreement in 2016, or leaving the agreement later on, which is, again, another key moment in time. And we see what happened on the Israeli side of things. That just like the entire world, we dealt from 2020 with COVID, and then we had 5 election campaigns and instability, the result of which is an Israeli plan which is not organized and sufficient for this threat. So I think that we could have been in a much better situation than where we are in regards to the issues that you brought up. To a great degree, we are in a great delay. We're behind schedule. And the answer is not only just a question of some military parameter, there's also the economy, there's statesmanship, and I think Israel should have, I would put this, our strategic capabilities against Iran, which is comprised of many parameters that we would always like to lead in each one of these parameters, we should have a plan. And the public conflict of the Prime Minister against the American administration, against the armament supplies, is this necessary, or is this a strategic problem, and a strategic problem specifically with the Iranian threat on our door? Here as well, you have to understand what's behind the scenes, not only politically, diplomatically, but also in the sense of the use of the IDF in the scope of its, the attacks that it's, done in all fronts. We have worked very aggressively from the air, and in the places that we have operated, we've used quite a bit of, arms and weapons of different kinds. And I really have to, take off my hat in honor and thanks and thank to our American colleagues from across the seas who have helped in all of this. So I go back to the original question. Okay? The original question was the plan. I think we, of course, continue to need American help. We need it. We have to do everything in our power that we secure this help, because it has enormous strategic ramifications. So this statement from the Prime Minister, does it help or hinder? I'm not a politician. Okay. I go back to you now in regards to the public conflict with the Americans. As a person who is at the, knows about this, you talked about what can we do, but what can we really do in order to stop this Iranian advancement? What do you think we should do? What can we do? I think that's the most interesting, most vital question to answer, really, isn't it? If I look at what's possible, the first thing that's possible is something that almost happened. And it was within our grasp if we don't, we don't miss. And that is an alliance, let's call it, a more Sunni alliance with the United States against Iran. That's the thing that most concerns Iran. That's on their agenda. And that could be a real deterrence against the threat. So you ask, what do we need to do? This is our first priority. I would make another remark that maybe sounds a bit weird. We are in a completely different world, a changing world. And when you reach these points, it causes crises, personal crises as well. But what I propose I'm talking about Iran and not anything else, about Iran specifically. After you get through the emotional crisis, now you have to think what opportunities lie ahead. Because that's the most important point. Even at the price that Israel allow, just as the Saudis allow a civil nuclear program, meaning an additional nuclear armament in the Middle East, that's a great question. Because if you allow a country like Iran to become a threshold state, then one of the first things you have to take into consideration is that it won't be the only state that moves in that direction in our region. For example, the Saudis, for example, Egypt, and no doubt Turkey is in that group. So some of the countries will take longer or shorter, they'll make a decision, it'll be a process, but at the moment that you don't address Iran, that's what can happen, of course. But let's expand on this a moment, because I talked about opportunities, and now you gave me an opportunity to talk about opportunities. So, for example, if this happens, and as a result of one threshold state, there will be an additional threshold states in our region, we need to present that case convincingly and show that this is only the beginning of a process. The dominoes will fall. I mean, stopping the proliferation of nuclear powers and armaments, stopping it is in order to stop people reaching a point of nuclear hegemony. There are countries that in the past that didn't become nuclear powers and now are on, getting closer to becoming threshold states. So this has ramifications. For example, Southeast Asia, South Korea, they had a nuclear military program that the Americans stopped. Even Taiwan had a plan. Japan, occasionally, before their foreign minister resigned this morning, he said the night before, it could be that maybe Japan also needs nuclear arms. So if we take this opportunity, maybe not directly, in order to explain that one threshold state will change the general balance of power, and maybe that will encourage China to pressure the Iranians not to move so fast. This is just one example of thinking. But in this case, again, I don't see any other address. The fact that we have a country here that is becoming a threshold state produces opportunities, even before it actually becomes, even before the Saudis become a nuclear threshold state. We can look at that. And this public contention with the Americans helps or hinders? Of course it hinders. And in the United States as well, by the way, the response of the U.S. in regards to possibilities of an enrichment facility in Saudi Arabia shows that there's a kind of blind spot here. Or maybe they're not fully comprehending the situation. This has to be addressed, but more comprehensively, not only in regards to our regional situation. And one final point that, is an outcome of your question previously. Let's assume that we all fail and Iran becomes fully nuclear. What happens next? I think the answer is very uncertain. Nuclear arms, there have been in the world since the 1940s. It's been used twice, and it hasn't been used since. Not for moral reasons and not for, any fear or concern, but simply because countries were preserving their own interests. Nuclear power, using nuclear power, whatever country, in whatever condition, is a global shift. We all understand that. And the superpowers understand that, certainly. I think that there's a lot of, there are lots of things holding the system up. Will they continue to hold the system up and protect us? Who knows in the future? But we can assume that after an experience of so many years, that nuclear arms are usually or generally for deterrence. And if that is the case, then we're in a different situation. I would make one final point which is interesting. The Iranians are very sophisticated, politically speaking. If I look at what's happening now, you can see that the Iranians are not exactly a threshold state yet, but they are advancing by threatening to become a threshold state. They are working with pre-deterrence tactics, And a year ago, now as well, there was, there were comments that were made, more bold comments from the Israel Atomic Energy Commission about Iranians' actions, and bolder comments. And every time there was a statement, Iran increased its non-civil nuclear program advancement, meaning they'd like to deter even before they're a threshold state. Sima, finally with you, and then Mr. Abrams, I'll turn to you again. In recent times, the leaders of Iran have been talking openly about the obliteration of the State of Israel, and we've already heard this several weeks ago from the Iranian leader. Do you believe that there is an Iranian program for the eradication of Israel, or it's just internal politics that's out of control? I think Iran always hoped that Israel would disappear. Not necessarily that they would do it themselves. They hoped that Israel would disappear. They've said so openly. Israel is an alien force for them in the Middle East, and therefore should be gone. Okay. Does Iran have a plan for this? I don't know. Even if they have a plan, with all due respect, that's not what's going to change the situation regionally. But what is clear is that Iran sees what happened now as an intermediary step on the way to some future plan. This internal collapse, this internal weakness, this is something the Iranians are talking about openly. We don't have to guess. But I would say one thing that relates to what Gidon said in regards to what can be done. We published a position paper that was published in the Haaretz newspaper as well. I believe that Israel needs to sit down for a moment, forget Sinwar for just a moment, but sit down for a moment and think, what are the long-term strategic interests of Israel? And the long-term strategic interests of Israel is that Iran not become a nuclear power. So I don't think that killing 5 more Hamas agents and terrorists will change that. It's disproportional what's happening here versus a nuclear Iran. So even our relationship with the US and our ability to manage things collectively, and in regards to certain concessions, the Biden plan or the Israel plan, or whatever you want to call it, some kind of deal in which we get a significant U.S. assurances, then the U.S. have to say very overtly, if Iranian gets to 99% of nuclear power, we will stop it. But we won't achieve this unless we have an open dialogue, a strategic dialogue with the U.S., and it won't happen by making videos against the U.S.
Has a plan to destroy Israel. And, Gideon Frank just mentioned how countries using nuclear weapons as a deterrent, and it was not involved since 1945. But if you have a direct threat on your existence from a threshold states like Iran, the state, maybe Israel, should consider using an unconventional weapon in order to deter this elimination threat.
I think it's impossible to know what the exact circumstances are to answer this question, but I want to make a related point. Having a massive arsenal of nuclear weapons did not save the Soviet Union, because the greatest problem of the Soviet Union was internal. The greatest problems of Iran are internal. The regime is hated by the majority of the population, and we collectively, the Europeans, the Americans, Israel, we do not have a plan to bring this regime down internally. We do not have a plan to build on those internal contradictions and come to a situation where it collapses internally. It's possible. Given the situation there, it is, in a way, much more vulnerable than the Soviet Union was. Well, what are we doing about it? Not much. A little broadcasting? Not much. This is, I think, the, let's say, medium-term way to confront the Iranian challenge. We should not assume this regime is eternal, or it will be. We should be working hard together now to come up with reasonable approaches for the collapse of this regime.
Should we go back to the regime change policy?
Sure. The regime change policy, I would say, of Ronald Reagan. Regime change is a term that people don't like to use because they think it means war tomorrow morning. It didn't mean war for Reagan. It didn't mean war in the context of the Soviet Union. How could you not want regime change in, say, North Korea? How could you not want regime change in Iran when the people of Iran want regime change. The question is, how do you get there without war? And this should not be beyond our capability.
So last remark, isn't the elimination of Hezbollah by the United States as a help to Israel is a good signal for Iran? It doesn't deal directly with Iran, but it signals that we're dealing with your forceful proxy in the region.
Hezbollah and the Houthis, yes, absolutely.
I could have elaborated with you for a long time.
I could have elaborated with all of you for so long. I have so many
הזמן שלנו הסתיים. לצערי אני מודה לכם מאוד. אני כאן יו"ר של סימה שם, אולת אבון וגדעון פרנק. ותודה רבה לכם שהערכתם אותנו.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much for a very interesting session. כעת נעבור לראיון עם היועץ לביטחון לאומי. את הראיון יערוך דוקטור שי הרצבי, חוקר בכיר, ראש התחום הבינלאומי והמזרח התיכון, המכון למדיניות ואסטרטגיה באוניברסיטת רייכמן. ואני מתכבדת להזמין את צחי הנגבי, היועץ לביטחון לאומי, ראש המטה לביטחון לאומי. בבקשה.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear comments from the audience that are not spoken into a microphone. I apologize.
אם אפשר בבקשה.
Please.
אם אפשר בבקשה. אם אפשר בבקשה לתת לנו...
Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you may... I think she's saying you are responsible for the state of Israel's strategy and there are 120 people missing from this country. We will leave soon. Sorry for interrupting. There are 120 people. Some of them are still alive. Quite a few are still alive, and their voice is not being heard, and their families are devastating. You're saying that you'll do everything, but you don't do everything. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please, we would like to continue with the interview and give him an opportunity to respond to what you've just said. So please let the National Security Advisor to speak. You have a job to do. It's your job. I'm a teacher. I have my children to take care of. I have one survivor who came back from the hell, my mother-in-law who came back from captivity. None of you called me. No minister called me, just the Minister of Education, because he's the minister responsible for me as a teacher. But you go do your job. If you want to see a dead kibbutz, come to Nir Oz. He hasn't visited Nir Oz for 8 months. The kibbutz is dead. It's completely dead. And it wasn't the Hamas that killed it.
דני, תודה. אנחנו ניתן
Danny, thank you.
ליועץ לביטחון לאומי להגיב על הדברים אחר כך,
We
ונמשיך
will
נתחיל
let the
בריאיון,
National
בבקשה.
Security
תודה.
Advisor respond later.
ובאמת אני חושב שאנחנו...
Sir, good morning, and I think it is our duty to start with the first question following what we've just heard, and we also saw the very, very difficult video yesterday, the abduction video of Elia Cohen, Hirsch Goldberg Pauline, and Or Levy. And the Prime Minister said that we are committed to the deal that was agreed upon by the Americans, but just 2 days ago he said he's willing to carry out a deal for some of the people. And then he said that after the ceasefire we are going to continue the war in order to get to the collapse of Hamas. So what is the policy? And the most important question, how do we bring the hostages home as soon as possible? Because I think there's an across-the-board consensus that this is our most important duty. Otherwise, it will be a stain on this country. So the policy was indeed determined by the War Cabinet and also by the government and the regular cabinet, and it has set several goals for the war. In this context, in the context of Gaza, there are 3 goals, and they're not prioritized. There's no hierarchy between them. Obviously, there is an urgency and a priority to bringing back the hostages. But it's not that one goal is more important or holier than the others. All 3 are important. The hostage issue, of course, has priority because everybody understands the meaning, what it means if they'll stay in Gaza, and the goals are bringing back the hostages alive, the hostages who are still alive, and bringing back the bodies of the bodies that are held there, to reinstate security for the people living along the Gaza border, so that Gaza no longer poses a threat, not on the Gaza border region and not on the entire country. And the operational means to achieve all that, as decided by the police, is completely eradicating military and political capabilities of Hamas. There's an outline, right? You just mentioned what the Prime Minister talked about in the Knesset yesterday. It's an Israeli outline. It wasn't just accepted by President Biden. The UN Security Council accepted this outline. It was determined by Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State of the U.S., as a very generous offer, a very generous Israeli offer. Sorry. If we can hold this conversation, I'll be very happy to. If not, we can say, we can stop. Let's let him answer, please. It's impossible. If you don't want to hear me, that's fine. It's up to you. Of course, I'll respect any decision you make. But let's please It's a shame what you're doing. My son has been doing reserve duty for 200 days. 200 days. This government will fall and you won't be able to walk down the street. This government won't last. You are not a national security advisor because there is no national security, so you cannot advise to something that does not exist. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please let Tzachi answer. Give me one good reason why I should let him speak. Give me one good reason why I should let him speak. Okay, I'll answer the woman for the very simple reason that I completely identify with you. I have 3 sons who are serving in this war for over 200 days, and they're in Gaza fighting. And also, there is one combat soldier in a combat unit that's engaged in combat in Gaza right now, and that's why I don't think that's why I think I owe it to you to answer. And I'd like to say that the State of Israel, and it has nothing to do with the government or the Prime Minister, the State of Israel today is now in one of its most demanding and difficult and challenging hours, and one can argue on how we've reach the situation. We can argue on whose fault it is, and probably an answer or answers will be replied to that. And I am National Security Advisor because I've been appointed by the government of Israel, and you're in charge of national security, and this is the national security you have, and I'm engaged in this topic of national security from morning to night with some of the best people in the State of Israel, the Chief of General Staff, the Director of the ISA, the Director of the Mossad, and tens of thousands of people who work in Israel's security establishment, and they are busy day in, day out to achieve the goals, the 3 goals I've just mentioned. People are dying in this war. Hundreds of people are dying so that the hostages come back home. 135 hostages and bodies of those who have been abducted have returned home. And it is now 120 are left. It is our duty to bring all 120 who are still there. 120 hostages are still there, and it is the commitment of this government to bring them all, and people are giving their lives for that, and we need to respect that. They're fighting in Gaza. As we're speaking, we meet with these people, the commanders of the divisions. We see these people, we see them in Gaza as well, and I'd like to tell you, it's amazing, it's astounding to see their courage and their preparedness to bring the hostages. Let's leave the arguments to the days after. Let's leave the arguments to the days after. But now, right now, we're committed. We're working hard. We're fighting in order to bring them as soon as possible and to make sure that there aren't any other such massacres like the one of October 7th. I'm sorry, I can't hear the comments from the audience. There will be no security if you continue with this legislation with the ultra-Orthodox. There will be no security because there will be no soldiers. No one will be willing to fight. I respect your position, but I suggest that we move on to talk about other topics. I would like to ask you just one more question about the hostages. We have Netanyahu's outline. He's declared that that's the outline, but it's not working. What can we do? Maybe we do need to change something, because we cannot carry on another week, another month, another 2 months. We just don't have the time. What is being done in order to bring them back? I truly agree that time works against the hostages. This is why I said the urgency and the priority is something that decision makers are taking into account. I am more optimistic than what is expressed by your question. I think that the tremendous international pressure on Hamas today, there is a chance that it will do something. Countries, including superpowers that usually side with Hamas and against the West, they have also been involved in the decision and the resolution reached by Security Council that adopts the Israeli outlines that's supported by Biden. There's tremendous pressure on Qatar, and it is placing also pressure on its side, on the Hamas leadership in Qatar, to accept this deal as is. And I hope that if we continue with this, with the whole world. And I've just returned a few days ago from Washington, and we had a very intimate conversation, very much focused on the issue of hostages with the White House, with Jack Sullivan, National Security Advisor, with Mr. Blinken. I was there with Minister Dermer, and it is our impression that the U.S.'s commitment to the deal is 100%. And you've heard President Biden himself in a speech where he actually called upon Hamas to accept the deal. We need to stand with them united around this deal, because it will start the overall process of bringing back the hostages. But this leads me to the next question. What is the governmental alternative? Because I guess Sinwar doesn't read the Security Council resolution, and we definitely all the IDF activities in the past 8 months have been very impressive. But how do we create a certain regime or governmental alternative that will exert this massive pressure on Sinwar, that perhaps, hopefully, will lead him to change his conduct? Because otherwise he's saying, I can carry on. I mean, international pressure on Israel continues, the dispute between Netanyahu and Biden, and I have Iran and Hezbollah. So how do we create this governmental alternative under the name code PA, Palestinian Authority, in one way or another? Look, we've been talking about this concept the day after for many months now, and the main thing that we've tried to emphasize throughout this period is that it's mainly the day after Hamas, in the sense that we don't need to wait for Hamas to disappear, because maybe that process will take a long time. But obviously, once Hamas no longer has the ability to lead the military and governmental and administration systems as it did before October 7th, then this will give a greater opportunity for countries who truly want to see a governmental alternative in Gaza, along with local leadership in Gaza, to be mobilized to this process. The cabinet has authorized the IDF to lead a process of beginning to find a governmental alternative already a few weeks ago. In recent months, the IDF plan that is supposed to be implemented at the beginning in the north of the Gaza Strip, probably sometime soon we will see a practical manifestation of this plan. We believe in it, and indeed it will exert tremendous pressure on Hamas, because as we've heard, as somebody said justly so, that you cannot completely get the Hamas to disappear, because it's an idea, a concept. So you need a competing, an alternative concept, and that would be a local leadership willing to live side by side with Israel and not to devote its life to killing Israelis. And this is what needs to happen. The Americans and the Arab countries, do they accept this? Because otherwise, without them, if Israel tries to establish something on its own, it won't really work. We need international collaboration. We need cooperation with Arab countries, of course, money from the Gulf countries, the cooperation with the Egyptians and the Jordanians. That's what's important here. Are they with us? Are they on board on this process that we wish to set in motion? They're supposed to lead it, because any proposal, any suggestion which is an Israeli proposal won't happen, because anybody who would cooperate it would lose their legitimacy in the Palestinian society, the ideas. And these are our discussions with the Americans. That was what we discussed this week, and this is the conversation that the Minister of Defense is engaged in right now. But what we're talking about is a leadership that won't only be bottom up, but also top down. A group, a cluster of moderate Arab countries, the countries that are members to peace accords, along with the US, along with the UN, along with the EU, all of them will have to take responsibility. And it's not just about money. We're talking about leading this process, this measure, which will serve as an alternative to Hamas. I don't know of any Arab countries from the countries that have peace accords with Israel who want Hamas to prevail. And also, of course, most countries in the world would like to see a moderate, pragmatic, realistic alternative to Hamas in the Gaza Strip. And this is why Israel should be the one that perhaps allows for the conditions, in the sense of cleansing the area from any significant Hamas operatives. But those who will lead it, those who need to manage this in practice as leaders leadership, local Palestinian leadership with the backing of Arab countries and the international community. Two last questions because we're running out of time. First of all, regarding Lebanon and Iran. Lebanon, how do we get ourselves out of this situation? About 70,000 Israelis have been uprooted for their homes, and there is no projection on when they can come back. And allegedly, there are three options. One is that we'll continue the situation as is. I don't think that Israel can afford to continue in this situation. Number two, some kind of an arrangement, but we know that Nasrallah has created the linkage between the two areas, the south and the north, and until nothing is reached in the south, they'll continue in the north. And number three is to create a new horizon. How do we create a new kind of security for the Israelis living in the north? Look, there's absolute consensus in Israeli society about this issue. One of the only issues that's undisputed, and that is in order for the residents of the north of Israel to return to their homes, we need a new reality, a completely different reality than the reality of October 7th in the area of the Israel-Lebanon border. And the efforts are led by the American administration through their the special envoy to the U.S. President, Mr. Amos Hochstein, who is in very close contact with us. He's also in very close contact with government officials in Lebanon. He was in Israel as well last week and met with the Prime Minister, and then he returned to Washington. He will return to the region, and he's optimistic. He believes that once we finish the intense operation in Rafah, when we finish the intensive part of the operation in Rafah, and we'll move on to the third stage, which is deepening our achievement. He believes that once that ends, then this will give the Hezbollah the option to get off their high horse and come to an agreement. And we believe in an arrangement in the north. Some are more skeptical than we are, but we believe in that. The Americans believe in that. We're going to devote many weeks to this attempt to reach an arrangement. If we won't reach an arrangement through diplomatic means, and then everybody understands that we'll need to achieve it in different means. But for now, we are focusing on the diplomatic arena. Unfortunately, our time is up. Of course, we could have talked about so many other topics, Iran, Saudi Arabia, our relationship with the Americans, but our time is up, unfortunately. And I think that the hope of everybody here is for the government to do everything in its power in order to bring back the hostages as soon as possible. That is the mission, and that is our moral and national duty. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank the National Security Advisor, Mr. Tzachi Hanegbi. And now we will move on to a less emotional session.
Now we will move to the session that will deal with the topic of the global order. Is the world changing in its course? For this session, I'm honored to invite Rodrich Kieswetter, member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the German Parliament. I'm honored to invite Antonia Dimo, Director, Middle East and Persian Gulf Unit, Institute for Security and Defense Analysis, Greece. And I'm honored to invite Professor Dima Adamski, Head of the Honors Track in Strategy, Reichman University. And the last one for this panel, the panel will be moderated by Shashanek Joshi, the defense editor of The Economist.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having us. I'm very pleased to introduce this fantastic panel. I'm Shashank Joshi, defense editor at The Economist in London, where I cover national security and military affairs. We have many opportunities today to discuss regional issues. We've just had a fine panel on Iran. We have many others on regional issues. This, I think, is our opportunity to zoom out and reflect on some of the big picture questions. And in turn, how they affect the region. So, given our limited time, we have 30 minutes to solve the global order, a tall task for us. I'm going to go straight into it and ask my friend Dima Adamski of this institution to begin Dima, you're one of the world's authorities on Russia's defense establishment. You've also recently returned from Moscow, a trip that not a great many people make these days. And so, just to begin with, I want to ask you, in the US, in Europe, there is a feeling that we are seeing much deeper alignment between how we see our adversaries, in particular Russia, Iran, North Korea, China. A few weeks ago, Philip Zelikow, the former US official, wrote a piece suggesting that the axis between these powers was in some respects deeper than that between the Axis powers of the 1930s. So when it comes to the global order, is that overheated? Is that hyperbolic? Or do you think there is some merit in that characterization? And what does it mean?
Thank you, Shank. It's an excellent, very timely and the right question to ask. We have 30 minutes, so just 3 very brief response points on that. I think this historical analogy is useful. There are some similarities, but there are also some differences. So let me just make 3 points to reflect on that. First of all, we are not really looking at a coherent alliance the way how Axis used to be during the pre-war or the Second World War time. However, and that's point number 1, we're looking at some sort of common denominator of people, using Dostoevsky's point or title, or countries that are insulted and humiliated, as the famous Dostoevsky books go by. Actors that want to challenge and to reformulate world order. Actors who believe that, if we're using a Russian term, try to arrange multipolarity, or Chinese term peaceful coexistence, or Iranian term new geometry of world order, but all these terms are basically referring to an effort of these actors to reformulate, rebuild regional and world order. Make the world order and international system more favorable to them. That's point number 1. That's a common denominator. The second one is all of them, in this way or another, are engaged or are following very closely to what we would call laboratories of learning about 2 major wars that are going on right now in the world. One in Ukraine, one here in Israel. It's a human tragedy, of course, each of them, but I'm referring to them as laboratories of learning because all these countries are actually turning into a community of learning. They're looking at these wars, they're learning lessons from these wars, they are assisting each other in these wars, and what is very important, lessons that they learn from these wars will refine the way how they think about their space of the possible as far as reformulation of the world order is concerned. And my third point is there is no master plan. I mean, they're not coherent alliance, and that's maybe the main difference from their axis of the pre-World War II order. However, in contrast, their level of cooperation, their level of joint knowledge development, their level of arms transfers is more advanced than previously then. And we know from history that Soviet Union was looking at conflicts in Holking Goal vis-a-vis Japan. Japan was looking at its conflicts with China in Manchuria. Italy was looking at its lessons from Ethiopia. Spain was learning together with Nazi Germany lessons from the Spanish Civil War. Lessons that they learned from these small contingencies shaped their way of thinking about military power and military power as an instrument for world order reformulation. Something very similar is going on right now. So there is no master plan. There are very significant exchanges of knowledge and transition of knowledge and joint knowledge development, and it can matter very big in their forthcoming future. Although right now there is no formal alliance the way we knew it during their pre-World War II world order. Thank you.
Thank you, Dima. That's really interesting on the flow of knowledge, know-how, ideas between these different countries. Antonia, can I turn to you and look at another aspect of this, which is the role of US-China relations in this great power churn that we're seeing at the minute. we saw a major summit between Xi Jinping and Joe Biden last year. There is a sense that both sides are trying to manage this relationship, but we're also seeing real tension in the South China Sea. Indeed, a Philippine sailor being injured last week alone, and the US has a defense relationship, an alliance with the Philippines. So can you give us your sense of how you see US-China relations evolving, and whether the two sides you think are going to be able to manage this relationship through sort of peaceful coexistence in Asia, or whether you see a more sort of dark and difficult prognosis ahead?
Thank you for that very, very interesting question. I would like to add to the question the element of the war on Ukraine. The war on Ukraine, while it has fueled instability in its respective regions, it has also fueled uncertainty in the global economy and the energy supply systems, while it has accelerated the move towards multipolarity. So what we're seeing is that because of the war on Ukraine, there has been an enlistment of this kind of multipolar world order, where we have major conflicts, frozen conflicts that have come to the forefront, like, for example, which are not going to be solved through a traditional diplomatic military means. So we have seen Azerbaijan, for example, going through a very swift military conclusion of a long-standing conflict, which is in the Nagorno-Karabakh. All that shift has accelerated the power struggle between the US and China, and it has also accelerated a repetition of the restriction, the opposition of the global South that you mentioned with the West on a broad range of issues, including the global economy, the global security. And so at the same time, we have seen, experienced signals that the world order is shifting to multipolarity. This can be attested by expanding the BRICS. We have seen that 5 members were originally, but they have expanded to 11 as of the start of this year. And we have also experienced as well the de-dollarization of the economies. So due to the war in Ukraine, the de-dollarization process, which primarily benefits China when it comes to South-South trade and lending, it has also been complete in Russia's relations with China. So the majority of the mutual payment between the two countries are paid either in yuan or rubles, the national currencies, while more than 90% of the contracts signed between the national companies of the two countries are made also in national currencies. And I would like to bring to your attention, to everyone's attention, that the de-dollarization of the economies can take away one of the major weapons of Washington, because the dollar supremacy, and in particular the SWIFT system, allows the United States to block transactions and financial takeaways between countries that are under sanctions, like North Korea and Iran. And another point that I would like to highlight, taking into consideration your initial statement, is that the power struggle between China and the United States of America, with a large group of non-aligned companies, countries in between, accelerate, and they favor the military rapprochement of Russia with North Korea. Just a few days ago, that military agreement was signed between the two countries, where that military agreement contains a mutual defense clause affirming both countries' commitment to support each other if either one is attacked. And that has raised serious concerns in Washington and beyond for the likelihood of Russia assisting North Korea's nuclear missile program. And last but not least, I would like to highlight that shifts in the world order translate into shifts in the global supply chains. So it is in this context that Washington has pursued a strategy of de-risking trade. And the American government is offering a number of financial incentives as we speak, such as granted loans under the CHIPS Act for reshoring semiconductor production, whose supply chains are very complex, specialized, resulting in very strong global interdependencies. So I'll stop here and we'll
Antonio,
elaborate
thank you so
more on
much.
that.
And
Thank you.
you very helpfully described a world which is more fragmented, in which non-aligned powers are more important, more assertive, in which American power is more constrained institutionally, materially. And this brings me to you, Roderick, because I think this raises great questions for Europe. And you speak as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Bundestag, a country that is Europe's largest economy, a country that will soon be Europe's biggest military power as well, which is not a state of affairs that we're accustomed to if you reach 2% of GDP on defense. And the question I have is, we as Europeans are still dependent on US military power. We're still politically aligned to the United States, despite the constraints and shifts that Antonia described. And we are squeezed from both sides in the trade competition that Antonia described, both from the United States and from China, which is a swirling debate in our countries, particularly yours, facing an influx of Chinese electric vehicles and goods and other technologies. And so my question is, where does this leave Europe? Are we bound to cast our lot in with the United States and make the best of this? Or are there different ways that you think Europe will head in the coming years to deal with this sort of world that our previous two panelists have described?
Thank you very much indeed for your brilliant question, but also for the invitation to this marvelous conference. Thank you. First of all, I believe that the so-called rule-based international order, which was built since 1946, is really at stake. It is at stake because there are some forces in the world who believe in a multipolar order, which means right of might and not the power of law. And this is really a challenge because some countries do not accept this rule-based international order based on the United Nations because they were not part of it. China joined the United Nations in 1971, replacing the Democratic Republic. So China always can say that they were not part of the construction. Second, all powers of the Second World War who won the Second World War are part of the permanent members. And all of them are nuclear powers, and they have a veto power. And therefore, it is really difficult for other countries to accept their non-presence in this committee, like Latin America, like the Southern Hemisphere, like the African continent. So this, first of all, we Europeans have to be clear about, and that 2 European Union member states, as well as NATO members and nuclear powers, are part of the Security Council, and they won't give up it. So if we want to reform this, there is a huge amount of diplomacy necessary. Second remark, the European Union was relying on the United States since the fall of the wall. And especially Germany believed in 3 lifelines. Germany was surrounded by partners and friends, they believed, so they invested in social cohesion, societal cohesion after unification. But to afford this, to finance this, we relied on cheap security of the United States, cheap supply chains from China, and cheap energy from Russia. This doesn't function anymore because it was lawful cheap, but it was not valuable the price. Because now we see we are dependent by our idea changed by trade. So neither China nor Russia changed by this trade. We changed in dependency and also some parts of Europe. Third remark, the Americans see that this is a war on European soil. Russia is in a coalition with China, Iran, and North Korea. By the way, to the second but last panel, Iran will become nuclear because they will not share the fate of Ukraine. Ukraine handed over its nuclear weapons some 30 years ago, and they got security guarantees which were destroyed in 2014 by the annexation of Crimea and the war in eastern Ukraine. So Iran will not rely on security guarantees. And last remark as regards the European-American relationship, the Americans demanded fair burden sharing for decades. What they received was that they were in the payer's role, and the Europeans in the receiver role of their investments and of their security. So what we have to expect after November is not a burden sharing, it's a shift of burden. And the Americans will not have, furthermore, 12 days leave a year, whereas Germans have 30 days leave a year. The Americans have 11 aircraft carriers. Europe has none, except 2 which are not very relevant. And the Americans have contained Germany from 1941 to 1945. More than 400,000 North Americans lost their life due to the fact that the Europeans were not able to contain Germany. But today the Americans say, if you are not able to contain Russia on the European soil, it's your business. So we have to be aware that if the Americans withdrew, what I do not believe, that we have to take over more responsibility and we have to redefine our welfare by more resilience and by more capabilities to defend the rule of law and not the right of might.
Roger, thank you very much. Those are really interesting remarks, and I agree with a lot of them apart from your outrageous slur on Britain's aircraft carriers, which I strenuously object to. Let me again zoom out to another aspect of the global order that I think we should tackle, and you touched on this by mentioning Iran's nuclear program and, as you see it, the likelihood of Iranian nuclearization, and that is the nuclear order as it's evolved in the past 2 years. There is, Dima, a sense among some that the nuclear taboo that held for many, many years has, if not broken, then has eroded through open, prominent discussion of nuclear use, the real tangible fear that Russia might have used non-strategic nuclear weapons in October 2022, and the sense that also it has used nuclear weapons as a shield behind which to enable its conventional war in Ukraine. What do you think are the implications for the broader nuclear order, including Taiwan and other potential scenarios in which nuclear weapons are at the fore?
Wonderful. It actually, Shashank, extends my point about learning communities and type of lessons the different actors around the world are learning from the current conflict. By the way, both in Ukraine-Russia war and Israeli war with Iran and its proxies. 3 points. First of all, we're looking at the unprecedented historical event in a sense of major conventional war in Europe with the presence of nuclear weapons on their battlefield and also in the minds of strategic planners. Basically, Russia illustrated to the whole world how nuclear intra-war coercion looks like. To use the language that mortals understand, it's basically using nuclear threats that produces some sort of cordon sanitaire around the battlefield and deters certain actors from direct or indirect intervention and involvement, and also compels competitors like Ukraine or others to certain concessions. Our colleague from Germany, right here, just mentioned potential nuclearization of Iran. I think their learning process is much broader. Both current members of the nuclear club, potential newcomers to the nuclear club, are learning lessons from this episode. They're also learning lessons from the destiny of Ukraine that you mentioned. We usually tend to associate potential nuclear proliferation with rogue states. We very rarely think about forces of light, if you wish, considering nuclear rearmament or nuclear procurement. But I think what this war might learn different actors, and we still know very little about how different strategic communities around the world are learning about it, what kind of lessons they might learn. So I think, one, the right question to ask is, what lessons for their members of the nuclear club, this current war in Israel and in Ukraine, as far as nuclear intra-war coercion is concerned, is producing? That's one. Number two, how potential newcomers to the nuclear club are thinking about their potential nuclear programs. And number three, and you may not have enough, maybe some of us will not have enough stomach for that, but if I were Ukrainian, I would ask questions about political will and capability of my country to consider nuclear option. I think this is the right question to ask, especially given the correlation of forces on their battleground right now in Ukraine, given growing war fatigue, both in Europe and in the United States, and also given the consolidation of Russian state. So it should come as no surprise if in the not so distant future, the question of Ukrainian nuclear considerations comes again on their agenda.
So that's a sobering thought. We have under 4 minutes left of this panel, so I'm going to ask the same question to both of you and ask you to be extremely brief, which is that could you tackle the Donald Trump elephant in the room and give us your sense of how you think it will affect these questions that we have been discussing, whether that is competition with China, the relationship with Ukraine, the nuclear order in which it's possible a future Trump administration may not be as bound to non-proliferation norms and shibboleths that have governed US policy for many years, let's say, and European defense too. So Antonio, beginning with you, and as briefly as you could, please.
I'll be as much...
You can see our ticking clock there.
I can see that, so I'll be as much brief as possible. So, yeah, I mean, the Trump question, it's a $1 million question, I would say, because during the pre-election presidential period, we saw that he made a statement that if he's re-elected, he will swiftly proceed with cutting the American military support to Ukraine. And this has been, frankly speaking, the main reason why European and other allies of Ukraine are seeking long-term support, to secure long-term support for Ukraine, having in mind that the Trump second term would likely revocate that American support. So we see that, of course, the Biden administration has recently extended long-term security guarantees to Ukraine. And, of course, after the approval by Congress of aid of more than $60 billion aid to Ukraine. And what is also important in the NATO context, NATO countries have moved swiftly in over plans in taking over from the United States in coordinating military trade, military aid to Ukraine. A move, frankly speaking, that has been viewed as an attempt to Trump-proof the Western aid to Ukraine. So, yeah, the challenge is great, but from our side, I mean, the European Union is also taking its steps forward, especially when it comes to gaining greater defense autonomy, greater strategic autonomy, and that's why discussions are underway within European institutions for Europe to defend more, to spend more in its defense, because at the end of the day, we have to be in a position to maintain our integrity and our life of thinking, and of course, we have to be in position to contribute to the sustainability and to the territorial integrity of key allies and friends like Ukraine.
Thank you, Roderick.
Yes, very brief. What was the task of Trump 8 years ago? What was his main demand? 2% in defense and a more agile economy. Well, we have achieved with more than 20 NATO states now the 2% investment of GDP, some even more, especially the Baltic states, the northern and eastern European states. Mission accomplished. Second, I believe it is of utmost importance to make the Americans clear, bipartisan, that without a European partner being accepted and being handled with care, the Americans will lose impact in the world. And third, we Europeans have to understand that we have to invest more in our own resilience, that we have to combine resilience with welfare. It's not a contradiction, it's a combination. And by having said that, I believe that we should make clear that the security of each single NATO member has the same value as the security of Canada or the United States. And then we should be open for Ukraine. And in the long run, we should be open for negotiations with Russia after Ukraine has restored its territorial integrity. Thank you.
Roderick, thank you. And the very final brief word goes to you, Dima.
Yes, Shashank, you asked me a question about the erosion of nuclear taboo. I think that's a super important issue to put on the agenda. That's an unprecedented historical development, another one. We're looking at what could be called unbearable lightness of the nuclear talk around the world, both in Russia in Europe, in the United States, we have never experienced anything like that during the Cold War and during the nuclear era in general. It might have ramifications to decision-making on the strategic level and also on the level of nuclear operators. It just produces an intellectual climate, a decision-making entourage, if you wish, when use of nuclear weapons is much more imaginable than ever before in human history. Also within the broader populations beyond their decision-making circles of strategic communities. This is unheard of, and it's a very important known unknown. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that very cheerful note, I wonder if you would join me in thanking our very distinguished and insightful panel.
Thank you very much for very important session. Thank you. ועכשיו נעבור לראיון אחד על אחד שאליו אני מבקשת להזמין
And I wish to invite to the stage
אלוף במיל עמוס גלעד, ראש המכון למדיניות
head
ואסטרטגיה,
of the Institute
יושב
for
ראש
Policy and
סדרת כנסי
Strategy,
הרצליה, אוניברסיטת
chair of this series of conferences here in Reichman University, and he will interview chair of the Histadrut, Arnon Bar David. Hello to everyone. I won't be exaggerating when I say that we are in a historic moment, and I'm very glad to host the chair of the Histadrut here, and now it's 11, because had we done it earlier, that would have been a different age in Israel, because the Supreme Court ruling opens up a new age here in the state of Israel. The public importance, I would say the strategic importance, is one of the major reasons we invited Mr. Arnon Bar David, chair of the General Organization of Workers in Israel, to speak. It's not the first time he's been invited to speak. I'm going to try and be very brief. We will begin, of course, with this historic ruling that relates to the fact that Israel is in the midst of this time of distress and war. There's no exit strategy. We're just getting more involved and mired in the mud. And what usually we're interested in is security, but when you are dealing with real security, all of these other matters rise to the top. That 9 judges today with 0 opposition depends that there should be an enlistment and mandatory enlistment demand on all citizens of Israel, and the ultra-Orthodox are included in that, is a major decision. And I now refer us to you, sir, Mr. Bar David. Good morning to everybody. Good morning, Amos. Well, this is a historic time, not just now, not just recently. This is historic in every parameter. I remember last year, we were in a different hall here, but last year's conference, and I see a direct line from last year to this very moment today. I think the writing was on the wall, as it were. We were talking a year ago about the fact that we are on the brink of a time, a terrible time. Everybody knew it. Everybody saw it coming. That was a year ago. That was after the Gallant scandal and the attempts for legislative reforms, judicial reforms, and we saw that there was a real dangerous event here, and we were talking about it at the time, and it happened. The attack of October 7 is a direct outcome of the last year and a half of just derelict conduct of this government in every level and parameter. We're talking about that. We'll talk about that later. This has happened, this behavior by the government, and that's what's so painful. The most painful to me is the polarity in Israeli society, the fact that there's a rift the fact that everybody's in their own camp, the feeling that half of this nation, or even more, understands that something terrible is happening and nothing is being done. Terrible feeling, and nobody stopped it. And now, we have to get out of this. We have to look for decisions. We have to make decisions. And is anybody making a decision? Nobody's making decisions. Look, guys, I'm not the Prime Minister. Please, I am not the Prime Minister. I don't make the government's decision, and not at us. We ask what we can do as a public. Wait, this is a historic moment, ladies and gentlemen, and we should hear what head of the Histadrut has to say. But the context today requires that we listen to him for a moment. Please don't interrupt. It doesn't help anything. In the reverse. This is a leader. Arnon is a leader. We should hear what he has to say, specifically now on the basis of his own personal appraisals and assessments, particularly in what's happened in the last few years. This disruption doesn't help anyone, so please, and if we could please take down these signs, please. It is unnecessary. It's okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's all okay, but I just want to say to everyone, because I embrace you all, I do. And I am a person of the state of Israel. I'm one of everyone. But I'm not the Prime Minister. Keep that in mind. I am chairman of the Histadrut. If you look back historically, never the Histadrut was required in any war, in any operation, anything. Was never required to operate force in state matters. We are the Histadrut. We're not the Prime Minister's office. So please, we saw this in the Gallant scandal. I don't have a lot of armaments in my toolbox. I don't have arsenal here. I am head of the Histadrut. Gallant was a cosmic shift. It was a one-time event. If there's such a one-time event yet again, we'll see. But at the moment we are trying in this time of war, in this economical state with strikes. I mean, there's so many. We're not going to bring back the hostages through this, and we're not going to bring down this government through strikes. We will have to look to other alternatives, other manners, in order to be able to really use the Histadrut's power where it can be effective. Don't expect me to strike and put a general strike, because the Histadrut is one of the last organized entities in the state of Israel that is functioning and working. Don't just put pressure on me for no reason. I know what I need to do with my organization. And by the way, I know where I'm taking my organization. I said this in September, just a month before, on Rosh Hashanah holidays, before the war. I know where I'm supposed to go. I know where I'm taking this organization. I don't know where the Prime Minister is taking his leadership of the State of Israel. You can give that as a caption shop, because he's taken us to the very precipice of doom. So please, patience. This is a time to make decisions. We'll talk about the enlistment of the ultra-Orthodox sector, and that really is the trigger on which everything lies here at the moment, and everything may explode and blow up. I understand the context, but I think what we need to do now, and I've been saying this for a long time, what we need to do is immediately determine an election day. We have to determine a date for elections. What is unclear here? I don't understand what's unclear. There was election. We had an election campaign on discussions. There were Gallant and Bibi Netanyahu discussions. We knew how to have election campaigns over everything. Now we kind of an early election because of what? Because it's a war. Look, let's have elections at the end of the year. Fine. But let's calm down and settle down the public. The public of Israel must be assured, and the Prime Minister has to understand he is Prime Minister of all of Israel and not only half of Israel. And the Prime Minister has to understand and see the public that protests and is hurting and is looking for alternatives. And the only way to bring us down a moment of calm and give us some respite is to determine a date for early elections. What we'll do, it will calm things down immediately. Secondly, we can have a trade deal for our hostages finally. We can bring back displaced people to their homes. We can start rehabilitating Israel. We must start to recover as a country, because we in Israel are going from one terrible situation to the next, and we can't see an end in sight. And now, let me say, in regards to the Supreme Court, the court ruling in regards to the draft of the ultra-Orthodox to the army, we have to look at this ruling. Obviously, we are all very grateful to hear of this news. And we very much, of course, appreciate people who study Bible studies and Torah studies. But what we need, really, are soldiers. And what we need to build our strength in the IDF, and what we need is to give the IDF everything it needs in order to maintain us and our security. The state of Israel is surrounded by enemies. Who is that? Danny yelling out at me? Danny, please. Please, Danny. That's not related. Gallant was a one-time deal. I talked about, it was a very important moment. I'm sorry, I can't hear the person from the audience. Do you want to, I mean, really interrupt me like you do everybody? That's not a... Look, yes, chair of the Histadrut has a tough life. I understand. I'm going to be attacked from the left and the right. I'm going to be attacked. Why don't you declare a general strike? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Look, I manage a huge organization of hundreds of thousands of people in a very difficult situation, the worst situation I have known in my career. We're doing what we can responsibly. I meet with everybody, with all of the protest groups, with the families of the hostages, unlike what Danny is saying. No, we have met with everybody, are in contact with everybody, and we are trying to maintain Israel's economy and to see it continue to function and have enough money for this country to manage the war. Now, in regards to the court ruling, of course, this is a happy moment in the sense that this is a good decision, but that's the name of the game. How do we deal with this situation? We have to look at the exact ruling of the court and what they intend to do specifically, because the government may try to obfuscate and go around this court ruling and continue with the ridiculous numbers that it spouts, 1,000, 2,000 soldiers, their draft, ridiculous number. I believe that the enlistment law brings us back all together, religious, secular, right, left. We all must demand from the government to enforce this court ruling, so the ultra-Orthodox young men that can be enlisted, so that the IDF be a place of equality, of service, be a service of equality, and also to build the force of the state of Israel. And therefore this court ruling is historic, is important, and on this foundation we will see, Amos, how we move forward, because maybe it'll be a situation of protest that will cross boundaries, and we'll see what the government does and how it responds after the court ruling. Danny, you're constantly disrupting. I allowed you to talk. We've tried to. I'm really asking you to stop interrupting. When you look at this very complex security situation and the fact that you are connected to it in every level, how do you see the economic, strategic horizon of Israel in regards to the kind of leadership we have, or in fact do not have in Israel at the moment? It could be a very dismal future. On the other hand, we may have opportunities. It depends on leadership, the government, and the kind of decisions that are made. How do you see it concretely now, and how you prepare for it as head of the Histadrut? That's a big question, a broad question. When the war started, on the second day, I had one major goal: to see that the economy keeps running, that factories keep working, that our security needs are met through, that municipalities keep functioning, food keep flowing, the trains keep running, that the ports keep operating. I toured one place to the next to make sure everything is in fact operational, that the economy is functioning, that the state of Israel can manage this wartime economy. And I think that in this case, I see the economic data, I see the numbers, and in terms of the management of monies, collection of monies, we are doing okay. The problem is the government is spending this money in a wrong way, and that's really my major complaint, and that's where I have a conflict with this government. I mean, knowing that you are giving $700 million in 2023 budget surpluses, instead of putting it in the war effort, you put it in coalition funds. I mean, Amos? We are all, our hearts are with the hostages. And I call on the government to agree to a trade deal so that we can also bring the war to an end. I understand this is maybe not the most popular opinion. We have to bring the hostages on. The Hamas and Gaza aren't going anywhere. They're going to stay. So we will have to deal with them for many years to come. They're not going anywhere. They have the border with Egypt. They're not going to come work for us. That's it. It's over. So we can, right now, pause the war. We can do what needs to be done. And with this agreement to bring the hostages home first. And to bring our northern border to a situation, come and do the big deal that we are all waiting for with the Saudis. And the next round with the Hamas will happen, and then maybe we'll come to terms with them and deal with them later. We all understand that. We'll have to deal with the Hamas at some point. Friends, I said initially, I'm not the Prime Minister. There is a Prime Minister. I am chairman of the Histadrut. I have done and will continue to do everything I can in order to make this reality that I've described possible. If you give us a personal remark, a personal message, what do you expect to happen now in the immediate future and maybe the more remote future? In regards to, let's look to the future, if that could be our final. But I asked you not to ask questions, so no, you will not ask a question, no. No, there have been enough interruptions, no. You can apologize. You can ask me later any questions you want. Just ask me later. I'm sorry, I can't hear the speaker from the audience. Look, I'm going to ask you to stop. No, please don't be rude. You've interrupted. I've asked you not to continue. Your question is not in relation to what we're talking about today. Israel is struggling to maintain its security and struggling to get out of this war. But the question of anti-Semitism is not relevant to this particular session. And we determine in this conference what is the issue to be spoken about, and that's not part of this session. Amos, I think the most important thing that needs to be done now is to determine a date for elections. That is the beginning of Israel's recovery. Without elections, we cannot recover. We cannot have the day after. We cannot get out of the crisis. We have to have early elections. And it doesn't have to be tomorrow morning. And please don't tell me there's a war. We can be determined for January or December or whatever. But it must be determined. Elections must be set so that we can bring Israel to a point of decision. That's first. We must end with a trade deal for the hostages and end this war. We have to have an agreement with the Saudis, and through that to try to recover and to recover our deterrence capabilities. Another thing, we have to manage our relations and recover our relations with the Americans. We can't be dependent on the US on the one hand, accept their weapons, embrace President Biden when he comes here, and on the other hand, attack him when he doesn't send us exactly what we want, exactly as we wanted. No, this is not the way to conduct things. We cannot manage these strategic difficulties with Iran and other matters without having the US at our side as our colleagues, as our comrades. And I don't understand where we're taking Israel-US relations in these last few months. I don't understand it. This must be managed. These three things must be addressed. And through that, maybe we'll have hope for a better future. You're asking me what next? We have to reboot Israel. Everything that's being said, nothing is working. Every day we wake up, we see another title in the newspapers, another scandal about the submarines now, yesterday, everything that's going wrong. Look, I said this last year, ministries are ineffective. There's no government ministry that is working. Until you appoint somebody, it takes forever. There are replacements and substitutes. We are clutching the Israeli economy in both hands. Through the good work relations and labor relations that we have with the trains and with the industry, we are holding Israel's economy in our own hands. And please, we need help. So for the benefit of the state of Israel, we have to look at Israel's long-term interest. And with all of the critiques that I have to manage the Histadrut, manage all of the workers, and manage the fact that the economy has to keep running. With that powerful message, message to us all, thank you, Arnon Bar David, and we will meet yet again. And now we break. Thank you so much. Thank you, dear friends. We will now move to a one-on-one interview with Chair of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee. Amos, you remain in your seat as interviewer, and the honor to invite Knesset member Yuli Edelstein, Chair of the Knesset Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee. If you would please join us. You said you wouldn't speak to anybody wearing a patch. I'm wearing a patch. Will you talk to me? Will you talk to me? I'm wearing a patch for the hostages. Can you see? He left the room when I came to speak before the Knesset Foreign Affairs Committee. He left the room.
You did politics on my expense. You did politics over my back, and now I'll do it over your back. How about that? A politician. You can influence from inside the Likud, and you're not doing that. How dare you sit here? The extremists from your government are stealing this country. You were a prisoner of Zion, but now you should be a prisoner in Zion for your corruption. You let my people go. We believed in you that you could do something. You should be a prisoner in Zion. That's your entire career. You were a prisoner of Zion. What have you ever done for this country? Except for bringing October 7th to us. What have you ever done? Thank you. Hello everyone. This is a very difficult time. It's a very challenging time, and I think there's no one more suitable. But hold on. You've spoken over half the conference. I'm sorry, you've said what you said. We now want to hold an important discussion. I'm sorry, you spoke a lot. Danny, I let you speak. I would like to thank you for everything you've done and said. I'd like to take this historic opportunity with the person most apt about a topic that has to do with the security of this country, the foundations of this country's security at the backdrop of the ruling of the High Court of Justice. And now I'd like to give the floor to Yuli Edelstein, who's a member of Knesset, chair of the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee. And this is the exact timing that he's here. We didn't even plan for it. And please, no interruptions and heckling. It doesn't contribute to anything. Thank you, Amos. Actually, we were supposed to start at 11 when the ruling of the High Court of Justice was issued. I just saw the ruling now. People ask me what my response was. My response is that today at 6 p.m. the committee will convene for its third meeting to talk about the national security or security service law, and there's nothing new in the ruling. I even knew before the ruling that there was a war going on in Israel. Of course, I knew that there was a shortage of personnel in the IDF, significant shortage. I don't think anybody is any longer talking about a smart and a small and smart army, but now we need to try and aim for agreement. How in practice can the IDF start drafting population groups that have not served significantly until now, that did not share the burden, and that's why I'm sorry, sir, you cannot terrorize all the people here and manage this on your own. You've spoken, I've given you the opportunity to speak, I like you, but you cannot in such a manner take over an entire conference. I would like to ask you, with all due respect, to stop interrupting. It's becoming intolerable. We have tremendous identification with you and the hostages, and I've known you for quite some time, and I truly love you, but you cannot take over and ruin an entire conference. The chair of the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee, what he says here is not important just to the people sitting in this hall. This is being live streamed, and I'd like to ask you to stop heckling from now on until the end of this interview. We cannot have one person taking over. I'm sorry, this is even harming you, and I'd like to ask you, you've spoken, and now please stop interrupting. Thank you very much. I truly thank you and appreciate you, and I love you. Go ahead, please. The committee will continue to discuss and hopefully will manage to reach the wording. As for the principles, I don't think I'm going to surprise you. I've said this at the beginning of the discussions. I would like to hear what are the demands and the needs of the IDF. It's not that I don't know, but I'd like to hear that from the Chief of General Staff or the head of adjutancy, what are the real needs. Another thing I'd like to hear is how are they preparing to do it. I don't want to hear a warning like what the ruling was. Everybody needs to be drafted. Oh, okay, but what do I say to reservists who did reserve duty for 160 days and now he's received another call-up notification? I'd like to say to that reservist and their wives come to me and they say we can't take it anymore. In a month or two or more people will join and they'll be ready for action in a matter of several months, but now I can at least promise that next year he'll have to do less reserve duty. I can tell the mother of a conscript soldier that instead of a letter of discharge, they receive a call up for reserve duty the day they finish their service. I can tell them that next year there will be others to share the burden. And that's the direction in the committee, and there is a majority for that. And when people asked yesterday, what's the position of the ultra-Orthodox parties, I said this, it's on the record, it's on the air. I am not chasing anyone. I'm not going to chase any other party. The last time I checked, the ultra-Orthodox parties don't have a majority in the Knesset. Do you know why things never happen? Because people always have, improvements. They always know what's best, what needs to be done, what hasn't been done, with slogans and demagogy. But excuse me, if the approach is practical regarding the demands, the requirements of the State of Israel, and not just the security establishment, there will be true contribution to sharing the burden and for the people who have not just contributed over the past 8 months, but for many years now. Maybe the general population in Israel doesn't know this, but the chair of the Knesset Committee for Foreign Affairs and Security, and Yuli, whom I know, has a unique vantage. He knows both what the threats over Israel are. I think that the late Prime Minister Sharon once said, wow, now I'm in the cabinet and I know less than what I knew in the subcommittee for Intel Affairs. Yes, I agree. I was also on that committee. And now, as the chair of the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee and the coordinator of the subcommittee, the security establishment that the committee is responsible for, he's exposed to all the knowledge. If there's one person who knows what are the threats over Israel, that's the chair of the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee, Yuli. And if we talk about the threat, had we spoken a year ago, we did speak a year ago, and then situation was very different. What do we look like? What's the situation with the threats? What the preparedness? Of course, do not divulge any military secrets. And how does that come together with the historic occasion that you're in charge of? It's very important because it's important not to turn it into an AWOL law, a law of abandoning their responsibility, because what they need to do now is serve this country. Thank you. First of all, I truly agree with what you said at the end, and once again, I'd like to say there are two types of Israeli bluffs. One type of Israeli bluff, Isra bluff, is to say, yeah, this year we're going to recruit 20 years, next year 30 years, the year after 40 years. That's Isra bluff. And another kind of bluff is to say we're going to recruit everyone tomorrow. It's the same bluff, but maybe the constituency likes to hear that. I also think that this is a historic moment, and I truly hope that we'll be able to do so. I don't have all the power. I don't have 61 votes in the Knesset. I don't intend to strike political deals. I'll submit a good bill according to the needs that could truly lead towards an equal burden, and people can choose based on their consciousness how they vote, not according to the coalitionary discipline or the party line. As for the map of threats, I've started saying this, and don't play naive because you're familiar with it just as well as I am, if not even more familiar. But I've said that all the talk about a small and smart army that's behind us, it's completely obvious that the military, as far as its request for Orbat and personnel, has a very just demand. Where do we see that? I haven't heard that there's a major shortage of soldiers in the special units that do the wonderful and amazing things, sometimes even releasing hostages when that works out, and special ops both in the north and the south. But there are certain tasks where there's a lot of personnel required, and the threats, if we're talking about the change in the map of threats, they're relatively new. I'd like to say something. Anybody who bought in the Sharon region, not far from here, a nice detached home with a lawn and a backyard and a dog and everything, the last thing they ever thought about are security threats. They simply wanted to improve their quality of life with a nice home, with a lawn and neighbors. But today, the seam line, the border area with Tulkarem and other places, it's a real threat. So we need a lot of personnel. People don't all have to be, you know, top-notch commando fighters, but they need to go through some basic training to receive an M16 to be able to patrol and be ready. These are the needs related directly to the conscription law, and this will make better forces available. I don't want to see the Golani or Givati brigades there. We need people who can handle simpler missions. As for the general map of threats, like you said, not to divulge secrets, so I don't think that this will be news to the people sitting here. They're probably all following the news, but every day that passes in the north, let's say 2 or 3 months ago, had you interviewed me, I would have said, in contrast to what's popular to say, maybe there is still a chance to reach some kind of an agreement with the pressure of the French or Amos Hochstein, and to get a certain pause or lull and make sure that the Hezbollah is driven far enough from the border. But I think with every day that passes, the chances for that are reduced. The escalation are quite visible. You don't need to be a great military expert to see that. I was along the northern border yesterday and I met with mayors and their local residents and the IDF. Look, the mood is not that they'll all come back tomorrow if only we achieve an agreement. I think that we'll need to reach some kind of a closure to the operations in the north, because we're not going to fight on two fronts, and we will will free ourselves up to handle the Hezbollah and anybody else who doesn't allow the residents of the north to return to their homes, because no proper functional country can allow such regions to be evacuated for so long. So that's the map, and of course the head of the snake is Iran. Obviously they have devised a very good apparatus of their proxies along our borders, and that leads us to the next topic, which is Israel's international status, which is a very important thing. Sometimes I make a comparison. I think it was 2 weeks ago, I was in the peace summit on the war in Ukraine, and somebody said, you know, not much came out of it, nothing practical came out of it. And I said, well, you know, as an Israeli, I definitely want to see, I think it was approximately 70 heads of states or prime ministers, and in addition 30 delegations on ministerial levels, and identify with us. I wish we would have that, even if nothing comes out of it. So it's very important to mobilize a comprehensive world public opinion, and not to just ask if we have the right missiles. Warning letters were sent yesterday by the Commission of Inquiry on the submarine. I don't want to ask on the personal aspect, but what comes out there, that there were certain flaws in the work process and how to plan. You've mentioned that. We're preparing here for some very powerful threats, even though they're not new. Do you intend to re-examine the entire security concept? And what especially grabbed my attention in the notes, I'm ignoring what issue was lettered to whom, but the issue that comes up here, that there's something truly flawed in the system. And let's say a submarine. A submarine is something very important, definitely. But every submarine costs 2 billion shekels to the Israeli taxpayer. You can invest it in other places in the army, in the ground forces. So are you planning anything on that general level? or a higher level. Look, one thing that is well known, that the State of Israel doesn't have any official national security concept document. The US, for example, publishes its security concept once a year. Not that every time there's something completely new there, but it shows you where they place an emphasis, what they wish to pay attention to. Maybe it's high time Gadi Eisenkot, who's a member of the committee, tells me that there were some attempts to write such a document in the past. We've started compiling some materials. We've spoken with him and with others. Right now, as long as there is no such a document, we're trying to check anything that's expensive, like you said, when in money terms and procurement, and which is a long-standing commitment, long-term commitment. For example, I'm not going to get into the content of the discussions, but to discuss more squadrons, new squadrons. We had a very serious discussion on that, because right now I haven't decided yet, and I'm not going to say it on the stage anyhow whether or not we need it, but we need to see what are the needs, because it's a commitment for many years into the future, a commitment of the security budget, and we need to check once again. I'm going back to the same point. Sometimes, as we've seen, low-tech can beat high-tech, so we need to prepare for that option as well. Your position is important, even though I can tell you what it is before you speak. What do you have to say about the U.S. in the context of Israel's national security at the backdrop of certain things that have been said? Your clarification about the importance of these relations is very important, because you have a very unique vantage point. I think that this relationship is very, very important. This is not an easy or simple situation. An election year is an election year, and you have politicians in the U.S. as well, and it's very difficult for politicians in an election year to see something that's happening thousands of miles away from their country, when what's at stake is whether they or their party or their administration are going to continue to remain in power. But we need to maintain the dialogue in every possible way, as you've alluded to. I do know what's the context of these meetings, what comes up, and now the Minister of Defense is there about to visit his journey there, and with all the meetings he held, and we also meet with our counterparts, and there are about 10 counterparts for my position, because they have various committees, 5 in the Congress, 5 in the Senate, so we're in dialogue. And I think that there are two things that are very important to mention. One is direct assistance to the State of Israel, according to our needs in these areas that unfortunately have now become part of public discourse, and it's a shame. But even moreover, and I don't think that we've done enough work on this topic in recent years, and that's to show that in the polarized world that we see there is no illusion. I think that we're come out of the illusion that we can be in several poles. We need unequivocally to be on the side of the good guys, and I'm saying this, I'm using this term unabashedly, and Russia, I don't think Russia wants to obliterate the State of Israel. That's not too urgent, but the war in Ukraine is very important to them. The Iranians, they couldn't care less about the Ukraine, but what they want is to destroy the Zionist entity, and they're rushing to get there. But on this axis, they'll always help each other, as we see. But on the other side, regretfully, each country has its own theory. You've seen it with the Congress now. Half of them want to give assistance to Israel and not to the Ukraine, and the other half wants the exact opposite. And I think the most important task is to formulate the evil of goodness, the axis of goodness, and not the axis of evil in Israel. Even we need to pay a tactical price. It's important that Israel makes sure that it is at the heart of this center, the axis of goodness. You're a very busy man, sir. In an unprecedented historic period, the a law for a national service is a very important one, and we need additional things. I mean, we're running out of time. We need an immediate release yesterday, not yesterday, 9 months ago, of all the hostages. I wish you the best of luck, because your success is our success. We will act and we will succeed, God willing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now I am honored to invite Brigadier General in Reserves Aviv Tamir, the head of Israel and Strategy Department in the Israel Aerospace Industries, and he will talk about national security challenges in the view of evolving threats. Hello, everyone. After this profound introduction that's been made between us, I'd like to use the short time I have in order to focus my own perspective on three main areas. One is the security situation of the State of Israel as of today following October 23, and I'll try to do so with a reference to the challenges of October 1973. I'm talking about the security challenges, the national challenges, and based on these two, what should we focus on as responses in order to establish the capabilities of the State of Israel as it faces these threats and these challenges? And I'd like to say that the first topic, the main topic, is to understand the depth of the problem we're currently facing. And it's not just knowing about it, it's understanding it. And if we don't really understand and internalize it, the chances that we will provide the right responses at the right time are quite slim. So I'm going to invest a bit more time in explaining that than the other items. So if we're talking about October of 1973, you can see the axis of capabilities here facing the timeline. And then later I'll make the comparison to October of 2023. And the capabilities I'm talking about here are the capabilities of the State of Israel in the military sphere, with respect to the enemies or challenges that we had. And this shows how prepared we are in comparison to the challenges. It means that before the surprise in 1973, we were prepared for the challenges of two armies, the Egyptian army, the Syrian army. The surprise led to this, but after 3 weeks, we managed to reach decisive victory over enemy armies, not just in the sense of deterrence, but in the sense that we were no longer facing an enemy. We achieved that after 3 weeks, and that's a very good and balanced place when we think about Israel's capabilities versus the enemy's capabilities. We did not go back to the same capabilities because we used them during the war, but the enemy was at a lower point, and that means we're on the right track, on the right in the right place. This event ended, and the State of Israel and its neighboring countries went home to think what to do next, how they're going to progress on the security level from now on. But that's not the situation in October of 2023. In October 2023, we can see that the variety of challenges we face, it's not just Hamas, it's a pretty broad variety, and I'll show it like this. This is not in order to scare you, it's just so that you're aware of the situation, so that we can provide the right responses, the right solutions. So it looks quite scary, this image, but it's not here to scare you. It's here because I want you to know the situation, and this great monster, it's not as scary. It actually has a lot of weakness points, but we can see all the proxies that it's using against us. So this is the variety of threats or challenges that we encountered, and you can see these in these green and red rectangles which describe the image I showed you earlier. The interesting point is that the characteristics of the threats that we're facing are not similar. Some of them are similar, most of them are not similar to the challenges that we faced in 1973. I'm not going to detail them. You can see it's rockets, Hamas, terror organizations, aerial defense missiles. These are not proper armies like we had in the past. And we reached October 2023 with capabilities that were a bit lower than what we were supposed to encounter, than what I think that the State of Israel should be. It means that from the outset, we started out with an insufficient response in our force design with respect to all these challenges. And then Black October came and we were attacked by Hamas. We weren't attacked by all the challenges. Indeed, it's the same muscle, the same finger out of the greater circle. And after 8 months, even a bit longer, that's the given situation. We've managed to destroy so far approximately 35 to 40% of the capabilities of the Hamas organization, and we hardly confronted them on all the rest, a little bit with Hezbollah, a bit with Iran, but mostly our main focus has been Hamas. The State of Israel, both militarily and politically, has been focused on Hamas, and we've managed to annihilate or destroy 35% of the power of Hamas. And Hamas is only 7 to 10% of all the challenges. So that's our situation right now. So, and if we understand that, then we'll know what we have to do. The time that's passed over these 8 months, it's a given. I cannot change that. But the time that it'll take us, and you can see this on the timeline, the time it will take us to reach the abilities we need with the challenges we're facing, it will take us however long it takes. You cannot rush, French fries to be ready quicker. We need to wait. And when it's ready, it's ready. But now that we understand the depth of the problem, we should also understand that wherever there's a question mark, I call it the sphere of decision. And the earlier we decide, as long as we make the right decision, it means that we'll be prepared earlier with the capabilities, with optimal preparation of the capabilities needed to face these challenges and threats. And that's the important part, and that's my main message here. One, we are at a different point, at a different place, because the characteristics of the threats are different, and the force design wasn't optimal when we think about all the threats. It should be optimal. It can be optimal as long as it won't be at the right time, but it should be as short as possible and to provide a response to all these options. I'm not talking about use of force. I'm talking about force buildup and the decision and the ability to use that force. That's the current situation. And in order to further explain,
and so we'll talk about this timetable, this clock. Do you know this clock? This is in Tehran from 2015. It's not exactly a clock, but it counts the day, and in 2040 it's supposed to reach 0. And then, according to the Iranis, the State of Israel will stop existing. This is their plan. That's their clock from 2015. It's been there. I don't know how much they believed in this or didn't, but if we take the last carbon from Aisi, before the plane crashed, thank God, then I think it reflects that they understand that our eradication is possible. In fact, they even may think that they can bring the timeline closer. But I think here, this may be their mistake, because their patience used to be their strength. And I actually see that the tables can be turned on them. But it's not just us and Iran in this world. You can see the correspondence every day, every week. But at least Europe, you can look at what the UK is saying. They stopped investigating World War II, and they're now preparing for World War III. So we're not alone in our needs in the world. The situation is a lot bigger than just Israel and Iran. And the problem is not just here, it's in a lot of places. But if I wasn't clear enough, I don't know if you're familiar with this. I didn't draw this. This is in a Palestinian plaza in Iran, on their buildings, in a place that used to be the building of the Israeli embassy. It's written in Hebrew. I didn't translate it for you. It's Hebrew writing is there, over there in Tehran. And it's not written for the people in Tehran, obviously, who can't read it. It's for us in Hebrew. Because and then they wrote it in Hebrew. Just to be clear, for the Israeli public, this is a changing expo in Tehran. We have exhibitions in museums. This is their little exhibit. Now, for me, the Iranian, I have a lot of respect for the Iranian people, for their capabilities. I think they're not any lesser or inferior to anybody else's. But I don't understand the Iranian sense of humor, and I don't think that this was said in a real, trying to be funny. I don't think it was an attempt to be funny. I want you to have a sense of the scope of this problem, where we are, where we stand. And I hope I succeeded in demonstrating that. In contrast, we have operational national needs that are not directly related to, the 7th of October. And I would like to say a little bit about those things before we can tackle what kind of possible solutions I believe Israel can apply. First of all, our naval territory, our ability to, impact us, it impacts our infrastructure, it impacts our economic capabilities, and it also impacts our ability to maintain our naval borders. The second is, of course, defending our borders, particularly, generally, and also particularly against terrorist armies, such as the Hamas, and other additional militaries that are growing as we speak in Iraq, in Syria, and they'll come one day. The Houthis as well are also a potential of a threat for the state of Israel one day, and they have 150 to 300,000 people, mostly that just want to fight. They're a militia. So protecting our borders, I believe, is vital. It's the real physical ability to protect us on ground, at sea, and below ground, and in the air, to stop infiltration to the state of Israel. Finally is our fire threat on the state of Israel, the missiles. You can hear this in the news. We can see this kind of missile, that kind of missile. I'm not going to reference them specifically, just talking about the missile threat. This is a threat that we have from our closer proximity, but also from farther regions. And the importance here is not just think that it's enough to stop damage and killing in the state of Israel, but also to allow Israel as a country to maintain its normal functions and to be able to deal with future difficulties which are more accurate and longer range missiles. Next, Iran and its nuclear threat were one and the same for many years. Well, that's the wrong way to look about it. The nuclear power has to be dealt with on one level, the nuclear threat. But Iran threatens Israel, and I showed this earlier. Iran threatens Israel not only in terms of its nuclear power, but in other respects as well. And we saw that Iran is building its strength, not only its own strength domestically, but also via its proxies. But there are also other things that Iran is doing, and an involvement. I saw this to you earlier. So we need a systematic form of address to deal with Iran, just as we used to have against Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. It's true that Iran is more remote, but that doesn't mean that we don't need to protect ourselves against them. It's a bigger challenge, but we still need to deal with it. These are a range of threats, but there, as you can see, and in addition to the land and subterranean threats, I'm not going to delve into the specifics. I think they're self-explanatory. But what I do want to show here is that after we've given you a situational assessment, after we've seen how things stand since October 23 and the difficulties and challenges that we face generally, I mean, crying about how difficult things are is not a good response. We need a work plan. I can tell you, of course, certainly from my perspective, that the state of Israel can build its capabilities in to face any one of these challenges that I've listed, and it can do so on its own. We have the capabilities to deal with all of these things on the condition that it takes the right track at the right time. It doesn't mean that the state of Israel should deal with Iran alone. We need to be able to be capable of dealing with them alone. Hopefully we won't be alone, and hopefully by the time we have to face them, there'll be a coalition. Now, 1 minute about the trends and possible solutions. I'm not going to specify everything here, first of all, because we don't have time. Secondly, because this is not the right forum. But I would like to talk about the environment of how we create from all of these avenues of approach a plan that will give Israel stability and a way to deal with its enemies. First of all, I'd like to address the issue of the missile threat to Israel. You can see that this is I think that a policy of the state of Israel should be, as a sovereign state, that no missiles be allowed to enter our territories. They can only be brought here 3 ways. Either you have a visa, or that you have flight permits, or you have land or sea permits. In the past, when tanks threatened us, we didn't have tank battles within the territories of Israel. When there were planes against us, Air Force against us, then we attacked them in their territories, and we brought them down in their territories. We didn't allow them to infiltrate our airspace. Missiles should be addressed the same. The fact that it's more difficult, it's a different challenge, doesn't mean we don't have to tackle it. In the other matters, what I'd like to say, because they're telling me that I'm almost out of time. Okay, I'm going to ignore the clock for just a moment. I would say I have so much to say about all of these things, but I have to be focused on security. And I'll show that security doesn't stand alone. It's in a much broader context. But I would like to say a couple of things that appear here. The multidisciplinary approach is a matter in which 1 and 1 don't equal 2, they equal 3. I have to take all of the ranges of possibilities, air, land, and sea, and space, and we don't have the luxury of not using all of these battlefronts against our enemies. I have to take all of these elements of defense and attack, and all of the elements and our technological capabilities, collate them and to turn them into one multi-system, where all of these elements that I note here don't produce 1 and 1 to 2, but rather are a force multiplier. This is not only a technological matter, but the question of bringing in a multidisciplinary approach, an interdisciplinary, interoperable approach. Now the next issue is our preparedness for this year, whether the intensification level goes up or down. The state of Israel doesn't have the privilege only to prepare for war. You know that if you can have a certain intensification of operations between wars, you can prevent sometimes the next war, or at least delay the next war. That should be a priority. Dot and anti-dot, for those of you who are familiar with these terms, you remember Khaled Mashal. But no, I'm talking about creating a competitive advantage, technological advantage, in which you ensure that your enemy cannot intercept your capabilities. So the technological means that you use, you have to see their attack and defense weaknesses and strengths, and you have to collate that into your thought. Finally is the question of contextual supremacy. A chess player, for example, as a metaphor, can't believe that he or she is going to win checkers against a checkers master. That's the asymmetry that I'm talking about. The fact that you're smarter or better in chess doesn't necessarily give you an advantage in another game, which may pose a particular challenge. And if terrorist organizations are attacking us and not organized militaries, then we need to have the capabilities to fight terrorist organizations. We have to maintain that supremacy. If we don't maintain supremacy, then obviously somebody will come against us who will vanquish us. And it cannot be that the state of Israel does not maintain its security superiority against the multitude of threats against us. I believe that all of this is possible, technologically speaking, economically, and in terms of human capital. This is all possible in Israel. We don't have the time to delve into all of the specifics. You have to believe me that I would like to explain it. But behind all of this, there is a lot of research. This is not just a bunch of empty slogans. I'm not paying lip service to our capabilities. I believe this, and it's been researched, and there's a lot of data that supports it in order to show and demonstrate that all of this is in fact feasible. I'm going to summarize now. I'm being asked to conclude. So we talked about the situational assessment and the challenges and which directions as a system we can take. But I can't say this without mentioning the connotations that come in addition to security. Because security doesn't stand alone. We only look to the right side of my little table, but I think the state of Israel, if we look, also has to have not only military might, meaning the ability, the operational ability, but without this envelope of global status, of regional status, and the most important thing that I didn't even mention, which is the internal or domestic resilience of Israel, without that, we are nothing. And without all three, without military might, global status, and our own internal stability, you will not succeed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now we have a one-on-one interview. And I have the honor to invite to the stage Chen Zender, who's a correspondent and anchor in Channel 13. Noah Zender is the younger sister of Chen, who's a 22-and-a-half-year-old who was murdered in the Nova party on the 7th of October while she was sheltering in a mobile shelter next to Kibbutz Re'im. I have the honor to invite Eyal Waldman to the stage, Israel Prize laureate. Israel Prize laureate in entrepreneurship and technological innovation for 2024. His daughter, Danielle, and her partner, Noam Shai, were murdered in the massacre that occurred in the Nova party on October 7. So if you would please join us on stage. Hello, Eyal. Hello to everyone. Thank you for being here. A few moments before we entered, I saw that you met Yoav Kish, Minister of Education. Was there any apology for trying to undermine your Israel Prize candidacy? How much do you deal with this issue today? I mean, I know that in the media we talked about it greatly and justifiably, so the question of the Israel Prize, how much do you think about it today? It's long been behind me. I don't think about it too much anymore. So what do you think about in these days? I think the most difficult thing today is that same government that caused the greatest catastrophe to the state of Israel is still there. They're still in their seats. This extreme right government. And I look at all aspects of this, the security issue, domestic security, education, medicine, thousands of doctors are leaving. The economy, we're losing $1 billion a day. Our external, our international relations, external relations, which are on the collapse. There's no government the government isn't doing anything positive. Everything they're doing is negative. And I'm afraid that our state is on the threshold of collapse, at a no return point. And I talked to Yuli Edelstein previously, and Mr. Kish, and I was talking to Arnon. We have to have elections, and we have to determine what the next government is going to be. And I think Yair Lapid's speech in the Knesset in regards to Netanyahu's remarks is right. We have to determine who Israel's next leaders will be. I hope they won't be corrupt. I hope they're honest people. I hope they take care of all of Israel's citizens and do the right thing. But I do have to mention one thing: the hostages. We're sitting here and talking. We're in an air-conditioned room, and as we sit here, there are 120 hostages. Some of them may be dead, but there are dozens, I hope, dozens that are alive here. And we're not doing anything. We're sitting on our hands. We're not doing anything to bring them back, and I don't think the Prime Minister or this government are working in the right fashion. I mean, we heard of Yuli Edelstein and Kish, we heard their remarks, but I don't see that there are any real intentions behind the remarks. We have to do everything in our power to bring back those hostages, and it doesn't matter what needs to be done. We need to do everything in order to bring them home, and then take the next step. Certainly. What are you doing in these days in order to deal with all of these things you talked about, replacing the government, changing the government, but what else? Well, I have my friend here, Lial Shraga, and we have heard two amazing court rulings. First of all, in regards to the enlistment of the ultra-Orthodox sector, and secondly, in regards to the submarine investigation. I work behind the scenes. We do several things, but the goal at the end of the day is to be positive, to try to see what changes need to be done to make things better. We don't want to harm anybody. We want a burden sharing. We're not against the ultra-Orthodox sector. We want to enlist them and to have them help us. And there's a reserve division. It's not a secret. I re-enlisted to reserve service. I'm not so young, but I re-enlisted to reserve service. I think this is important for all of us to take part, to share the burden, and not allow other people to do 120 days in reserve service and then go back after 120 days. We all, and I'm willing to go back to reserve service. I hope we all, but the religious people, the ultra-Orthodox Jews, they have to understand this is not against them. We're not trying to harm them. The Torah also states that one must defend yourself, defend Israel. But up until now, you haven't ever denied the possibility of entering politics. You said you didn't want to before October 7, but this has been bandied about, this idea. And yesterday there was an interview that you interviewed in Bloomberg. And again, this was coming up, the establishment of a political party in which you are involved. Do you want to tell us about it? Okay. I'm not going to avoid the question. Journalists sometimes write things. I'll tell you exactly what I mean. I personally was less interested in entering politics. This is not some great aspiration of mine. I like my life. But if we see that there is no recourse, that there's no possibility of having an honest and responsible government in Israel, then maybe I will go into politics. I'm not hiding from this. I very much hope, that we will have responsible people who lead this country, and we won't have to enter politics, but if we do. So you're not going to tell us who you've been in contact with? I talk to a lot of people. I don't think that's relevant. I think we have to focus, first of all, on disbanding this Knesset. And after that, we'll have 3 months, maybe 3.5 months, and there'll be other entities that arise, hopefully healthy ones, and then we'll have free elections and finally elect a government which is not extreme right, not extreme left either, but a government that is moderate, that represents the great diversity of sectors in Israel, and that will work for the benefit of all Israel. We built this country 75 years, this amazing country that was constantly on the rise, growing in high-tech, in economy, in medicine, in education. And suddenly we are in this dire spiral downwards. We must stop this downward spiral. We cannot allow extremist right-wing activists to bring us down. We have to have elections. Yesterday, the warning letters of the submarine committee were published, and this is the foundation for a national commission of inquiry, of course. But as we've seen throughout the entire terms, plural, of Netanyahu, he's never, of course, ever established a national commission of inquiry. Are you concerned that this inquiry commission has yet to be established, and the one that's for October 7 will never materialize? It's almost been 9 months since the beginning of this war. 9 months almost since the catastrophe of October 7. We must understand what's happening. I understand that the rumor mills are busy and people are trying to do things and people are trying, but we cannot allow time to continue to drag by. Now we have to investigate what happened on October 7. It's not an investigation committee against the government. It's not an investigation committee against the IDF. It's an investigation to understand how October 7, this horrific catastrophe, could have happened to us in every respect. And the goal is to bring the facts, to seek out the truth, and to bring conclusions. Because every day that drags by and we don't do this, things are forgotten, things are put aside. I don't know why the Prime Minister doesn't establish such an inquiry committee. I mean, I don't understand it. Throughout your life, you've lost many friends. Your uncle, your bereavement and loss have been part of your life. But October 7, you lost your young daughter, Danielle, and her partner. What did you learn about yourself since then? I'm going to talk about other things, if that's okay. I had 8 friends that were murdered, killed through various military operations and wars throughout the years, and also a family member from Nativ HaSara, and my uncle who was killed in El Arish in 1971. I'm named for him. So I've no loss and bereavement. But I was asked what can be done. What can be done? I think now, first of all, in order to release the hostages, sadly, we have to have an agreement with the Hamas, because the Hamas is holding our hostages, and they are the only ones who can release them. And we have to have, how painful it is, however painful, however difficult, our first priority, and yes, our first priority must be to bring the hostages back. Head of director of Melanox said, when you have to finish a deal, every deal has to be, a good deal is when both sides leave, when they've won something but also lost something. You have to have negotiations. We have to have an Arab coalition that takes responsibility, a mandate over an education, even Emirate education to Gaza, bring it until there's no, long direct, and this is the alliance between Egypt, Qatar, Jordan, others, I don't know who I forgot from the list, and a technocratic government that wasn't involved in October 7 to do 6 weeks of a ceasefire, then 4 rounds of returning the hostages, women, children, injured, elderly, citizens, soldiers, and finally the deceased, the bodies, coming finally to an agreement that within 3 months the IDF is leaving Gaza and retreats back to the border, and we have a security margin of 1 kilometer, and then bringing our forces home, whether it's through and working in collaboration with the Arab coalition, of course with the Americans, and then the Palestinian Authority, and take responsibility in terms of security about what's happening in Gaza as we sit on the parade. Bring a body like the UNBF to rebuild Gaza. That will take 2, 4 years, whatever. This coalition has to stay in place 4 or 5 years at least, in order to be responsible for education and to having and slowly we have to move and shift Gaza for the people who live there. We don't have to do it ourselves, Israel. We have to allow others to do so, but we have to bring back our hostages, maintain our borders and perimeter, and rehabilitate life in the south. In regards to the north of Israel, I don't think that will be resolved until we resolve Gaza. We have to resolve the issue of Gaza and then go back to dealing with the north. I think that will be the only realistic possibility. We don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to be very brief. Did you also wait for a phone call from the Prime Minister as El-Shai, the previous Knesset member? No, I knew he wouldn't call. Could you tell me about a call that you did get that surprised you maybe in these last few months? No. But I did meet with the heads of state in Europe and the US, in Arab states, and with Palestinians, and most of the conversations were professional. We put our emotions aside, and we looked at how our future can be built in this geopolitical situation we find ourselves in, and I think those conversations were productive, and I think we can do a lot of positive things with people. That's what we need to focus on. If I put Daniel and my daughter in every conversation, that won't bring us anywhere. Now, I met with 2 Emirate friends of mine, by the way. They are sure that the IDF soldiers are raping women in Gaza. These people are sure that IDF soldiers are raping and murdering Palestinian women in Gaza. Now, it doesn't matter what we say. That's what they believe. And when you talk to them, if you contend them and go head to head with them, they don't believe you because they're being fed this through Al Jazeera and so forth. But we have to find a way to forge ahead. And I always think when I'm negotiating with people, when I'm talking to people, what is in their head and how do I go around that and find a way to make them continue to work with me, to collaborate with me, to get some kind of result which is good for me and good for them in some way, to find some kind of way forward. We brought desalination plants, we can bring desalination plants to Gaza. We've already brought many of these things, electricity, desalination. We can do a lot more things. Let's focus on the positive things. I think our time is over, so I can't continue. Yes, our time is over, but I join your call. Bring back 120 hostages today. Their security and well-being of the IDF soldiers that are still in combat. Yes, amen to all of our soldiers coming home safe. And I hope that we have a leadership, a government in Israel that will be worthy of what we have sacrificed. And I want to give you a warm embrace for the loss and bereavement of your sister as well.
Hello again. We're now honored to host the Minister of Education, member of Knesset, Yoav Kish. I would like to ask you to allow him, okay, we're done with the protest. I'd like him to speak and then we can continue because we do need to respect our guests and let other people speak, even if we disagree with them. Please respect our guests. Let him talk. Excuse me. Don't preach to me. I don't need anybody preaching to me. I invest in whatever I invest. This conference is supposed to reflect. It has a very clear orientation. It gives freedom of expression to anyone. The Minister of Education is an important minister, is a central minister. Listen to him, and then after the conference, you can do whatever you want. I want this to be conducted in a respectable manner. Dignified manner. The Minister of Education, thank you very much. Please, let's stop the protest for now until he finishes speaking. Hello, everyone. I'll actually start with what you said, Amos. Before I walked in, before Eyal Batman walked into the stage, we spoke behind the scenes, and as you can probably understand, there weren't a lot of agreements. I think we disagree on more or less everything, but we spoke. I listened to him, he listened to me, and once again, I don't think I share his views, and neither does he share my views. But there was dialogue, and if there's one thing that's important, and I'm willing to hear questions and answer them. I'm not here just to lecture. That's not my intention. I think it's important to have dialogue and a willingness to listen. That's something important, and we should do so. We are in the midst of a difficult war. I call it our second war of independence. We're doing everything we can in order to bring back the hostages, 120 hostages. We're doing everything. I'd like to tell you that I meet with the families of hostages all the time. I hear their pain, I listen to it, and I'd like to say that this is a challenge shared by this entire nation. We must beat Hamas. We must triumph over them. I'm saying this in the clearest fashion. It's their fault. They're the ones who massacred us on October 7th, and the responsibility for this terrible thing. Look, let him speak. He's a guest of this conference. He's a guest of this university. So please, excuse me, but with all the yelling, we can't even hear what you're saying. Please let the Minister of Education speak. And there can be a dialogue later, but you cannot constantly heckle. We can't even hear what you're saying when you're constantly yelling. We just hear these voices. We don't hear words. So please try and remain quiet. We're facing a tremendous challenge in the north as well. I'll go over the implications for the education in the north, and I'll also talk about the south. But I think that today, as I look at everything that has happened since October 7th, the main gap in education is mainly in the north, and I'll talk about that later. So I'll give you a brief presentation because I understand that's what people wanted me to talk about, and I'll address all the topics. I heard it's difficult to hear what people are saying, but I heard that people want me to talk about the law, the draft law, so I'll talk about that as well. I don't know, it says to press next. I'm pressing next. It doesn't move, nothing, but okay, I'll do without. Look. So, in the south, and I'm going to start with the south, we're doing something, a very complex process that, we started the worst possible place at the lowest point. How do we get up? How do we resurrect after that terrible thing that happened? So the Tkuma administration was established, and I'll soon talk about education. So what do people need? First of all, security. It's clear to everyone that there will be no resurrection without, there will be no education without resurrection. And I think that the main point that allows ultimately for people to return and for us to be stronger, I can tell you a story about the senior class of the Nofei Bsor school. It's the high school of the Eshkol Regional Council, and they had a teacher who was abducted, and thank God she's been returned, and one of the students from that class was murdered, and they were divided up by dozens of hotels, and the students came to me and they said, we want to be together. Please let us complete our last year before the army to be together. We need that for our resilience. And it happened just before Hanukkah. We did everything we could, and we established this youth village or boarding school, a new one in En-Gedi, and we brought all the seniors from the entire region, almost 120 students who came and slept there and would go to their families only at the weekends. they've just finished the school year, and they even had a graduation ceremony where they mentioned their friend who has been murdered and the hostages and everything. And I heard this both from their teachers and from them. It was their own initiative, by the way. It was the students' initiative, and we allowed that, and we enabled that to happen, and that really made a change. And now they're on a path that they can deal with the future. Another issue is housing. There are certain places we still haven't found a response for their housing. The kibbutz Be'eri, until now they were at the David Hotel at the Dead Sea, but now they're about to move to kibbutz Chatzerim. They'll start the next school year in Chatzerim, in kibbutz Chatzerim, in the local system of that regional council, and the reconstruction and rehabilitation process of Be'eri is still going on. Now, as for employment, that's the way to rebuild and resurrect. Throughout this time, this is such tremendous uncertainty. When are they coming back? How are they coming back? What's happening? The security threat, who wants to come back, who doesn't? So in order to provide some answers to these question marks, we've also established some additional schools. There was some criticism initially. They said that they have to go back to their regular schools, and in Sha'ar HaNekev, the campus is adjacent to Sderot, 2 kilometers from the border. Just think how much trust in the systems of those communities that have been evacuated and are now coming back and now need to send their children to this campus. So there was a decision to build an additional schools more farther from the border. It made it very complicated, but we said as long as there is no security, we cannot send these students back to a place where their parents won't feel safe about. Today, I can say that the Sha'ar HaNegev campus in Sderot, 90% of all the people returned. I'm not talking about kibbutzim like Be'eri. We have a separate plan for them, and they are going to go back. But so we see stabilizations where things have been settled, but we still have some gaps in Shkol Regional Council, which is the most southern regional council, and it's because of the IDF activities in the southern area of the Gaza Strip, Rafah. It's more difficult to feel security there. Another great difficulty or challenge was the reservist students and university students will take care of that through a separate unit, but the students, and I assume that here at Reichman as well, I had some conversations with this university as well, with so many students, how to make sure that there won't be harmed by the war, their studies, and then together with the Higher Education Commission and the presidents of all the universities, and through legislation, we led and we managed to found maximal support. What do I mean by that? Because we need to ultimately understand if somebody served throughout this period and lost 2 semesters, there is a price that person has to pay personally following this fierce war, and we owe it to them to help them and to help them financially wherever we can help pedagogically, to maybe give them credit points and reach out to them. We're doing so, and to the credit of this institution here at Reichman, I have to say in general, even before the war, this university has always been a warm and welcoming place to all those who serve in the IDF and the security forces, and now especially during the war. There's one thing I'm very proud of, and we managed to pass this as a law. We passed as a law prioritization in admission to higher education institutions to combat soldiers. You could say on the one hand it seems natural, but I'm telling you, in contrast, I mean, there was a fierce resistance by the Ministry of Law and the Judiciary. They said, how come, I mean, because this undermines the principle of equality. How can you prioritize combat soldiers? But we had to explain that equality indeed is a key value, but a young man and woman were willing to risk their lives for the benefit of all Israelis. We believe that this is just as a value that's just as important, and they need to be rewarded for that. In this, we managed to pass this law. The greatest challenge in the educational system, and this is what the entire country experienced after October 7th, that terrible massacre, and that is the need to provide a response for those who have been evacuated from their homes in the north and in the south. It took time to set it up, and I'm saying this everywhere, and I'm saying this here as well, that the civil society in the first week or two provided the response where the ministries didn't function, and I admit, yes, I can tell you, after a week, we had visited all the hotels, we took kindergarten teachers who were brought from different organizations, and now we are employing them. In some of these places, we're still employing them. I'm saying this to the credit of the civil society. It was a tremendous challenge to reach all these places, to set the schools and daycare centers, and I think we managed ultimately to rise to the challenge, and that was something that helped the evacuees in Tiberias. If you visit Poria at the top, near the big shopping complex, there's a large complex for 1,000 students that we built at the Dead Sea Regional Council in Gedi. We also built 2 schools in Eilat, 2 schools, in all of that in order to provide some kind of a response to the evacuees. I talked about Nofei Absor boarding school. I'd like to mention 2 additional challenges, so that you understand everything that we had to deal with during the war. The children who were abducted by Hamas and who returned from captivity, and we tailored a specific support system for each and every one of them with psychologists, and that was a very moving event that we had to prepare for in a special way. The families of the reservists, it's not just the difficulty of the soldier at the front who needs to fight, but the families, it's difficult for them, the wives, the children. We also took action to strengthen them. There's an inherent difficulty because you don't have a database that you know exactly which father or which mother is doing reserve duty, so we had to check with the schools to see where we could identify these children and give them the support needed. And I'd like to talk about one more thing, which is national resilience, and I think that it's extremely important and central. Excuse me, sir, sit down, please. Sit down, please, sir. Well, since I think, look, excuse me, I will talk about the draft law because I see that I only have 5 minutes left. Excuse me, sir. Please sit down or step out. Yes, goodbye. So I'd like to talk about the draft law in view of the ruling of the High Court of Justice, and I only have 5 minutes left. It wasn't part of the presentation I planned, but it's important we talk about it. First of all, I'd like to say in the clearest manner the decision, the ruling of the High Court of Justice reached today. It's 42 pages long. I haven't read all of it, but we will uphold all of it. The government of Israel is definitely will abide by the law. And this is something I'm not just saying here. I said this in the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee the first day it discussed the draft law. I came to the committee and I said, look, the state of Israel is at a junction right now. We have 2 options, and that's what we intend to do, to draft the ultra-Orthodox in order to respond to the needs of the military period. That's going to happen. It can't happen any other way, and it's manifest in the ruling of the Supreme Court. And number 2, to do so together, not through a dispute that will tear up the Israeli society in the middle of a difficult war. We can do it together in cooperation. What do I mean? I understand that member of Knesset, Yuli Edelstein, was here before, and perhaps he also talked about it. The military said to the court, I can draft 3,000 ultra-Orthodox Jews this year. It has to happen, and there has to be a surplus to that. But there are various opinions, but what's the argument with the ultra-Orthodox society regarding those who study at yeshivot? Look, we can recruit thousands of young men from the ultra-Orthodox society who are not yeshiva students. This hasn't happened so far. We can do this. We must do this. We need to provide the response to the IDF. We must recruit them. And once we see thousands of young ultra-Orthodox Jews wearing uniform, coming in in and going out of Beitar Ali, Jerusalem, and Bnei Brak. This can be achieved. We need to pass this law, and I think it is a great opportunity to reach a consensual outline that will not divide up this nation. Look, we can do it in a simple way. You should send call-up warrants to all the ultra-Orthodox young men, and it's enough if one not to come that it will start a civil war between us. Yes, but many will join the army on their own will. I think this is an opportunity. I will insist on significant drafting of the ultra-Orthodox young men for the needs of the IDF, but I'm also not one of those who say all I care about is for this government to collapse and to create this rift inside Israeli society. I can still go over the presentation, but my time is almost up, and I would like, and I do hope, if in a proper dialogue discussion, if you have questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. I'm sorry I cannot hear questions not spoken into a mic. Hopefully they'll be repeated. There are 64,000 yeshiva students who are exempt from drafting. I said that the IDF can draft 3,000. There are 12 to 13,000 ultra-Orthodox young men every year, and from these 3,000 it will grow to 5,000 or 6,000. I think if we reach the goal of 50% of drafting from every ultra-Orthodox class, that would mean success. Another question, and that will be the last one. Well, I can say this very clearly. And let me just say one thing about, I usually don't do that, but since it's no secret, and he probably also said that, I sat with Eyal Waldman at the back, and he said the most important thing for the state of Israel is to go for elections now. Some people think that, and I don't completely reject this view. It's a valid view. I said on the contrary, to go for elections now in the middle of the war, it means losing the front in Gaza and losing the front in the north. We will continue to disagree on this point. We are now in the middle of a war. We have to win this war. This war. We will win this war only if we're determined, only if we lead together this thing that we're doing to confront our enemies and to give our military what it needs in order to win. I believe that this is what's going to happen. I won't be part of a government who won't let the military win, and we have to be here all together in order to beat Hamas. It's not easy. It's going to take a while. We have a commitment to the hostages. I hear all kinds of statements, me and all the government ministers. It's a main goal for us to bring back the hostages, and it pains me just as much as it pains anybody else. So with your permission, Amos, I'd like to finish now. I think everything is legitimate. I think people can think differently, but let's maintain a dialogue between us so that we can grow out of it. We're together here, and our enemy is Hamas, and it is in Gaza. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much to the Minister of Education. Now we're going to move on to a one-on-one interview, and I'm now honored to invite Lior Ackerman. Lior, please. And the interviewee is attorney Eliad Shraga, the chair and founder of the Movement for Proper Governance. Please. Thank you. In recent years, both in the Institute specifically and generally in the conference, the main pillar of national resilience in Israel and our ability to deal with national and political crises. I think that at the backdrop of the regime overall events over the past 18 months and the continued attempts of the government to implement this overall, even after the horrific events of October 7th, the barriers which the government faces blocking its ability to realize their vision. And those who are still standing vigil to protect Israeli democracy, we can list just a few establishments, the High Court of Justice and the State Advocacy and the Movement for Quality Government, which you had, Advocate Dr. Eliad Shraga, which spearheads all the lawsuits presented to the High Court of Justice, all the petitions presented to the High Court of Justice. And I think we couldn't have timed the interview with you better than just a few hours after the High Court of Justice issued its ruling on the petition that you submitted regarding an equal burden. And this is something that the movement which you had has been leading for 25 years, and along the way it managed to overturn two draft evasion laws, the Tal law and the Shaked law. And what can we expect now in view of the ruling of the High Court of Justice with respect to how it will influence the government, how it will influence the street? What do you think? Well, first of all, good afternoon. It's definitely a historic ruling of the High Court of Justice. The Supreme Court, for the first time in history, instructs to immediately draft all 63,000 ultra-Orthodox men who are in the category of those whose conscription has been delayed. Not only do they instruct to draft them, since there is no other normative system allowing for anything else, it also instructs to stop all the financial support. It means you need to understand that we're talking about a lot of money, hundreds of millions of shekels that all of a sudden shut down this entire sector. So this is definitely a dramatic, historic ruling, and I truly hope that at this time, now that we're facing this terrible war and the IDF needs so badly more manpower, just so that we understand the scope, it's missing at least 3 maneuvering divisions. These 63,000 ultra-Orthodox men can or are a potential for 6 divisions. So that's what it's missing. This is what the military needs. So they should now also share the burden and help out. That's what we expect of them. 2 politicians sat here. They sit and roll their eyes. One of them made his career over equal burden, and that's Mr. Kish. That's how he started the demonstrations with us 25 years ago. And Yuli Edelstein also sat here, and they all speak so nicely and sweetly, but beneath the surface, what's happening right now, and we need to understand, we're all very happy and excited over the ruling of the High Court of Justice, but these respectable gentlemen are promoting a new draft evasion law. That's the law of continuity. I believe that the street will now start heating up. We'll see the ultra-Orthodox taking the streets. In contrast to what happened in the judiciary overhaul, here there are players who will appear very quickly. You'll see them. They're going to start blocking roads. And that allegedly will exert pressure on these legislators, and by the end of the summer session of the Knesset, we will find ourselves with a new draft evasion law. What's truly sickening here, beyond the fact that they're promoting a new draft evasion law, simultaneously they're also promoting laws to make the burden even harder. They just raised the exemption age for reservists, and now they want to increase the number of years that regular conscripts serve. And it's crazy, on the one hand, promoting a draft evasion law. On the other hand, they're promoting laws that will make the burden of reserve and military duty even greater on those who do serve. And now's the money time, and hopefully we'll manage to stop this draft evasion law. Thank you. Another question, which is also very relevant and topical, is the warning letters sent only yesterday to the Prime Minister, to the former director of Mossad, and some other senior officials. These were issued by the Commission of Inquiry on submarines, and they stated that their involvement even harmed state security, national security, and you were one of the people who exerted pressure for the establishment of this commission, and you petitioned to the High Court of Justice, which ultimately led to the appointment of this commission. What is the meaning of these letters of warning? What can we see with those who have been warned in these letters, and what do you think is missing from the warning letters sent to these people? So let's start with the good news. We have 2 days of good news. Even though the justice system grinds very slowly, but ultimately it does grind, it does operate, and we can be very happy that finally we can see the justice at the end of the tunnel. And yesterday's decision is indeed an extremely dramatic one. It's an event that I believe is the most terrible event in Israel's history. I don't think that there's been such another situation of such a deeply rooted corruption, truly so horrific, that entered the inner sanctum of the state of Israel. It pertains to Israel's strategic weapons, and anybody who understands a thing or two about this topic knows exactly what we're talking about. So this time things have been exposed, and it's important you remember that this has been going on for almost 7 years since that TV news item when we took it upon ourselves to do investigative research. I spent 3 years to do this research in order to fully understand what happened. And it's a multi-tentacled event with 2 engines, and I'll soon tell you exactly what it included, but there are 2 engines which are actually the motivation for this whole thing. And we're talking about money, and a lot of money behind this story. First of all, there's the stock story that Netanyahu got out of it with 25 million shekels in his pocket, and understanding the commissions there, they changed the commissions from 2% to 3.75, because if we multiply, just so that you understand what we're talking about, if you multiply this by hundreds of millions of dollars, then these are huge sums of money, billions of shekels that were allocated for these vessels, and the IDF didn't actually need. So one could say, yes, it's wonderful that we have 6 or 9 or 12 or 17 submarines, but at the end of the day, this is a military economy. And I think that the person who said the most accurate sentence in the discussion on the procurement of the 6th submarine was Gabi Ashkenazi. And in 2010, he said, as if he could foresee the future, he said, if you buy the 6th submarine, we won't have money for tanks and APCs for the military to maneuver in Sajaiya, in Gaza. And this is also what's happening today. They invested a lot of money in the Navy and not a lot of money in the ground forces, and we see the tremendous shortages in the ground forces. But I think that the worst thing here, everybody's rolling their eyes and saying, oh, wow, really, suitcases with money to Hamas? Who approved this? We didn't know, we didn't understand, we didn't see. But when I started my investigation, my research, what truly shocked me was that the Prime Minister reaches a decision behind the back of the commander of the Navy, behind the back of the Chief of General Staff, behind the back of the Minister of Defense, behind the back of the President, and allows the Germans to sell submarines to the Egyptian Navy. That's the worst damage ever caused to Israel's national security, and it's important we understand that the Egyptian Navy is the 6th largest navy in the world. It's a very strong one, and if God forbid tomorrow or next week what happened back in 2011 will happen again, and the Muslim brothers will rise to power again in Egypt, and God forbid if we need to fight against the Egyptian Navy, I think that would be that would have terrible, terrible consequences. Now there are 4 advanced German submarines that can be in Alexandria in the port and harm our systems in the port in Haifa, not to mention the fact that they can be 300 meters from the coast for 3 months. Nobody knows that they're there and what's on them, and one day they could surprise us. So this is something truly terrible, and if you ask me what's missing in the warning letters issued, they did mention the submarines and the permission to the Egyptians to buy the submarines, but what I think is most horrible is that the motivation wasn't investigated, that the financial issue wasn't looked into. When we stood at the High Court of Justice and Attorney General Mendelblit, and it's his fault that this case 3000, wasn't properly investigated in real time, and he told the High Court of Justice that the money that was received, the money that Netanyahu received from his cousin Milkovsky, and he said this was a perk, this was a significant perk given, and then he instructed not to look into it. So this will be researched, but the motivation will not be researched, and unfortunately this is a strategic failure. But like I said, there is some light. At least we do have these warning letters, and all those who claim that we were blowing things out of proportion and nothing really happened, and you know, all these claims that it was very easy to constantly repeat them, but now they've all been silenced. Thank you. Well, the movement
which you lead, only throughout the last year submitted several petitions to the High Court in several of the biggest issues of the day, stopping the judicial reform, the question on the High Court in terms of the commissioner post that Ben Gvir wanted to take, shareholding in the enlistment, in which we heard the court ruling today, more and more. Okay, many major issues. How have we reached this point of continuous collapse? And does the High Court have a role in this? Certainly. I think that if there is one thing that also has to be addressed, and if there is a state commission of inquiry, and for all of those who are unaware, we submitted a petition, a demand to establish a state commission of inquiry. Netanyahu can't avoid it. He won't be able to begin a commission through the president, and he won't be able to go around the High Court. And I hope that the Court, in regards to after the response of the state attorney, that in order to save the IDF's soldiers and officers from the ICC and ICJ in Hague, if we want to reduce the risk, we must establish a commission of inquiry, and I hope that the court demands so. But you are saying that he is trying to disrupt its establishment, stop this inquiry commission to be established. Yes, they're disrupting it, but I think the court has to also have a reckoning moment. And if there's one issue that apparently brought us to the point that is that horrific ruling that was given in May 2020, and that same High Court ruling that we lost 11-0 to the establishment of this administration and the coalition agreement. I think this time 11 High Court judges have given a man with 3 indictment letters to continue to be allowed to be a prime minister is a disgrace, is an unforgivable sin. Thanks to that horrific ruling, we have reached the point where we are. I stood in the High Court and I said to the judges at the time, Rome will burn in flames, and Netanyahu will be like Nero playing a violin against the flames and watching it burn. Because this is such a disgrace. It's a scandal. And in 1993, when we stood at the court, Judge Shamgar said that a man like Deri with 3 indictments of corruption cannot be a minister in the state of Israel. And it cannot be that in 2020, 11 high court judges preside over court and look at a man with such terrible indictments and such terrible history to continue to be prime minister of the state of Israel. It is unreasonable. It is a disgrace, and the high court has to take this into their agenda and think about it. Last summary line, if I may, because we're out of time. All right, this is the money time, ladies and gentlemen. We all have to enlist in order to save our beloved country. We cannot allow this bunch of criminals. Look who's sitting in the cabinet. Tzachi Hanegbi, a criminal, sitting in, presiding in cabinet of, who is Deri, an indicted criminal. After we managed to throwing him out, thanks to 11 judges, he was allowed back in. And a prime minister with 3 indictments, and Dremer in that same government that didn't even serve in the IDF. These are the people running the state of Israel. It's unbelievable. This is the moment of our worst decline. And we must all now enlist and shoulder the burden and fight for our country. And if we recover, if we rehabilitate there, then we will be successful. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, I have the honor to invite previous Prime Minister of Israel, head of the opposition, leader of Yesh Atid party, to make his remarks. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, I think maybe almost. The High Court said this morning, made its ruling, and it was a clear ruling, including the most conservative judges. There is no more exemption for the ultra-Orthodox. This exemption of enlistment is illegal. The Ministry of Defense has to now produce enlistment letters to each one of these people. All of the go-arounds, all of the special protections are gone. The people who yell out, we will die before we enlist, those days are over. The age of discrimination is over. We are fighting on 7 fronts. Sadly, we do not have enough soldiers. There are reservists that their lives are collapsing because they can't shoulder this burden alone. The Torah, the Bible, is not a reason, a justification for exemption. From now, everybody who doesn't enlist will never get a single shekel from the state. Not for any yeshiva students. They won't get any more exemptions because there are no more exemptions. And I'm saying now to the government, from this stage, we in the opposition, we will all examine and see to make sure that you are not trying to get this money to them under the table and go around the budgets. And I say to the Ministry of Finance and to the Ministry of Defense, don't find yourself facing indictments because you're trying to go around the High Court and to go against the law. The public of Israel will not continue to fund hundreds of thousands of people exemptions. Gallant, Edelstein, Barkat, Avi Dichter, Boaz Bismuth, even Bezalel Smotrich. This is your moment. From this morning, enlistment of the ultra-Orthodox is the law. If you do not follow the law, you are betraying the soldiers of the IDF, you are betraying the soldiers in the reservists. Haredis, ultra-Orthodox sector must enlist to the IDF. So that was that issue. And now for the subject at hand, the issue, the strategic difficulties of Israel and how to address them. The state of Israel at the moment has 7 strategic issues in the security state level, and they all have solutions, maybe not complete solutions, maybe not magic sort of solutions that solve everything, but there are things that we can do. And this is the only slide, by the way, that I'm going to show you, because this is, first of all, we have to address Gaza. We have to decide what we want to happen there. What is the situation the day next? What's going to happen in Gaza? There's the issue of the hostages, of course. The state of Israel will never recover from October 7 if there is no deal to return the hostages. There's no Israeli contract that will be viable without our hostages being home. The next issue is Lebanon. The evacuation of our entire northern border, that was a terrible mistake that was born of panic. Now we have to find a way to bring these displaced people back home and give them a long-term solution. 4 is the issue of Iran and its proxies, of course, its nuclear program. And Iran have certainly a plan to eradicate Israel. It doesn't mean they'll be successful, but we do have to address it. Iran is moving ahead in its nuclear program in huge steps. Netanyahu is not managing to do anything to stop them. The next 5th issue is Hague, the International Court. And even if you don't like Netanyahu, and I do not like Netanyahu, you do not need to want that an Israeli prime minister be arrested for acts of war. The next issue is, of course, Israel's international status. And this is not just a problem of campuses in Columbia and Berkeley. We are collapsing in terms of our international status, in our relationship within the United States, in our alliances in Europe, complete collapse. And the 7th issue is Israel's economy. We are losing our competitive edge, and this has severe security ramifications. Israel's national security is funded at the end of the day from taxpayers, particularly the high-tech sector. And now AI, for example, is a big issue. Everybody knows that AI is the forefront of technology, and we are leading that. Now, with these 7 problems, in the last year, there's been a solution that's been consolidated. It's maybe not comprehensive. Many of us seem so, but it is, and that's the Saudi-U.S. agreement. If you aren't familiar with the issues, it's not only an extension of the Abraham Accords. It really brings back American hegemony to the Middle East at the expense of the Chinese and Russians. It creates a security coalition and economic coalition from Azerbaijan all the way to Egypt, in which Israel is central to that axis. And even more importantly, that this deal touches on every one of the 7 problems I listed, because any kind of agreement in regards to Gaza, the day following the war, and the new coalition that should be established of the Emirates and the Saudis and the Americans, and let's say, and some maybe factors within the Palestinian Authority, should manage Gaza and not allow the Hamas to reemerge. This will bring an end to the war in Gaza, which will allow a deal for the hostages. We can bring back those who are alive. We can stop the combat in Gaza. That will lead to settling down the northern border, which will repel, at least temporarily, the Hezbollah from our northern border, but it will give us a respite in order to make new security arrangements on our north. Which brings me to my 4th point. Strategic alliance with the Saudis. This is a key point against Iraq. We've seen this on a micro scale on the day of on the 14th of April, where missiles and drones attacked us. But the Iranians have to understand that we could also have an attack coalition, and this will hurt them in Yemen and Syria and other sites. And this kind of alliance is also the foundation for the state efforts that we have against nuclear Iran. I mean, we always said that nuclear Iran is not only an Israeli problem, it's a worldwide problem. And this understanding has been eroded in recent years. Netanyahu has lost his ability to enlist the world facing the Iranian nuclear threat. So what we need is a concentrated state effort with new strategic partners, so that if there is a time to attack Iran, we are not alone, but we are at the forefront of the efforts, the vanguard, of course, including our American friends. The last point is Hague. If there is a deal with the Saudis, nobody's going to try and arrest an Israeli prime minister in the midst of a peace agreement with the Saudis. That won't happen, which will lead to the request of the general prosecutor that will bring about full despair. There's no idea or any kind of glimpse of hope that the government of Israel will make a positive move. Now, obviously, such a deal will make a dramatic shift in our international status, will bring us back our alliance with the US, and may be able to change perceptions. We had such a watershed point against the Abraham Accords and the Negev Forum, and finally is our economy, because we live in a networked world in which state alliances bring about economy. We'll have new partners, new investors, new markets. Israel was and remains a technological player which is very intriguing for the world. We just need to extract ourselves from our current isolation, which is the product of this government's behavior. So 7 problems, I showed you, 7 solutions, and 1 solution for all 7 problems. And this solution will also increase our internal resilience, our strength, our cohesiveness in Israel, to have a positive vision, something to look forward to against the background of catastrophes and rifts and societal division. But there's only one key obstacle here. One. And that obstacle is that if with the current government, this won't happen. There will be no agreement with the Saudis, with this government. Why? Because this government is incapable of saying the word Palestinian. It sounds infantile because it is infantile. It seems irresponsible because it is irresponsible. The most extremist factions in this government, Smotrich and Ben Gvir and others within the Likud as well, are not willing for any agreement, however vital it is, however beneficial it is. If anybody dares to speak the word Palestinian, the agreement with the Saudis will not happen if the state of Israel does not recognize that it has to say goodbye to the Palestinians. I'm not saying that we need to accept or agree to a Palestinian state in the immediate future. I don't think there's anybody, including the Palestinian Authority, that really believes they can immediately now establish an independent state entity. The Western world and also the Arab world are telling us, we understand your fears in Israel, but let's begin working together on the change. Let us begin working on education programs in the Palestinian Authority to create a transition. Let's build an effective mechanism against terrorism to make sure that the Hamas doesn't bring them down again. Let's check, at least cautiously over time, if there is a possibility of having Palestinian, leadership which is not corrupt, which is effective, which can manage their own affairs, 5.5 million Palestinians in Judea and Samaria and Gaza, without all of these efforts, without showing a real seriousness on the Palestinian side, no one expects Israel to accept the establishment of a Palestinian state if it just becomes another failing terror state. Everybody understands this. All we're being asked to do is that we say that if our conditions are met over time with clear milestones, we will accept the basic principle of separating from the Palestinians in 7 years, in 10 years, I don't know, whenever they show that they can meet those conditions. Now, I talked in the past often about two-state solution. I talked about this even in the UN as Prime Minister. I don't renege on that, but something has changed. After October 7, they have to prove it. If they want self-determination, they have to prove to us that it doesn't lead to more terrorism and more death. On the other hand, not allowing it to occur, to stop any possibility of any US-Saudi agreement, is to undermine our own interests. To say that all Palestinians are the same, they're all Hamas, that just strengthens the Hamas. Not saying that if all our conditions are met after a significant amount of time, we may agree for separation, for a two-state solution. That weakens us as a state and disillusions us of any hope for a better day. It brings us down to decline, isolationism, extremism, and it dismantles our relationship with the liberal world. When the government of Israel does not understand its limitations, when this government says that it will never allow, that they have to trust God in order to stop a multinational state, that's messianic ideas. No, if that's this government, then we have to look for a different government with a different vision. Immediately after was appointed Prime Minister, President Biden came to visit. We then signed at the time the Jerusalem Declaration, a historic moment, a state, security, economy agreement that was unprecedented between the US and Israel. From Jerusalem, the president then went to Jeddah, and there the Saudis said that they're opening the skies and they will allow Israeli flights across their territorial skies. And that was a moment of hope. That was our way of showing that we are laying the foundations for something that is supposed to be a much bigger deal that would change the Middle East, that will bring some kind of avenue, positive alternative to all of the problems that Israel faces. But then, of course, our government collapsed, and since then we've met one catastrophe after the next, and under the leadership of an extreme government. Some of the horrific damage of this government is stopping our diplomatic relationship and dialogue with the Saudis, and because that would have been an unlike, and their contrast. In contrast to them, I and my people, my team, have continued to work on this agreement with the President's staff and, of course, the National Security Council. But without delving into specifics, I can say that we can do it. We know how to do it. If we have a sane, not extremist, not messianic government, if we finally have a government that cares for Israel and its security, I and my team are organized, set, are willing, are be able to, within a very short time, to have a normalization agreement with the Saudis and through the Americans. We can do this. It can be done. We can reach such an agreement that will push forward our security needs and Israel's status, Israel's economy, an agreement that will create a positive change in all 7 of the strategic problems that Israel faces currently and that affect each and every one of us. The moment that this government is replaced, this will happen. Thank you. Thank you, and have a great day and have a great lunch. Thank you very much. We will now break for lunch. The plenary session will renew again at 1:30. We ask you to please enter just a few moments prior. No, I'm sorry. At 2:30, right. Plenary sessions begin at 2:30. Thank you very much.
לדבר על הסוגיות של דת ומדינה, על הסוגיות של הפתרון המדיני לסוגיה הפלסטינית. צריך לדבר על כל הסוגיות הבוערות.
הכנס הזה יעסוק בסוגיות מרכזיות וחשובות מאין כמותן, ביטחון ומדיניות ועד חברה וכלכלה, כולן סוגיות שהיינו רוצים לראות על סדר יומה של ממשלה פעילה ומתפקדת.
אנחנו נמצאים בצומת שאין לה תקדים בהיסטוריה.
אני עומד בפניכם היום מכיוון שאני מזהה איום ממשי בהדחקה הקולקטיבית שלנו את התמורות שעוברות בחברה הישראלית.
אני רוצה לברך אותך על הכנס החשוב הזה.
Let me thank you and Professor Reichman and Alex Mintz for the honor you have done to me.
I'm very glad to greet everyone gathered at this year's Herzliya conference.
איראן היא האיום המשמעותי ביותר על היציבות האזורית והעולמית.
התרחיש הרב-זירתי, מקרה בו אנחנו נלחמים מול כמה זירות סימולטנית, כמובן שהאיום הזה הוא איום מורכב יותר.
We will continue to stand with Israel and against one-sided, biased resolutions, even if we are the only country on earth to do so.
בשנה שעברה הצגתי כאן את הקווים המנחים של תוכנית ההתנתקות.
The Israel of today is a thriving nation of more than 9 million people. But the leaders in this room know that over the past 75 years, this nation has been under constant existential threat.
צריך לדבר על הסוגיות של דת ומדינה, על הסוגיות של הפתרון המדיני לסוגיה הפלסטינית. צריך לדבר על כל הסוגיות הבוערות.
שלום לכולם, צהריים טובים. לפני שנמשיך בכנס, אנחנו מבקשים להזכיר שבמקרה של אזעקה אתם מתבקשים להישאר במקומותיכם למשך 10 דקות. תודה. אם ראיתם את הקליפ שהוקרן קודם, אז הוא מציג את הרגעים הנבחרים מ-20 כנסי הרצליה.
20 Herzliya conferences, and this is, as we said, the 21st conference. And we will now move on to a session that deals with the question, Israel without the US. Is this possible? Can it be? And I assume that you as well certainly do not believe that we've reached a point that we were even asking this question. So in order to begin this session,
former Deputy National Security Advisor to the U.S. President.
I have the honor to invite Lieutenant General in Reserve Moshe Boogie Ya'alon, former Minister of Defense. I have the honor to invite Professor Yossi Shine, Professor Emeritus in International Relationships and Government in Tel Aviv University, and already in their seat, David Makovsky.
Washington Institute for Near East Policy.
And of course our moderator, that you of course know, Gil Tamari, Chief International News Editor and Commentator in Channel 13 News.
Shalom, Tzoraim Tovim. This panel will be moderated in English because we have here Dr. Victoria Coates. So this is our small gesture for you. And Mr. Makovsky knows Hebrew better than me. And believe me, I know him for 30 years. Welcome to our panel discussion with the provocative title that was chosen for us, Israel without the US, can this be? Or as I prefer to frame it, the alliance between the US and Israel, and whether or not Israel can manage without it. If someone had told me a few years ago that this would be a topic of discussion on the esteemed stage of the Herzliya conference, I would have said that it was a waste of time. As someone who lived in Washington for almost a quarter of a century and closely followed this topic, the answer seemed obvious to me. Israel certainly cannot maintain its current position as a regional superpower without a close US support. However, it appears that more and more people in the Netanyahu anti-liberal government, the most extremist government in Israel history, and even Netanyahu himself are flirting with this idea. Netanyahu has declared defiantly against Biden administration. If needed, we will fight with our fingernails. So I'll start with you, Bogi. What is the meaning and the consequence of a weaker alliance between Israel and the United States? And can Netanyahu's government continue to defy almost every idea the Biden administration is suggesting?
Shalom. With my personal experience serving as head of the intelligence, chief of general staff, of course, in my political capacities, I claim that we are lucky to have the United States as ally, as the alliance between Israel and the United States is considered, for those who understand it, as a cornerstone in our national security. It's about defense, security, it's about the economy, it's about the foreign relations policy. United States is our best ally. Looking back to the last year or so, when President Biden proposed the proposal of the alliance in the region, what is called the Axis of Moderates, to include the United States, Israel, the Arab states, that we enjoy peace accord with them, and to bring in Saudi Arabia to have normalization with Israel, it had become a cornerstone of this government. In the inauguration of the government, the first speech was about that. Then we revealed that there is going to be a judicial reform or a judicial coup, a regime coup. Nevertheless, from that point and on, we witnessed friction between the government and President Biden. On March, he warned us, if you are going not to stay as democracy, we are going to lose one of the main elements of our alliance. And when we are talking with Americans, we are talking about our common interest as well as common values. We are going to lose the common values. The government, of course, denied it.
So what is the meaning of a weaker alliance between our two countries?
I claim that one of the reasons for what we have absorbed on the 7th of October is the fact that there is a gap between the State of Israel, our government, and the administration. Those around us who witnessed it said, wow, they are going to lose one of their cornerstones regarding the national security. This is the opportunity. It's not just that. Even today, if they look around and say, whoa, again, we have a gap, a widening gap between the State of Israel and the administration, this is an opportunity. Israel is going to lose deterrence because of that, and this is the consequences.
David, I would like to ask you to give us the perspective from the US. You know, the administration is talking in diplomatic terms, so I would like you to speak with us Dugri. Tell us what they really think, give us the Torah shebe'al peh, what they are not saying in their public statements.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me in the back okay? All right, thank you. Thank you, Gil. Thank you to Amos Gilad and all the great people at the Herzliya conference. You do it time after time. Amazing. Look, there's no doubt that I want to say, like, here where they're really, the two sides are aligned, here where they're not aligned, and here's where we will know soon if they're aligned or not. It's not yet certain. I would say, you know, since October 7th, we all know what a horrific day that was, killed, raped, burned, beheaded. One of the worst days in Jewish history, and second worst day since the Holocaust, but this time there's a Jewish army, and that's a big difference from after the Holocaust. And the U.S., Israel, I think the administration and Israel worked closely when it come to the goals of Gaza. I think that there is alignment on in terms of the objectives to topple Hamas. We in the United States will not live with ISIS on our border. We can't expect Israel to live with an ISIS on its border. I think that was one sense of alignment. I think the second sense of alignment is clear on Iran attacking an ally. Iran broke a taboo, first time since 1979, the birth of the Islamic Republic, where it attacked Israel. And suddenly Israel saw a glimpse into the future. What is it like to be regionally integrated? The US, Saudi, Jordan, Britain, France, all part of a coalition. Didn't come out of nowhere. Several administrations here in Israel and in the US worked together on this for years about the Arrow missile and CENTCOM to make this amazing day possible. As they say in Hebrew, Irua rodef Irua. Things, you know, one event comes after the next, and you can't even digest it. But it was an earthquake. But this could be the future, and the Biden administration was very proud of that. Where it's not aligned, it's not aligned. To be very blunt, Dugri, as you say, it's not aligned that it's the first time that I remember that, you could always have policy differences. There always will be policy differences with U.S. and Israel. But you never question the motivation of leadership at the top, that they're not driven by the national interest, but they're driven by a sense of pure political survival. That's new. And I hear that always when I'm dealing with the people in the administration, and it's still shocking to them to imagine that. Because if it's political difference, if it's policy differences, the U.S. and Israel worked through this beautifully on Rafah. People said it's going to be bloodshed, 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 bloodbath. And yet the U.S. and Israel worked together, closed the Philadelphia road, And now we'll see if major operations are going to be over in the next week or two that we're hearing from both sides. We'll see. But this not alignment is a question of what is the motivation of the leaders at the top. That's new. The second thing where they're not aligned is, and it's very hard, and I realize in Israel, given everything since October 7th, you don't want to hear about this, but the U.S. is very skeptical, I think, that anyone called Palestinians is going to be anyone but the PA, the Palestinian Authority. You might not call it that in the beginning. You might have municipal structures. You might use the same municipalities, but without the minister of Hamas for this and the minister of Hamas for that. But ultimately, it's going to be the PA, and the Arabs won't come in to give all this money unless they're invited in by a legitimate Palestinian Authority. Now, Israel doesn't want to hear about this, and, some of the people in the government talk about settlements in Gaza. This is so shocking to the United States, and I feel it's something the U.S. can't live with. Where is it not yet clear if they're aligned? Both sides want a diplomatic deal in Lebanon. I think we heard that from Tzachi this morning. It was clear that that's the preference. But in the Middle East, when it comes to brinkmanship, you don't always know where the brink is. So the chance of miscalculation in the Middle East is very high. So everyone might want a hasdara, as they say it in Hebrew, but in the end, that might not happen. So my last point here is the Lebanon deal gonna calm down if there's an end of major operations after Rafiah or not? And the big unknown, and Yair Lapid alluded to it in the previous session, is the question of the Saudi deal. And here's the question that we in Washington are toying with. And some of you will say, no, it won't happen. But the Saudis, behind closed doors, have lowered the bar to make it easier for Israel. Yes, they need political cover after October the 7th. It's true. But they once talked about a time-bound commitment to a Palestinian state, then irreversible steps to a Palestinian state. Now they say credible pathway. And Bibi Netanyahu comes on July 24th to the Congress. It happens to be about the same time that the Knesset goes on recess for 3 months, where in theory nobody could bring him down for 3 months. So the question is does he use that speech to say, I know, of course I want the Saudi deal. Every Israeli wants the Saudi deal. But the price for me to pay is to say something on the word Palestinian. He doesn't have to say Palestinian state. He doesn't have to say irreversible.
David, will he say so? Will he say some path to a Palestinian state?
He won't say Palestinian state, but could he say, I'm willing to engage in benchmarks on security that we can test the idea of a state.
If what you are saying is right, this is a major headline.
It's a huge headline. And we're hearing rumors now of this, and therefore it'll be very interesting. If Biden thinks he's going to hear something positive,
did he get the approval from Smotrich and Ben-Gvir for that?
Well, I don't know, but he's going to have 3 months of a break where they can't have a no-confidence vote. And the people of Israel will have to decide, is this such a strategic move that, 3 months is not such a huge risk when you have such a watered-down commitment? And I think for Biden, it might be the difference if he knows what's going to be in the speech, and we hear the Israelis are telling the U.S. it will be a consensus speech, we're not going to jam you, we're not going to put you in a corner. But it might be the difference for Biden whether he receives Netanyahu or decides, I'm sorry, I have a campaign rally in Michigan that day, and I just will not be in town the day you happen to be visiting the Congress. So I think it's all eyes on that speech. Is that speech going to be a breakthrough or not? But for that to happen, there has to be an end of operations in Rafah, which we keep hearing, we're here as a week or two out. We'll see if it's right. And if the Lebanon issue calms down as well, this could also be a chance on the hostages. And it's clear that the way out of this crisis is the U.S. giving a commitment to Hamas that after phase one, that phase one will continue till basically after the U.S. election in November. It's not going to be an Israeli commitment. It'll be an American commitment to Hamas, and that's something that the Qataris and the Egyptians can market. So we'll have to see how this plays out. But if I had to look at the timetable between now and July 24th, I think it's going to be a very momentous time in U.S.-Israel relations.
Dr. Coates, after we hear about so many differences, maybe should Israel continue to defy Biden until January 20th, stalling until potential Trump presidency? You know, many Israelis believe that under Trump, Israel would have a carte blanche to do whatever it wants, to finish Gaza, whatever that means, to build their new settlements, annexing parts of the West Bank, destroying Hezbollah, attacking Iran, name it. Trump will give us everything. It's really interesting to me to hear from you. How do you see these Israelis scenarios and what Israel's best interest to do?
Well, thank you, and thank you everyone for the English. I'll have a lot more to say under this scenario, so I really appreciate it being with all of you to talk about this really important discussion topic. I think, with getting back to the purpose of the panel, can Israel exist without the United States, goes to a little bit your specific question, which is, in my opinion, it should not matter who the President of the United States is or who the Prime Minister of Israel is. That's obviously your business. You might have heard we're having an election in November. It can be in the news. But that can be a sea change. And I think it's very bad for the world when the United States so radically changes policy every 4 years. It creates a lot of chaos, very difficult for you all to plan and for us. And so one of the things we're working on at the Heritage Foundation is a stronger strategic framework for the alliance so that this is not a burning question. Can Israel exist? Sure. Do we want that to happen? Absolutely not. It would be terrible for both of us. And so I think in terms of what the former president would or would not do, in a way we already know. The man's 77 years old. He's unlikely to change. So I think you would see a very similar policy towards Israel.
Which means what?
Well, what it means is the same kind of very constructive policy we had in the first 3 years of the administration that led to the Abraham Accords.
Building settlements in Gaza, is that something that is possible?
No, I mean, I don't think this is something that would be helpful, but I haven't heard a majority of Israelis say that's what they want.
Annexing part of the West Bank?
Well, the settlements in the West Bank have been going on for decades. So whether or not the government would choose to do that is, I mean, in a way, that's an Israeli decision, not an American decision. It went on when we had presidents that condemned it quite publicly.
We remember the century deal of President Trump.
I worked on it for a year.
It calls for a Palestinian state at the end of the way, about 70% of the West Bank that will become this Palestinian state, and they will get 30% more in Gaza in order to have this full...
The swap.
Exactly. State. So
that
is that still the plan?
Well, no, I think that there's no way you would say 6-8 years later the plan that was on offer that the Palestinians rejected after October 7th is going to be the same plan. That just isn't realistic. So I don't think the former president is spending a great deal of time right now formulating a new plan, but I think he would like to build on the success of the last year of the administration. I do think all Americans want to expand the Abraham Accords. I think they were one of the best things to come out of the Middle East in a long time, and they have endured. I mean, I met with the UAE ambassador here yesterday, and extraordinary that with everything that's going on, he's still here. He's still on the job. He's still trying to contribute to some sort of solution. So I think that's where a future Trump administration, again, doing largely what he did, but building on that success.
Is Trump administration is going to ask for a less than a path to a future Palestinian state?
Well, what the former president has said repeatedly is it's not his call, that this is something to be negotiated between the Palestinians and Israel.
Remember, 1 state, 2 states, whatever you'd want.
That's what he has said repeatedly, and he said it on the campaign trail now. What he said is after October 7th, it's hard to see. And given public opinion polls in Israel, it's hard for me to see that right now, or that that's a particularly constructive conversation to have right now. And so I think, again, he would not see that as his role to impose.
And normalization with Saudi Arabia, should Israel wait because maybe Israel will get a better deal with Trump?
Well, the issue with the normalization deal, and this is not well understood, is the components that are being publicly discussed, the civil nuclear peace and the security treaty, those are not in the president's authority to promise. Both of those are congressional actions. So you've got to get to 60 senators, and if you know anything about American politics, that's a pretty high bar these days.
Lindsey Graham believes that only Biden can deliver it.
And Lindsey is one senator. There are 99
Very
others.
important one for us.
Well, true, but I think if I were you, I would be cautious about putting all of my faith in 1% of the United States Senate. And so I think both those elements would be controversial for different reasons. Whether or not they can deliver the numbers is anyone's guess, but I think all of this doing it in an election cycle makes it wildly politicized. And for me, that's not optimal. What I want in a Saudi deal is something durable, something that's in the best interests of both countries and of the United States and is not being done for positioning. And it's so important. I mean, the Saudi is the big one. And quite frankly, when I was living there in the fall of 20, I mean, all of the Saudis I met said it's when, not if. This was 4 years ago. So the decision's been made. The question is timing. What's best for Israel? What's best for Saudi Arabia, the region, and the United States? And so that's a less kind of fevered discussion. But again, I would just be cautious about anyone who, I mean, even Lindsey, who's a friend. I mean, I'm not here to speak ill of him, but again, he's one senator. And so you've got to be cautious with those kinds of promises.
Professor Shane, you are meeting with people in Washington. You are hearing what the atmosphere here. Take us and give us the gist of the feeling and what you are observing lately.
Thank you so much. I think that we are speaking in terms which are, I wouldn't say not relevant anymore, but are completely overseeing the acute nature of the relations and the situation. October 7th and even before has broken something very fundamental in the Middle East. Israel deterrent has been broken. The perception of Israel in Washington has been broken. The White House assembled on the night of October 7th, understanding that the downfall of Israel is a possibility. One should not underestimate that. Since the broken nature of Israel's deterrence started to unfold, and even before that, as you mentioned, there is a process, and it's a structural process, but there is also agency, and I will speak on both. One is a structural process in which it is clear that the Israelis, in some respect, lost their track, lost their vision, and certainly lost their ability to govern. And certainly there are also, in the government of Israel, some people who are outlandish, to say something, or as American administration high official told me, completely reckless. Israel is becoming...
We know who are they referring to.
Not necessarily, you know, but certainly the case is that Israel is reckless. The fact of the matter is that in Washington, Israel is gradually becoming unattractive. Unattractive in what sense? Israel has sold itself for years as a superpower in the region, as you mentioned. It sold itself as someone who is the startup nation. It sold itself as the best ally to the United States and also the Democratic front, all of which have been deteriorated significantly. The very essence of Israel as something that can really become, I would say, durable and flourishing with $50,000 GDP per capita has gone, perished. I'm not saying anything yet in the public opinion of the United States as a nuisance on the system. So one should not underestimate the decline of Israel, albeit the fact, as my friend Dennis Ross would say, bound to succeed. We have not bound to succeed. It is not a clear case that we are bound to succeed.
Maybe we are not bound to succeed with this administration.
I would
with
say,
the new administration,
I would say
the sky's the limit.
I would say two things. First of all, as I said, there is a structural issue that is broken in Israel. We have seen Iran attacking Israel. We have seen Hezbollah attacking Israel. We have seen the borders are porous. We've seen that Israel can really lead the United States and the world into chaotic situation far beyond what we have known before. The fact that we are still talking about settlement here and there is completely blindness to what has happened since October 7th in the mind and hearts of decision makers in the United States. One should not underestimate it. And I speak to these people regularly. The second is, the American administration here and beyond understand that in Israel there are actors. We're talking about agency and structures. Actors who are completely reckless, as I said. People who can really take them into the abyss of international relations. And they're not by mistake Biden mentioning Smotrich, Ben-Gvir. They understand, and they're leery about that. The second is, and that's the most important question that you have asked beyond that, the United States itself is not a unified body that has a realpolitik policy. It's not necessarily that each administration acts in the same manner. Trump administration, the previous one, of course, had a policy. Everything Obama did, we have to do differently. Completely. Overhaul the entire Iran deal, remember that. And taking us into really the position in which we are facing a nuclear Iran soon. So one should not underestimate. Secondly, the American administrations themselves, the parties themselves, are seeing Israel perhaps something that we have not known before. Perhaps we are no longer as asset for them as we knew before. Think about it. Even for the Trump administration, and I speak to people who supposedly going to be in the Trump administration next because no one knows who will be if he's elected.
What you are saying, Yossi, is very, very worrying, and I would like
I would
like Dr. Coates' reaction because I'm not sure that she sees the same Washington that you are portraying.
We'll finish with one word. I'm sure that everybody has their opinion, and everybody is entitled to their opinion. My sense is that if we will not change our course of action, if the current leadership of Israel will be reckless as it is and will continue, we are in deep, deep trouble. The very essence of your question when you ask why did we even think that Israel can do without America is because there is this kind of absolutely outrageous mindset that existed in Israel, and this is, to me, is remarkable.
Dr. Coates.
Well, I think what I would push back on a little bit, Yossi, is the characterization of the JCPOA and how the Trump administration handled that. The president took a year to review the deal, to attempt to persuade our European allies, who are now singing quite a different tune, actually, that the deal was not preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. And when the decision was made to stop complying with it, it having been implemented by the United Nations Security Council, not passed through the United States Congress as a treaty, that was perfectly within the president's authority to do so. And the enrichment that we've seen, the race toward a bomb, has taken place almost entirely in the Biden administration. They were under 4% enrichment when we left office. So I really disagree with the assertion that we somehow are the ones that pushed around toward getting a bomb. What we did was starve them of resources with Israeli assistance and coordination. So they were down to what, $7 billion in foreign currency reserves? That really constrains your ability to act and your ability to do things like that. And that was the president's approach. At the same time, he remained open to negotiations with them. He offered many times.
But what do you think about the fact that he's saying that in Washington today, more and more see Israel not as an asset, maybe more as a liability?
Perhaps we're speaking to different people. We sit on Capitol Hill, so I'm in very close contact with the Congress and actually members of both sides of the aisle, shockingly. They won't admit it, but it's true. And no, I think we see a historic investment of the U.S. taxpayer in Israel. I would call it an investment. And I think that what the prevailing mood is from that branch of the government, and again, always important to remember we have three branches. The administration does not act alone, nor does it have unlimited authority. What I'm hearing is a desire to strengthen the alliance, to be supportive, and to prevent anything like this from happening again. Because as I was speaking with Amos before we came on, sure, this was an intelligence failure in Israel, but everyone who's dealt with this relationship knows that means it was a failure of America as well. So we have to own that.
And the shared values that Bogi mentioned are the important topic for Trump as a president? Is it important to President Biden?
I couldn't speak for President Biden. He doesn't confide in me very often.
You speak for President Trump if you can.
No, but I would say for President Trump it would be very important. And, that's the whole point is, Hamas came for Israel on October 7th. If this isn't handled, it's not going to end with Israel. And what we're seeing on the streets of the United States right now is a very disturbing and powerful reminder that that is the case. And so that's why I think it has to be critical to America to deal with this. And again, regardless of who's in the White House and regardless of who sits in the Prime Minister's office.
Bogi, Victoria mentioned the Congress and what people feel in the Congress. So should Netanyahu go now to give his speech at the Congress? It will be a few days after the RNC, the big convention, and in the midst of an election cycle.
The answer is no. But I would like to elaborate. Henry Kissinger used to say that Israel doesn't have a foreign policy, but only internal political considerations. He didn't imagine that this sentence will be implemented in such a way as our government today is implementing it. And I claim that Israel was considered as an asset, and nowadays it's going to be liability. I agree with Professor Schein. When I met my counterparts, we were joking that Israel is like an American aircraft carrier, USS Israel, as they call it in the Navy, starting from Metula, ending in Eilat.
Now it's smaller.
Providing the American defense establishment with high-quality intelligence on a daily basis, keeping ammunition depots in our region, and not asking the United States to deploy any American soldier to fight for us. And that for $3.8 billion a year, not like they spend in Iraq, $80 billion.
A good investment so far. But
good investment. Yeah. But we were an asset. And for the United States, strong Israel is within their interest.
If 60 members of the Congress are not coming, that was the last time with the famous speech in 2016. If 60 or more Congress members are not participating in Netanyahu's speech.
It's going to details. I claim that Netanyahu shouldn't go there. And now what he's considering is internal political interests regarding what is called his base. And for his base, he should be very strong against Biden. Now, President Biden, looking back to what he has done for the state of Israel, I was very critical to Trump and Obama when they decided to disengage from the Middle East. Biden came with a new idea, engagement. This is the axis of moderates versus the axis of the evil, Iran, Russia, Hezbollah, Hamas, Shia militias, Houthis, and so forth, pushing the Chinese economic influence to the region. It is within our strategic interest. We should obey and say yes to President Biden when he came 10 days after 7th of October. On the 17th of October, he was here, unprecedented visit in which he participated in our cabinet meeting and put on the table a plan how to conclude the operation in Gaza, how to replace Hamas with certain elements, of course, Palestinians, to conclude the situation in the north using Amos Hochstein as representative. And he has a plan. He discussed it with Hezbollah as well as the Lebanese government, the freedom of sailing in the Red Sea, Iran, of course. We should say yes with our reservations on all fields. Instead of that, we said no. Why? Because of political consideration. He spoke about how to release the hostages. Now, Netanyahu understands that if he concludes a war, he doesn't have a coalition. If he will release hostages, he doesn't have a coalition. For his political survivability, he sacrificed all those interests to include the relationship with the United States.
David, you know, Bibi will be in town. So maybe President Biden can save him to fly over. It's a long flight, 12 hours. He has a new airplane, but still it's exhausting. And maybe you should invite him to the Oval Office.
Well, I think it depends what Netanyahu is going to say. Like I said, if he's going to come on the Saudi deal, after he's announced that major operations are over in Gaza, because Rafah is concluded, if he's going to say that, if he's on the Saudis, he's going to have something on the Palestinian issue. He's got 3 months of quiet in the state of Israel because there's no Knesset. If he's going to do something, I think Biden would receive him. But if he's not coming with anything new and he's coming to jam Biden, I think Biden will find a way to be on a campaign trip that day. But let's be clear about one thing. The Biden that Israel loves, the reason why Biden thinks of himself as a Zionist is because Israel has something that hardly any country has with the United States. Because countries can have shared interests. Interests, connect to governments. That's what binds governments, are shared interests. But what binds societies are shared values. And the genius of Israel, for close to 75 years, I would say, of its existence, was it understood that it's not just the bipartisanship, Democrats, Republicans, but it's the shared values that link societies. And that's the Israel that Biden loves. That's why he came after October 7th. I mean, the government of Belgium does not have shared values with the American people. I mean, I could say that almost any country in the world doesn't have shared values with the American people. If Israel becomes the government, I'm sorry to personalize this, but if it becomes the government of Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir, its relations with the United States are going to decline deeply because it's not enough to have shared interests. It's necessary. Of course you need shared interests, but it's not sufficient. And that's shared values. That's why Biden is a Zionist, because he feels that the two societies are connected. And if Israel wants to go a different direction, and it's legitimate, Israel's a democracy, Israel will make its own decision, but it won't have that same hold on the American imagination as it has had in the last 75 years, and that for different administrations, whether you're Ronald Reagan, or whether you're Harry Truman, or whether you're Bill Clinton, or whether you're George W. Bush, it was the shared values. And that's what connects American Jews. And don't discount American Jews. You know, Israel wants American Jews when they want them, but they won't have them if these trajectories continue. So Israel needs to keep this special magical sauce. The magical sauce is bipartisanship and shared values. Of course, shared interests.
We have to finish in a few more minutes, so Yossi, the floor is yours. What, if there is no meeting between Biden and Netanyahu, what signal does it send?
I don't want to deal with Netanyahu and Biden. I think it's really minimizing this occasion and this issue. The fact that everything was entangled with Netanyahu is a disease for Israeli-American relations, in my opinion. What we have here is indeed, as David said, we have to reconstruct, we have to reshape the issue of values. We have to restate what we believe in. The United States is the land that really has a law-abiding citizen. That's a concept, constitutional land. Israel has become, in the last year and a half, something banding on a criminal state, something banding on a behavior which is unbecoming to democracies. As therefore, we have to revive ourselves. Reviving ourselves is what people in America are also expecting of us, including American Jewry. We have to revive our democracy to become more attractive in the American mind. And becoming attractive in the American mind is certainly, first of all, asserting our power in order that we will be a strategic ally, because strategic ally is a sine qua non for Israel-American relations, but also defining who we are. Who we are as a Zionist, democratic state that can really be an ally to the United States as we have been. This is really how it has been shaped. This is what is all about, what we call the unique relationships. This is how it has been all over the years. And notwithstanding whether it's Biden or Trump, with all the issues, but this is the essence of this relations. And I agree with David. If we will go in a different direction, and we will decide that we are somewhat in a messianic state, that we need Orban and we don't need the United States, I can tell you it can be a calamity in Israel. And people in Israel have shown themselves to bring on themselves calamity. They think sometimes they can overcome everything, but we cannot. And we see the challenges are immense, and we have to have America in our corner, and we reestablish ourselves, restart Israel is essential for this.
Dr. Coates, I would love to give the last word for you.
Well, that's very kind. No, I'd like to end on a hopeful note. I mean, I don't want to date myself, but when I was born, Israel was 20 years old. And, to get from 20 to 75, 76 now, is quite a feat. And as you look back at the history of the United States, we're also looking at our 250th in a couple of years. Not every moment has been a beautiful, shining moment for us. When I become despondent about the difficult times in which we live, I think about, the 1970s in the United States. And, what a terribly challenging, divisive time that was for us, and the humiliating failure of Vietnam, the assassinations we had endured, a very difficult presidency under Jimmy Carter, a Freudian slip, that we could turn it around. I have nothing but enormous hope for Israel. I'm not here to comment on your politics. That's your decision. I don't actually I try very hard not to meddle in the politics, particularly of partners and allies, because I don't think that's what we should do to build a strong relationship. But given the trajectory over the last half century, I just have enormous hope and confidence in both our countries over the next half century will be equally successful.
Thank you. And on that note, thank you all for participating, sharing your insight, and to our audience to joining us. And I'll sign off as usual. Gil Tamari, Herzliya.
Thank you very much for a very interesting session. וכעת נעבור.
Now we will move on to a session that will address the question, where are Israel-US relations going to? And now I'm honored to invite Ambassador Zalman Shoval, former ambassador of Israel to the US. And our second guest, I'm honored to invite to the stage Ambassador Danny Ayalon, former ambassador of Israel to the US and Deputy Foreign Minister, former Deputy Foreign Minister. Your applause, please. And I'd like to invite our moderator, Tal Schneider, political and diplomatic correspondent in the Times of Israel. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to interview these two distinguished ambassadors in this panel. My name is Tal Schneider. Hello, Mr. Shoval. Hello, Mr. Ayalon. How are you two doing? So, this is indeed a crucial moment, perhaps even a moment that can cause a lot of fear regarding the relations of the U.S. and Israel. Both of you have a lot of experience in this field. Let me also mention that I was correspondent in Washington when you were the ambassador, so we shared that period of time there. I wasn't a correspondent when you were there, Zalman. I apologize, but let's start with you, Zalman, a prime minister who posts a video and talks about the ammunitions or the absence of ammunitions in a public video. It's not something very customary in diplomatic relations. If you were the ambassador there, what would you have thought about that? Even if it is true or right, still, it's not something that you usually say in public. Okay, I'll sit in the middle. Did you hear my question? Yes, I heard. Please speak closer to the mic. Okay, if you could please speak closer to the mic. Yes, of course. Look, I'm going to say something that perhaps will astound you for a second. I think that this discussion, this entire discussion, it's inappropriate. Why? For two reasons. One reason, we heard the previous discussion, the title, Can Israel Exist Without the U.S.? Well, the answer to that is quite clear. It cannot. I can talk until I'm blue in the face to explain why. There will be arguments both ways, various qualifications and reservations. But under the current situation, or the situation that, let's talk about the global situation as well, global order, etc. Israel cannot exist without the U.S., period. The second reason why I'm saying that I don't know if we should even be talking about it. I'm asking which America are we talking about? America is divided, America with the cancel culture, America with violations of freedom of expression, America with rising anti-Semitism, which is definitely an extremely important political factor, not just from a Jewish perspective. All of these things, America, which is lost. People talked about values in the previous discussion. America that has lost many of its values. They've emptied out, and America that in 4 months' time, 4 months and 1 week, will perhaps be a different America. So perhaps we should have held this discussion maybe a year ago or perhaps next year, but we don't know exactly what the situation is now. Regarding the importance of America, I'd like to say that this is the norm or the insight of all Israeli governments, of all the Israeli prime ministers, including the current prime minister, with all the debates and arguments, and I don't think we need to elaborate. As for this specific topic you asked about, the munitions, I was curious because Danny and you have something that nobody else has. You were ambassadors, so I was curious, how does an ambassador positioned in Washington who sees this video, I mean, he says maybe, okay, what should I do now, or I didn't expect this. You tell me. I'm sure that I'm speaking on behalf of my colleague Danny as well when I say that the America I served in is not the current America, and the America in which Danny served is not the same America. And perhaps even Mike Herzog will say the same thing soon. We also knew some crises. There were crises in our term, some very serious ones. I don't remember during Danny's term of office, but with us there was the issue of the guarantees and the immigration of Olim from the former Soviet Union. Things weren't that easy back then, and I keep reminding this even today. The rule determined at the time by the late Moshe Dayan to try and reach arrangements, to try and avoid disputes, and if you don't reach arrangement, to try and postpone only on very crucial matters. we can allow ourselves to reach a dispute. I guess that the subject of munitions seems to the Israeli security establishment and to the Israeli Prime Minister is something essential, crucial. I don't want to express my opinion because I'm no military expert. Yitzhak Shamir was a very serious man. The issue of the guarantees seemed like something essential, even though I did prove later, and others also proved that that could also be resolved. But that was something that concerned the Israeli government at the time. Danny, during the guarantees, I don't think that a leader from any side, they didn't have a video on their cell phone where they could have filmed themselves and expressed their opinions. So what I'm asking you, when you were diplomats, things were done differently because of the rules and all the means we had. And imagine that you're in Washington and you open your Twitter or WhatsApp and you see this video. I guess that they didn't coordinate it with the ambassador, just like they didn't coordinate it with the cabinet or anybody else. So what is the ambassador thinking when he sees that? Does that place him in a difficult position? Well, my short answer, it's a great embarrassment. Perhaps even as far as, pulling out one's hair. But let's remain on a more abstract level without physical pulling out of hair. What you have alluded to, actually, Tal, is that the technological changes, especially in the media, communication, the social media platforms, definitely change the nature of diplomacy as well, but also the relations between leaders. And we're witnessing that. If in the past, who was that Bush Sr.? If he wanted to convey a message to Shamir, he would call the ambassador, Zalman Shoval, and Zalman would sometimes consult with him what would be the best way to convey it. Then Zalman would convey the message, and there was a cushion, so to speak, a shock absorber that could have calmed things down. But today we don't have that. One tweet, just like, they say, a stone that a fool threw into the well, 100 wise men cannot take out. So this is one of the problems of the nature in general that affects international relations as well as existing crises and the society. Zalman is absolutely right. The U.S. today is not the same U.S. it was 20 or definitely 50 years ago, but when it comes to weapons, this is a subject, we know this as reporters from the censorship. A country never admits to what it doesn't have, never tells what it doesn't have. So strategically, if you're thinking about what he did. So let me add on to what Zalman said regarding which disagreements you choose, and when you don't have a choice, you do act. In the political or diplomatic sphere, it doesn't really work because there's still a range, a certain area you need to work in, and that's behind the scenes. I would say that the activity of a government, definitely of a prime minister, he or they need to set the goals and how to reach these goals in the best possible manner. If the goal of the Israeli government and the security establishment is to bring back the flow of munitions from the U.S. to Israel, this is the best way to make it public. First of all, it embarrasses the American president, and it also places him as if he's climbed a certain ladder, because if he'll open everything up the next day, people will say that he's working for Netanyahu on the one hand. So he works for Netanyahu and Netanyahu works for Ben Gvir. Each one, yes, the entire food chain. But there's something else. The appearances, the optics, how is it perceived by our friends in the world, and especially how is it perceived by our enemies when we open up a gap with the U.S. and are expanding it and announcing it? That is simply harm caused to Israel's security interests. I'll come back to you, Zalman. Today, the Israeli Foreign Minister, Israel Katz, said that he wrote that Israel is managing to maintain to retain international legitimacy. He said that positively, and he said it's wonderful that Israel manages to maintain its international legitimacy, and any initiative for a ceasefire should depend on the release of the hostages, and he defined it as a major diplomatic achievement, and that's the greatest lever over the Hamas murderers. From your diplomatic experience, do you feel that Israel is indeed managing to maintain its international legitimacy, and that there is a major diplomatic achievement for the foreign ministry? As somebody who was part of the foreign ministry, I'm not in the foreign ministry, I'm a former member of the foreign ministry. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I'm certain, is doing the best it can. Let's set that aside. As for the legitimacy, international legitimacy, we are facing a problem. We do have a problem because what Professor Schein just said earlier, in exaggeration, I think it's true for the world. In the world, there's this attitude, let's forget about, enough with these Jews. In Israel, we have apprehensions. We're fearing China, and now all of a sudden there's Russia and the Ukraine. Let's get rid of that. So this mentality does exist. And I don't think that we can change it, and I don't think that it is especially true regarding the general population, but it's definitely true when it comes to the political echelon, etc. And now, with your permission, I'd like to go back to the U.S. We are facing a threat. Somebody said earlier, they quoted Kissinger, that Israel doesn't have a foreign policy, only a domestic policy. But in the U.S., the foreign policy is also very strongly linked domestic policy. And what's happening on both parties, the Republican Party has been taken hostage by the extreme right, and the Democratic Party, there's been a very dangerous movement towards the extreme left. It's not the social democratic left that we knew, but it's a radical left. Much of it is anti-Semitic, and even if whether Biden wins or fails in the future, in the upcoming elections, and I'm not saying what my preference is, we shouldn't talk about our preferences, and it's not up to us anyhow, but the influence of the left in the Democratic Party will continue to increase its weight and its impact, even if the Democrats are in the opposition. So for us as Israelis, and I'm saying if we are the nation state of the Jewish people, then the Jewish people, the Jews living in the U.S., that's also a matter that concerns us, and it's also one of our responsibilities or tasks, and we need to be aware of the developments that might unfold in the U.S. And I'm not saying that we need to necessarily adapt ourselves to the situation. They're definitely not, but we cannot ignore these things. But beyond the ignoring, and I appreciate the fact that you talk a lot about the rifts or cleavages in the U.S., but it sometimes seems like the Israeli government not only does it not address and take care of these issues. On the contrary, and you know what we're talking about, even with the speech in Congress, it's come in election times and place yourself between the two parties. In the previous speech of Netanyahu in Congress, I was present as well. How come we didn't meet? I'm sure we did. You were there 2015, God forbid, no. And that's an excellent example because that's exactly what happened there. Look, I'm not pleased today, and I wasn't pleased then. I'm not sure whether this visit is negative. I'm not sure of that yet because the Democrats who are at the center, not the more left-inclined Democrats, they're going to try and distinguish themselves from their left. Even Van Holland, who's a moderate who supports Israel, announced that he won't come to the speech, and Chuck Schumer, he said that he would come. He even invited. Maybe that will give Biden that last nudge to wean himself from the oppression he gives to the public as if he's abandoned Israel or something like that. But I don't know. I don't want to make projections. Of course, I agree, and of course, I'm not the one writing the speech for Netanyahu, but he definitely shouldn't be confrontational with this president, whether or not he wins the elections. He definitely needs to talk about the Palestinian issue in a positive, moderate, rational way, and not ideologically like some of his partners in the government, definitely. And we need to emphasize the fact that in the international struggle versus China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea on the one side and the Western world on the other side, Israel is part of the Western world, so we are going to conduct our policy accordingly. The previous ambassador here said earlier that Biden has abandoned Israel. Do you agree with this statement? No. I think that it's an inaccurate statement, to say the least. If we remember October 7th and what has happened ever since to date, we can see such tremendous amounts of munitions, 3 times a veto in the Security Council against resolutions which the Israeli government couldn't live with, and the munitions keep coming as far as I know, and I'm not authorized to say because I'm not familiar with all the details, but to my understanding, the munitions that keep coming are indeed at a lower pace than they were at the beginning. Well, first of all, it's because the need today is reduced than the need at the beginning. Yes, the war today is less intensive than it was in the first few months. There are some other problems of the manufacturing capacity because of the Ukraine and other reasons. And we know that there's one shipment of the bigger bombs, the 900 kilo bombs, and I think that it could reach here in the push of a button, and I think that there won't be a war in the north, but if there is one, I can guarantee that this shipment will arrive as well as others. We've heard General Brown. And one last question, because the clock is ticking, and I'd like to accomplish one more thing, and it's going to be the last question. The Minister of Defense is in the U.S. He wants the French not to intervene in the negotiations on the Lebanese matter. Can he enlist the Americans to that, to ask Macron to stay outside? Yes. First of all, I'd like to say that there's a covert, maybe not so covert, of a competition. There has always been one between the French and the Americans since the days of de Gaulle. The French about impact in Lebanon, or in general pretensions. They have always been adversarial or confrontational with the U.S., and the Americans say that the French will never forgive them for saving them in World War II. You're saying that the Americans will go along with that? Yes, they will, and one of the reasons why the Americans don't want the UN and are placing a veto, it's not just because of us, it's also because they want to be the superpower, they want to be the main ones responsible in the Middle East. They don't want the UN and they don't want the French. I think what the Minister of Defense did here, he hit the most sensitive spot for the French, because this is exactly what they want, to be involved in everything. And here he's distancing them, and maybe that will somehow help them go back to more normative relations with Israel. And one last word, they damage, in the mediation they tried to do between Israel and Lebanon, they actually damaged the process because they tried to go forward too quickly. They sold Israel for cheap. Yes, they went forward much more than Israel was willing to. Okay. Part of the cancellation of the invitation to the arms fair, the arms exhibition in France, there's another reason for that. The French cannot forgive us for managing to sell to Germany the Iron Dome, etc., instead of the French equipment. This is a French revenge. So yeah, there's competition there. I do have a complaint both to Trump and Biden. The debate is going to be in 2 days, and they didn't coordinate it with the Herzliya conference, but anyhow, it's going to happen on 3 a.m. and before Friday. They didn't schedule it with us at all. So thank you very much, Zalman Shoval and Dani Ayalon. Thank you for this fascinating session.
against the difficult events on campuses in the United States. בבקשה.
Thank you. And I'm honored to speak alongside so many leaders in their respective fields and to be able to present some ideas here in Israel at this particular time. It's most meaningful for me to be here in Israel right now. I'd like to begin by providing some context on the most recent rise in anti-Semitism in America and American higher education, and then I'll talk about the work that we're doing at Brandeis University to help address this reality. Over the past decade, we have seen on many American campuses a marked increase in anti-Semitism, mirroring what was happening in American society at large. The rise, often attributed to the emergence of Donald Trump as a major voice in American politics, came predominantly from the political right, or at least the focus of attention was primarily on the right. Trump's common use of tropes and memes, often exaggerated and outlandish, went well beyond the norms of common public discourse and set new standards of what others would say and do in public. A good example of that was the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, in August 2017, where white supremacists marched and chanted, "Jews will not replace us." This slogan is rooted in the white supremacist belief that non-whites, controlled by Jews or Jews themselves, will eventually dilute the white population and eventually replace it. A number of other far-right incidences of Jew hatred followed Charlottesville. Incidents of anti-Semitism from the left were hardly absent during this period, even before Charlottesville, but they were more subtle. They were what we might call passive Jew hatred, which became far more explicit following October 7th, as prior to the Hamas attack, many incidents were largely cloaked by using Israel as an effective surrogate target. The best example was the rise in popularity of the boycott, divestment, and sanctioned, or BDS movement on campuses across the U.S. and within professional academic associations. Though BDS was founded in 2005, its roots are traced to the NGO Forum at the 2001 World Conference Against Racism in Durban, South Africa, the same gathering at which Israel was declared an apartheid state. BDS resolutions began in earnest in 2009, though calls to divest from companies that profit from the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza began as early as 2002. The divisive debates on campuses served an important purpose, and that was to foster anti-Israel and sometimes anti-Semitic sentiment among students, faculty, and alumni. That is, the goal was, and often remains, less about succeeding in achieving divestment and more about keeping the discussion on the front burner to shine a bright and negative light on Israel for more and more to see. Fast forward to October 7th, and what had in the past been seen as one-off and muted anti-Semitic incidents, largely viewed as limited to the Academy's extreme progressive circles, was now unmasked and normalized. The protests, which erupted right after the Hamas attack, were extremely effective in vilifying Israel and, by association, Jews who identified as supporting Israel, and eventually any Jews, whether or not they claimed to be Zionists. These protests post-October 7th garnered broad support very quickly, and far more quickly than the far right's often vile and sometimes violent public displays of anti-Semitism. As of May, more than 80 pro-Palestinian encampments had been set up at American colleges and universities. At more than 70 of these schools, violence and arrests occurred. As of June 6th, more than 3,000 students had been arrested nationwide. The Anti-Defamation League reported that anti-Semitic incidents on U.S. college campuses spiked by a staggering 321% this year, most of which occurred after the October 7th terrorist attacks. The causes for the remarkable popularity of what are generously but largely inaccurately billed as pro-Palestinian demonstrations would require an entire conference to discern and try to understand. Much has been written about the influence of Marx, Fanon, Freire, and Said on the ideological foundations that have shaped an intellectual movement that has dominated the humanities and humanistic social sciences over the past 40 to 45 years. The result is an easy-to-digest but overly simplistic oppressor versus oppressed, neo-Marxist, and intersectional paradigm that now shapes so many syllabi in American university courses. Critics lament how too many courses in these disciplines have become less about teaching students how to think and more about indoctrination. History based on facts, the engagement in real debate, and looking for nuance in studying the human condition seem no longer to be the core of higher education, all of which has fueled the uncritical and ignorant acceptance of new definitions of genocide and settler colonialism, and an inability to acknowledge the relationship between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. Unlike past protest movements that were focused on the Vietnam War, the Civil Rights Movement, or women's liberation, two things stand out from the activism of the past 8 months. First, the focus of the protest is on Israel, and by extension, for many of the protesters, Jews, rather than on the American government or segments of American society. And second, at virtually every university where these protests and encampments have seen intimidation, harassment, and physical altercations aimed at Jews and pro-Zionists, institutional codes of conduct have been largely ignored, trumped by the claim that such activism is a form of free speech and is protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. For those less familiar with free speech rights and the First Amendment in the U.S., this claim is a red herring. The First Amendment states, and I quote, "Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble." In what is a common misunderstanding, the First Amendment extends only to the government, insofar as protection from the prohibition of free speech is concerned. Private property owners, which includes many of the colleges and universities that had the most visible activism and encampments, are not limited in their actions by the First Amendment. And even public institutions, which are under the jurisdiction of and funded by their respective state governments, and therefore must abide by the First Amendment, are permitted to apply time, place, and manner restrictions on speech and all forms of free expression. One cannot, even according to the University of Chicago's gold standard of free speech principles, say whatever you want, whenever you want, and wherever you want to. Beyond these established limits to unfettered free speech, Title VI of the United States Civil Rights Act of 1964 places restrictions on the content and manner of one's speech. Title VI protects all students at all levels of education in the United States, including Jewish students, from discrimination based on race, color, and national origin, including language and actual or perceived shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics. Schools must take immediate and appropriate action to respond to complaints of discrimination, which includes harassment or bullying based on race, color, or national origin. Failure to comply can result in investigations and the loss of federal funding, which is significant to all major research universities. And so while freedom of speech is foundational to higher education, to the pursuit of new knowledge and truth, and is something that should be limited only in very narrow circumstances, some of the current wave of pro-Palestinian activism, or what often looks more like pro-Hamas activism, should not be protected by free speech principles or the law. Many of the protests have violated both the time, place, manner restrictions written into the university's Code of Conduct and Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which is why today there are investigations of 64 colleges and universities brought by the Office of Civil Rights since October 7th, the overwhelming majority of them having to do with anti-Semitic incidents on campus. What is most puzzling, of course, has been the failure of many universities to intervene in the campus protests since October 7th, when they have been willing and even eager in the past to prosecute the most minor of verbal slights, sometimes with punishment of suspension for students and dismissal for offending faculty. The hypocrisy is undeniable, and it forces one to ask, why, when Jews are the target, are the judicial processes on campus less frequently engaged, and there is such a visible double standard? Though the hypocrisy or double standard has been ongoing for some time, the aftermath of October 7th and the protests against Israel make the connection undeniable. Jews have been treated differently on our campuses, with Israel and anti-Zionism together serving as a convenient camouflage for anti-Semitism. I should note that not all activism against the war in Gaza or against Israeli policy or the Israeli government is anti-Semitic or even anti-Zionist. There are individuals who do not deny Israel's right to exist as they protest for peace in the region or for the rights of Palestinians. Yet, many of this year's protests exhibit a kind of anti-Semitism that would not be tolerated if the same kind of activism was directed at any other minority group on college campuses. First, assuming that all Jews think alike, such as holding the same opinion of the conflict and therefore are fair targets of exclusion and harassment, and second, claiming that American Jews cannot distinguish between criticizing the Israeli government, as many Israelis do and have always done, and also supporting the right of the State of Israel to exist as the homeland for the Jewish people. And so what should and can be done to address the impact of the rise of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism in the U.S. and on U.S. campuses? Clearly, no single institution, and even the efforts of the entire American Academy, can erase the scourge of anti-Semitism, the oldest form of collective hatred, which waxes and wanes and evolves with great effectiveness. But individual institutions like Brandeis and the American Academy at large can do things to more effectively address the current rise in Jew hatred on our campuses, and much of it doesn't take much beyond a willingness to exercise clarity and leadership and buck the political pressures exerted by the extreme segment of protesters. First and most obvious is the equal application of one's institution's code of conduct. This would require, of course, a rejection of the claim that freedom of speech, as critical as it is to higher education's core mission, has no limits, and so protecting the rights, the educational environment, and freedom of expression for all students is vital. Second, adhering to the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which protects individuals, in this case students on our campuses, from speech and actions that intimidate, harass, or may incite physical violence. Some of you mostly are familiar with some of these chants that have been going on campus that sort of fit this bill. From the river to the sea, for Jews there is only one solution, and there is only one solution: Intifada, revolution. All of these cross the line where speech becomes gratuitous rather than free, and it does not advance the educational mission of a university. Third, review and reforms one's Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. It is clear that some colleges and universities' DEI offices not only exclude Jews from their mission, but have also made them the scapegoats for deep divisions among campus constituencies. They have designated Jews as white, as privileged, and therefore linked to the plight of the less fortunate, ignoring both the diversity within the Jewish world and the long history of prejudice against Jews. Fourth, strengthen the institution's academic offerings in the history of Zionism and anti-Semitism, along with providing sophisticated analysis of Israeli society and culture, so that the history of the Jewish people is better understood and shared on campuses. This would include having sessions on anti-Semitism during new student orientation as part of explaining student rights and responsibilities when part of an academic community. Fifth, as pressure mounts to boycott companies that do business in Israel, institutions should invest time and resources to look more closely at the sources of funding that support the non-peaceful anti-Israeli protests. More specifically, university leaders should stem the flow of funding to organizations and shadow organizations that promote hatred toward Israel and, by extension, to Jews. And sixth, put limits on and even ban student organizations that engage in attacks on Jewish students just as quickly and frequently as administrators would act if any other student group were targets of such behavior. The dechartering of Students for Justice in Palestine, as Brandeis did in November, is a good example of rejecting hate aimed at Jews. These 6 to-dos will, of course, not eradicate anti-Semitism or anti-Zionism from American campuses, but collectively they will make a difference in the overall campus climate for Jews and all other students who are interested in getting an education. For Brandeis, the university founded 75 years ago, 5 months after the founding of the State of Israel, I should say, specifically in response to anti-Semitism and quotas on Jewish enrollment in leading American colleges and universities, there is, in my view, a responsibility to do more to address the rise of anti-Semitism. Though, as the university's founding president, Abram Sacher, underscored from the start, Brandeis was established as a secular institution, striving to become an institution of academic excellence more like Princeton and Swarthmore than Baylor, Fordham, or Yeshiva University, the latter 3 all religiously based. It can be both secular or remain true to its founding purpose and values nonetheless. It should also set an example for higher education. in how an institution could ensure the same rights and protection for Jewish students as any other and all groups. We have introduced programs over the course of the last 2 years and initiatives that we hope will do just that. 2 years ago, we established a partnership with Robert Kraft and his Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism, through which financial support from Mr. Kraft and other donors allowed us to develop a set of programs aimed at students, higher education leaders, and future professionals aspiring to lead Jewish organizations. Our initiative to combat anti-Semitism in higher education for campus leaders brings together deans of academic and student affairs, DEI campus leaders, deans of admissions, provosts, and presidents from institutions across the U.S. for workshops, 2-day conferences, and 4-day intensive institutes to help prepare academic leaders to shape discussions and programs related to the place of Jews on their campuses. It is clear from the first set of programs, all of which have been oversubscribed with wait lists, that knowledge of Jewish history, Judaism, Jewish peoplehood, diversity within the Jewish community, Israel, and the relationship between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is very limited, even and especially among those responsible for ensuring a safe and rich educational environment for all their students, Jews included. The early success of this initiative's programming has brought requests from disparate groups across the country for us to adapt our program to their needs. These groups include local and regional Jewish federations, to national Jewish organizations, to board of trustees of universities and colleges, to leaders and teachers of K through 12 schools. A second program, supported generously by our collaboration with the Kraft family, focused on Brandeis's master's degree program in Jewish professional leadership. This program, which has served those who wish to lead Jewish organizations in both the U.S. and abroad for 60 years, will expand its curriculum to include modules on anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism and become available online to serve a much larger population and produce more and better prepared future Jewish leaders. A third program, focused on our undergraduate students, is an endowed program that provides funding to faculty to offer new courses that introduce students to anti-Semitism as the subject relates to their respective disciplines. Through these discipline-based courses, students who otherwise would have never studied anti-Semitism are engaged in courses in varied disciplines beyond Jewish studies. Courses so far have focused on anti-Semitism in theater, the persistence of anti-Semitism in France, taught in French, anti-Semitism in the plays of Shakespeare, the power of anti-Semitism in interwar Germany, and the intellectual history of anti-Semitism. Aside from the benefits to our students, these courses expand our faculty's knowledge of anti-Semitism. And judging by the positions taken by many faculties across the country, especially at our most elite universities, preparing new courses like these should serve to dampen extremism and ignorance of the subject. A fourth program is supporting research conducted on anti-Semitism by the Cohn Center for the Study of Modern Judaism. The Cohn Center has done numerous detailed studies of American Jewish communities over the past 4 decades and has begun recently in-depth studies of anti-Semitism on college and university campuses. The center's work is of great interest to the general American population and the American Jewish community, and it informs our work with higher ed leaders and K-12 leaders as well. Our other university research centers and institutes that focus on Jewish history, education, gender, and Israel studies play a major role in the programming of lectures, panels, and conferences, helping to explain the nuance and complexities of the Israel-Hamas conflict. And finally, and importantly, we see greater collaborations with Israeli institutions of higher education in order to counter the growing boycott, divest, and sanctions movement that is picking up steam at many American universities and within professional academic associations. Our goal is to increase exchanges of faculty, postdocs, and doctoral students to help redefine on our campus the narrative about Israel, Israeli academics, and the conflict. We also want to provide American academics the opportunity to be in residence in Israel and expand their understanding of the country, its rich, diverse, and complex culture, and what it's like to live in this neighborhood. And to that end, we are committed to working closely with Fulbright Israel and any other organization that can help strengthen relations between the American and Israeli academies. In closing, I would say, because of the strong ties to the American Jewish community since its founding, along with our unambiguous statement about October 7th, on October 7th, our Jewish and Israeli students feel fully supported and free to pursue their studies and lives as their true selves on campus. We believe the steps I have outlined, even if only a few could be pursued and implemented, would go a long way to elevating the experiences of our Jewish students at other colleges and universities. Brandeis is committed, as never before, to working closely with Israeli institutions of higher education. We look forward to creating new collaborations with willing universities, businesses, and nonprofit organizations to help combat anti-Semitism and to bring Jews from North America into closer contact with Israel. I welcome your partnership to help change the landscape of higher education in the U.S. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Leibovich. כעת אנחנו נעבור לראיון אחד על אחד.
Move on to a one-on-one interview. And I have the honor to invite Irina Nevzlin, head of ANU, Museum of the Jewish People. She is a leader, an amazing person, and we are glad that Irina Nevzlin has come to speak about this very important issue with us today. I apologize, something is wrong with the... Okay. Okay. Do you hear us now? Oh, okay, they fixed the problem, that's wonderful. Irina, this month you marked 17 years since you immigrated to Israel. What are the insights you have? You deal a lot, of course, in spokesmanship, advocacy, you talk in the diaspora. So what is your experience and what should Israel do differently? We see what's happening around the world in terms of a debate on Israel. We in Israel are not managing to advocate for ourselves. We say it simply. So what can we do differently? First of all, thank you. And yes, I've been a new immigrant now 18 years, in fact. This feeling of being a new immigrant, you know, that they say that it never leaves you, but I never felt it at all. The question that you pose, what should Israel do differently? We don't have enough time to cover that. What should we do differently in order to advocate and talk on behalf of Israel? We have to do everything differently, but generally, I think we were never good at advocacy. And I think there are profound reasons for that. But now we feel it even more palpably. I think that we haven't been good ever in advocacy because we're pretty generally bad in strategy. And advocacy is something that you build long-term, as a long-term strategy. Also, we're not very good at nuance, and advocacy and spokesmanship requires a lot of nuance and diplomacy, and that's not really such, one of our strengths, let's put it that way. Interesting what you say, because I've never heard anyone analyze it in this fashion, that it's the Israeli character, basically, that is its weakness here in advocacy. I think there are some issues that there are strategic planning issues. They're wonderful that we can do things immediately and without looking ahead, and we're tactically sound. But advocacy is something that you do sort of slowly, gradually, step by step, and that builds the foundations. And those foundations we didn't build. There's also another reason. And that is the mistake that we've made. We tend to talk about a misconception of security. I think there's also a misconception of the narrative of the Jewish people. And I'll try to explain. I think that for many years, and certainly since the Holocaust, but not only then, it's been years now, many, many years, in which we shouldn't be too proud, not try to look like everybody else, try to mingle in with the crowd, and maybe then, if we lower our profile, maybe they'll tolerate us, maybe they'll accept us, and it doesn't work. I've fought this kind of mentality for many years, and that's why I'm head of the Museum of the Jewish People, because I think we should be proud. And I think one thing that's changed since October 7 is that we can't lower our heads anymore. We see what students across campuses are going through. We have to hold on to our roots, our heritage, our identity, say proudly who we are, and this is who we are. We're not going to leave. We shouldn't be ashamed. Now, you ask me about advocacy. That is a painful subject. I don't know who's been tracking this. I'm sure there are lots of people here that do a lot of interviews and do everything they can to support and defend Israel, and that's great and wonderful, and lots of people care about that. That's great. But we don't have anybody who manages our advocacy on a national level, and we haven't had for months. We never used to be great at it, but now in the last few months, and let me say this, I'm sorry to be clear, Jerry Seinfeld does more advocacy than any minister in the government. Now, I thank Seinfeld very much, but why it shouldn't be like this? We shouldn't be counting on our advocacy on others. Advocacy is our future. It's our insurance for a future, so we should do it and do it well. But it means that we can't wait for later to do it. We have to do it prior. We should be doing it now. And there's no person, there's no entity in Israel responsible for our national advocacy. None. Let's take what you just said, the fact that we have no system that does this in an orderly fashion. But let's talk to the museum. You are the chair of its board of directors, ANU, the Museum of the Jewish People. And as you said, we should be proud that we are the Jewish people. We should be bold and say so. We shouldn't hide and obfuscate. So what do you do in the museum in order to maybe change that perception, in order to bring us closer to the world and bring the world closer to us? First of all, the museum tells a different story. I mean, as I said, the general narrative, the common narrative, is that we were helped, we were allowed to build a state, we were provided an opportunity because of the Holocaust. That's a narrative in which, no. First of all, the museum deals with the fact that we are a Jewish people. In order to know who we are, we have to understand that Jewish nationhood. We should be proud of it, and then we have to look to our future. You know, survival is something that you do on a daily basis, but if you don't have a common goal, a vision, and a common pride, then we won't be able to continue to exist. We need something that goes far beyond the daily existence and survival of day to day. That's not enough. And still, we are in such a difficult time that since the massacre of October 7 and the ongoing war, it surprised us all. But you are a person of very much a practical vision. You're not only a person of this ethereal vision. The question is, how do you implement it in such a difficult and complex period for the state of Israel? Look, we have this kind of habit to talk about important things, but only superficially. The issue of unity, which I'm sure is painful for everyone, every time that everybody says that we need cohesion and unity, yes, we should have it, we all agree. But we're not talking about it profoundly. We can talk about unity until we're blue in the face, and we can see the rifts, we can see the divisiveness in Israeli society, not only between Israeli society and Jews across the world. I believe, vision is a misnomer. A vision should be based on a higher philosophy, but at the end it's working together. Unity is formed when we work together. And we have gotten used to talk about something that we need unity, but not how do we achieve it. Now, if before October 7 we could just keep talking about unity, I don't think we have that privilege anymore, that luxury. And see how many people have been brought together since the war. And people are not talking about their difference of opinion in times of war, oftentimes. So only between emergencies can you create an in-depth dialogue about that. The question is, what is this state for? Why are we here? And then we have to implement it. We have to stop talking and do it, because then otherwise it's all talk. We talked about unity and we all felt good about it, but it didn't occur because we didn't implement it. Are you optimistic now, despite all the challenges and difficulties? And as I said, such a difficult time for us all. Are you optimistic? Look, I'm optimistic, full stop. It's not a question, it's a mindset. I'm optimistic, and I'm in pain. I'm in pain like everybody. because of the hostages, because of the evacuated people, the soldiers, the families of all of the soldiers now in Gaza. But I'm optimistic because I think there's no other option. If we decide, I mean, at the end of the day, you create a reality by how you look at it and formulate it. I think we're going through a terrible time. The trauma of this generation, of what's happening now, the depth of this trauma, we will be dealing with for years to come. But we have a state. And I think that we did take a serious hit, and we see what people really think about, and we have to think about who we really want to be. But it's been an almost total collapse of our state systems. But this is also maybe an opportunity to build something. Now, is this the time to say what's wrong about the state? And that's, of course, a very common trait that we have as Jews. But also as Jews, we have another state, another condition, another instinct, and that is to build and to grow. So I must be optimistic. And an almost final question. When you look at the world, at what's happening around the world, the rise of anti-Semitism, the very terrible events in Europe and even the US, what do you think of this? How do you deal with these unfolding events? How can also Israel cope with this situation? I think we need, and this goes back to the talking about advocacy, I think we should have already, and I think we've already gone through the trauma, the shock of what's happening, not only in the state, but understanding how palpable, how present anti-Semitism is. I always knew anti-Semitism is a chronic disease. I always knew that in every crisis, it's easy to blame the Jew. I didn't think, and I was surprised, like many people, to understand the scope of anti-Semitism. I think it's from ignorance, but I think at the end of the day, we live in a reality in which we won't be liked, we won't be accepted, because when we are weak, now it's not only our weakness, I mean, we're not the only ones that go to going war, but in a moment of weakness, we will be the ones to blame. And what do you do with that? Do you continue to try and be accepted by others? And by the way, I think the situation is in fact changing, because we are very, I mean, we got a hit, but even when things shift and opinions shift around the world and opinions of Israel shift, we can't see it, because we are, very much in the midst and the throes of this chaos. The question is, who do we want to be? What should be our vision for ourselves? Where are our roots? We have to stop waiting for the world to define us. We define ourselves. This is our state. We are Jews. Now, where do we want to take it? And that's our strength. And that's something that we should demonstrate and project out. Yes, we have to know who we are, not be ashamed of who we are. It doesn't help us to constantly try and be other than we are, or play a game or act a part. This is true not only for the Jewish nation and Israel, it's true of every country. I think that we have no other option but to define who we are and where we want to go. Yes, she certainly deserves a round of applause, important words. Do you have a message to the government of Israel, to the current government? I want a government with a vision. I want a government with a vision. I would like a government that for them, the image of Herzl is not that guy with a beard, but rather a source of inspiration of what should be our future. What's the next chapter for us? I want a government with a vision. Thank you. Certainly a message we should all hear and should be echoed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Irina. I have the honor to invite to the stage Rachel Goldberg, Pauline, mother of Hirsch Goldberg, who was taken hostage in Gaza 262 days ago. Rachel and the family have been remarkable and inspirational in their efforts in leading this world campaign for the hostages held in Gaza.
a dual American-Israeli civilian who is 23 years old. He is my eldest child and my only son. Before being stolen and kidnapped into Gaza from a music festival, Hirsch's left dominant arm was blown off. And since then, we live in a parallel universe of unadulterated torment. What shall I share with you, astute governmental policy experts, security virtuosos, and learned academics, given that I am just a mother who, in the before, worked at a high school? I've been thinking a lot about what makes great thinkers push themselves to become even greater thinkers. And I found myself wandering around the Talmud, as we are all so apt to do in our spare time. Two of the Talmud's most brilliant minds were Rabbi Hillel and Rabbi Shammai. They saw the world quite differently, and their approaches and philosophies were divergent. And there is a question as to why, if they were both so equally gifted, do the vast majority of their disputes about Jewish law go in favor of the school of Hillel? It is said that Hillel was kind and he was humble, but those qualities alone do not explain his exceptionality. The Talmud explains that when Hillel would teach his students, he would always present Shammai's opinion first. And he would do so in such a compelling and respectful way that his students each time were convinced that this must surely be the way the law should be understood. Only at the end of Rabbi Hillel's explanation would he then say, with respect and honor, I actually think the following. And only then would he go on to elucidate his opinion. There was no name-calling, no shouting, and never attempts to tear down Shammai's ideas, nor Shammai as a person, as unworthy. Hillel simply disagreed, but only after truly delving deeply, teaching, and endeavoring to comprehend Shammai's approach. A wise woman named Tzippi recently said, "It is critical to understand the other side. You don't have to agree with the other side, but we must try to understand them." And I think that is what Hillel did so very well, with conviction and with deference. Another lesson from a famous duo in the Talmud teaches how valuable and imperative it is to have people in our circle who think differently than we do. If we surround ourselves only with those who think and believe exactly as we do, then we don't push ourselves to stretch, reflect, and deepen our understanding of how we perceive and grasp the world. Rabbi Yochanan and his learning partner Reish Lakish were perfect examples of this. They came from such starkly different backgrounds. Reish Lakish was a former thief and Roman gladiator before he became a learned sage, while Rabbi Yochanan was a well-known student who went on to be a wise teacher of Torah all of his life. These distinct circumstances caused their learning sessions together to be animated with feverish and dynamic dimensions and debates. When Reish Lakish died, Rabbi Yochanan fell into depression and despair from losing his learning partner. His students found an exceptionally accomplished and brilliant new study partner for Rabbi Yochanan. But every time Rabbi Yochanan would present his opinion, this new partner would agree with him, saying all the reasons why he was correct. It is a dramatically described episode in the Talmud when Rabbi Yochanan finally loses his temper and angrily points out, "You don't need to tell me 24 reasons why I am right. Obviously, I think I'm right. Reish Lakish used to tell me 24 reasons why I was wrong." And then we could grapple and tease out and broaden our understanding of the topic. It is critical that we surround ourselves with others who are smart and capable, but who are not just carbon copies of ourselves and who are not simply yes people, although that can be a tempting path and a luscious ego boost. I learned a final compelling idea years ago about Albert Nobel, the notable creator of the Nobel Prize. Albert became well known as an industrialist who made a fortune developing explosives. In the year 1888, Albert had the rare and very uncomfortable experience of reading his own obituary. See, what happened was his older brother Ludwig had died suddenly of a heart attack. Back in those days, before the internet, the newspaper got it wrong. As we all know today, the news is never wrong. Back then, the obituary mistakenly described Albert as having died. And the article began by saying, quote, "Albert Nobel, the merchant of death, who became rich by finding new ways to kill more people faster than ever before, has died." Upon reading this, Albert Nobel had an epiphanal moment, and he decided that was neither the way nor the legacy by which he wanted to be remembered. He spent the remainder of his life crafting and putting in place what would become known as the Nobel Prize, which awarded and recognized people who, in the previous year, had contributed the greatest benefit to mankind. Originally, the prize was awarded in the fields of physics, chemistry, medicine, literature, and peace. We, all of us, as individuals, as a people, as a country, as a nation, and dare I say, as a species, have to decide right now how we want this story to end. And then we have to use every iota of our abilities to make it happen. I pray that the decision makers will immediately decide if they want to be remembered for all time and judged eternally based on interests, equities, and politics, or upon having the courage to do righteousness, integrity, justice, and grace. In a world that is so complicated and broken, all I yearn for is to be blessed to have my only son come home to me alive and soon. Am I a dreamer? No. My name is Rachel, and I am the mother of Hirsch Goldberg Poland.
וואו, איזה מילים עוצמתיות. עכשיו אנחנו נעבור לשיחה בשניים, שאליה אני מתכבדת להזמין את פרופסור ורדה ליברמן, משנה לנשיא לעניינים...
Deputy Rector for Academic Studies here in Reichman University, and I have the honor to invite Professor David Harel, President of the Israel Academy of Sciences and Humanities, Israel Prize Laureate in Computer Sciences. So, please, if you would come to the stage. Good afternoon. Hello, Professor Ariel. Hello, Varda. Before we dive into our subject, because there are people who are not yet aware what is the Israel Academy of Sciences, if you could just explain briefly what does the Academy of Sciences do and what do you do as its president? You want to tell me to do what Groucho Marx always said. Before we begin, I'd like to say a few words. Okay. The Academy of Sciences is a completely independent institution. You can see the law under which it was established. You can look it up on Google. One of the most important things that are about the Academy is the fact that it provides consultancy service to the government and other decision-making entities in regards to matters relating to science. Now, because we are not subject to any ministry, government ministry or minister, the president are elected by people of the faculty, and the election is, of course, by the president of the State of Israel, not anybody else. And this consultancy is a two-way street. We can decide there's an issue that is of interest that we would research. We produce research about it. And then there's also various government institutions like the Ministry of Environmental Protection that can ask us and commission us to do specific research about an issue. So it's a two-way street in terms of, and our independence is enormously important. Another word, the Academy is exact sciences, humanities, and sciences, basically in equal parts. This is important to note because when you talk about consultancy to the government in terms of science, it's not just science, it's not just high-tech, and it's not just, climate and so forth, but it also means humanities, social sciences, and so forth, because a country such as ours cannot exist without a military, without cyber, without all of these, and with security, without nutrition, without climate, without all of these things. We need all of these things to endure. And there's no, and we shouldn't also, and we should have humanities and culture and so forth. So all of these things are necessary for a healthy state. And how much are you listened to? I think very much so, and increasingly so, because they don't have to adopt your conclusions. No. They don't, and I'm glad, because we don't have any way to impose or implement what we're recommending. I mean, David, Harel, and the guys, they could say, oh, I have a particular interest, and that's where people are putting their money. That doesn't work like that. No, we provide research, we provide recommendations, independent research, and I hope that they will listen to us, and they seem to be increasingly listening to us, and they have to know that we are there. And we can help and provide a lot of information. And I think the very, very high level, present company excluded, of our academians and our scholars certainly proves the point. And you do also work to ensure that there's a supervisory and process. When I say talking to consulting for the government that you should have a mechanism for a meteorological forecast, and we should have climate change indicators, and we should have so on and so forth. But we also say what's not relevant to be done, and some of that is critique in the form of position papers. And now this is not something that the Academy maybe wants to produce in an organized fashion, then there's no problem with people doing it individually. Critique anything that seems to me that is something in response to what the government is doing or not doing. If there's any harm to the sciences and education, that is where we step in. Can you give examples of what kind of situation you're talking about? No, there's something that I like to say. I mean, Rabin used to say that science and education and culture in Israel in these days are weakened, very much so, sometimes brutally weakened from the inside, and are ostracized from the outside. And we are trying to tackle things on both sides. Weakening from within, that didn't begin on October 7, quite the opposite. I would say that some people even believe that October 7 stopped our ability to produce culture and so forth. But no, even here we heard the first passing of the bill for the public libraries that states that, again, we are fighting about the National Library and that issue. I don't even need to tell you the assault on the National Library, this hostile takeover attempt on the National Library that we heard this. There's somebody here who spoke at 11, right? Who spoke at 11? That mentions the same is true of the Central Bureau of Statistics, the Vulcan Institute. I mean, all of these institutions are under attack. And the government is doing this, or a minister or so is doing this, and this must stop in one fashion or another. That's weakening from within. There isn't a single week that goes by where I don't find myself forced to spend time on fighting for such institutions and mechanisms in our state in order to protect science, humanities, social sciences. The major point of today are the strategic challenges that Israel faces, and this sense, and people have said, and they heard about this session, that in a certain sense, when everything is afire, when the house is on fire, when everybody's fighting, it seems like a privilege to talk about science and culture and societal issues. But as you said, you can't survive without a military, but you can't survive without other things as well. I want to talk about these threats, about these domestic threats and the external threats. What are the real threats that you think we face? I mean, this began a lot earlier, a lot prior to October 7. Could you tell us what you think are the major threats that we need to think of, warn against, work against? I'm not going to repeat how much humanities and social sciences and all sciences are important, but let's go to a classic example. Is there anybody here in the hall that the night of attacks of drones from Iran would have ended the way it ended without, first of all, help from the US, that's A, and second, basic science, applied science, technological developments? Do you really think we would have come out with the upper hand? If you weaken these elements dramatically, I don't even want to imagine the implications, but this relates to that part of the algorithm that a state needs all of these things to function. And I won't say again the importance of all sciences. We are a nation that, I mean, look at the National Library, look at the public libraries. Let's talk about that for a moment, because some people aren't even aware. What are the role of libraries? What's the threat to the National Library? First of all, the National Library is, I mean, the epitome of our, achievements as a nation. And there has been an attempt to take from the National Library Council that, by the way, the National Library, and the major role of this council is to elect the directors of the National Libraries. Then the Minister of Education thought that he would take on that role for himself. Who will control the library? Who will sit on its board? This is terrible. Now, public libraries is another issue. Nobody should mistake for a moment to think that a public library in a small settlement or town is a place where anybody can take a book. Yes, of course, but there are places in the periphery where kids go directly from school to the local library. This includes ultra-Orthodox and secular and everybody. How could you cut their budget and basically decimate public libraries in Israel? And I may be talking about it too much, but the fact is it happened this very morning. Well, okay, let's look now at the threats, external threats. Now, this is certainly as a result only of October 7, the massacre and atrocities of that date. But amazingly, the first thing that happened maybe in the world, and this was heartwarming, there was a lot of empathy. There was shock in the world from what happened to us. And then very quickly, within several months, we shifted to the exact opposite incrimination of Israel, attacks on Israel, protests, anti-Semitism. And the question is, I mean, people think, I mean, what they see attacks. They see the protests on university campuses. And there are a lot of students there and a lot of people who joined in. But what you don't see is what happens behind the scenes. Because behind the scenes, and we as researchers know, behind the scenes there is a real ostracization and banning of Israeli researchers. This is not something we maybe discuss a lot, and research grants have been frozen, collaborations have stopped. Can you explain the implications of what's happening? Because from the outside it seems like sheer chaos. First of all, I fully agree. What a strategic achievement. What can I say? We shifted from complete support of Israel, friendship to Israel, complete support of Israel, to the exact opposite, to banning of Israel. I mean, what a success, I say ironically, 180 degrees. There are two things that are here unfolding here. There are the bans and boycotts of Israel, specifically people that we are severing contact and collaborations. Yeah, somebody who was invited to give a keynote speech in an event has been politely asked not to attend.
If they were polite, that's nice. Every day or every other day I hear more and more stories, but there are also much more general things. There are countries where an entire group of universities announce that they have stopped their cooperation with Israeli academia. When I talk about these things abroad, I explain to them that we must fight against these boycotts, because a boycott on Israeli science, it's not that Varda Lieberman or David Harel can't conduct their research well, because science is something that, has no boundaries. I gave the example of Ada Yonat this week. She received a Nobel Prize for chemistry, so she didn't sit in the attic for 2 or 3 months and all of a sudden came up with an idea. She had worked for over 20 years with people in specific countries, especially in Europe, with equipment on specific locations, with international funding. Without that, she couldn't have achieved that. It's not because she's small and weak and they're strong, but that is the nature of a scientific research, especially in the exact sciences, in the nature science, and the results. It's not just that they're good for us in Israel, in the Soroka Hospital or Sheba Hospital or Brazil Hospital in Ashkelon. It's good for the whole world. I don't need to explain that. So good science is done through collaboration, joint funding, etc. When I talk about it abroad, I say you're boycotting us, but you're actually harming science. You're not just harming us, and there's no point to it. I mean, you also mentioned the campus, the college campuses, and this is something I like to do recently. As I watch this, I am sometimes very simplistic. I divide up what people hear there, sometimes very loud and clearly, into 3 narratives you could hear. One narrative is anti-Semitism in very simple terms, that the Jews should all disappear from our lives. That's putting it very politely. Anti-Israeli sentiments, that's almost like anti-Zionism, that they want the state of Israel to disappear. That's in the college campuses, not necessarily, but now I'm talking about the campuses. Some of these things also existed before October 7th, but it got truly exacerbated. And the third narrative is that what the state of Israel is doing, or they're speaking out against what the state of Israel or what the government of Israel is doing and made this government disappear. I'm in favor of all of us, not just here in Israel, people from all the science academies in the world, and anybody, and people from universities, and anybody who has eyes will fight against the first 2 things. There's no reason to be anti-Semitic or anti-Israeli, not even under the current situation. And as for the third thing, people have different views. I don't conceal it. Maybe this is not the right place to state it, but if you ask me what the solution is, making this division, distinguishing between the 3 things, that's very important. People are saying, what are you doing in Gaza? And then people say, they're anti-Semitic. Maybe they're not. Sometimes they're not anti-Semitic. They're just anti what we're doing in Gaza. Sometimes they are. And we need to fight against the first 2 ones. We as scientists, we know that when there are places where politics and ideology pose a threat on science, on progress. Actually, it's science that bridges and connects and tries to resolve this and to connect, across borders. There's the famous story how after World War II, CERN was established. That's the association that took all the scientists and connected them in order to overcome the terrible cleavage that existed in Europe. And you know what? Let me add another thing. There's another scientific facility. It's not big or grandiose like CERN. It's much smaller and much more modest. It's in Jordan. It's called Sesame, and regional countries are a part of it, including Iraq, the Palestinian Authority in Turkey, and Israel is also involved. And, I'll say this quietly so nobody hears. The state of Israel has a very, very small debt. It's small in comparison to its budgets, to its membership fees in Sesame, which it isn't paying because the Director General of the Ministry of Science did this or that, and we need to fight that. I met with the new head of the NSC. I worked with the previous head of the NSC, Eyal Cholata. They tried to convince whoever needs to be convinced to pay the debt. I mean, really, even if the physics there isn't as elaborate as the physics in CERN, still it's physics. So what kind of a face does it give to Israel that it doesn't pay a debt to a scientific facility located in Jordan, and still scholars from all countries in the region, including countries that we don't have relations with, work there? So I'd like to call upon those who are in charge to take out their wallet, pull out some money and pay that debt. So I'm going back to my question. How would you explain that after October 7th, with all the support that we had, how come science did not remain outside? How come they're boycotting and ostracizing Israeli scholars, Israeli scientists, Israeli science? It ostensibly seems like not what is usually being done. I don't really know the answer to that. I can explain to you why they're weakening them in Israel. It's, a combination of ignorance and belligerency. What's the value? What is the National Library worth if we can't control it? Or the Vulcani Institute, where people think that they can create a square-shaped tomato and not just an elliptical. They don't understand how important it is. Why are they boycotting us from the outside? Because definitely it has some anti-Semitic or anti-Israeli components, but the immense rise in the anti-sentiments against us in the Western world is following October 7th. Why are they doing it? I don't really know. I think that some of it has to do with the confusion of being a country or the people versus being against what this country is doing. So that's what I think. So as an academia, you are, after all, the National Academy, the Israeli National Academy for Science. What are you trying to do, if it's even possible to do something? Well, there's one thing we talked about briefly, consulting to the government about the outside. Well, we cannot be responsible for it. I speak endlessly. I write endlessly. I was in Berlin about 3 or 4 weeks ago in the annual conference of an organization called Alea, which is the umbrella organization of all the European Academy of Sciences. I had asked to speak for 10 minutes and they let me. It was an extraordinary session. They didn't add it to the program because they didn't want it to be written there, but you could watch or read this speech. It's on the website of the National Academy or on my Facebook, and I talked about these 3 narratives. I almost begged the presidents of these academies whether they could do something in order to stop the boycotts and the riots for the reasons I've specified earlier. And by the way, it's not something that only the Academy of Science does. That's what I wanted to ask you. Are there any other organizations who are doing something about it, especially universities? Yes, the Council of University Heads, almost all of them are exerting an effort, first of all, to collect information. You said rightfully that we keep hearing these stories about somebody who was rejected or somebody who wasn't invited. There's a professor in the Weizmann Institute, Professor Michal Neiman, that the president of the Weizmann Institute appointed her as a project manager. And they're doing an excellent job. There are other project managers in other universities. We have the Young Academy, and the head of that academy is also working on that. And I do everything I can. I write and I speak, and there are some positive results. Okay, I wanted to ask about that. There's one country that it's important to praise here, and that's Germany. And it's not just that there's support there. It's not just lip service. The two most important academies in Germany, the heads of the university, the heads of Max Planck and the head of Humboldt are continuously supporting, asking what they can do. They come and they invite. I think on Thursday night I have a meeting with the relevant minister, the Minister for Higher Education in Germany. She's coming here and they really want to act, and they keep writing letters, and a letter came from the Netherlands as well. For example, there was a letter from a large group of rectors in universities in the Netherlands, and they sent a letter of support. They said, we're against boycotts. We're telling our people not to stop cooperating. Yes, I wanted to ask, inside the universities abroad, the leadership, are they trying to somehow address what's happening in the campuses? Yes, in both directions. There are countries and institutions inside certain countries who are operating in the opposite way. They tell their researchers not to cooperate with Israel. We are revisiting all the relationships, and all we can do is work and fight. And have you had any success? Yes, I just told you, in Germany and the Netherlands. So do you think that's as a result of what you did? I don't want to take the credit. Everybody's really working on this. So it's an integrated effort. So it's the accumulation and aggregation of all these efforts. If we can go back to what we said earlier, there's a strategic, immense strategic success, this shift from support to the boycotts. I found myself writing letters to all the directors of international higher education institutions. I told them, denounce and support, don't say Hamas attacked but. And then a few months later, I find myself once again asking them, don't do anti-Semitism, don't do things that are anti-Israeli. But then I'm forced to talk about what our government is doing in Gaza. So we have about 30 seconds left, and this entire conference is indeed all about genuine threats, and not everything sounds very promising. And do you have maybe one concluding comment of hope regarding what's happening, or how we can try and navigate this ship, the part that we are a part of, ship and science and humanities? Well, it's an uphill struggle, and thank you for your questions in this conversation. These were excellent questions. I think the only overwhelming solution, and I'm not even sure that will solve the situation, I say this quietly because nobody's listening, nobody's watching. My personal opinion is that this government should cease from being a government. It should disappear. And instead of it, it's not that we need any other government. It's difficult, even though it is difficult to think of a worse government, but what we would need is a government that, among other important things, it would be a government that culture, science, and education would be a top priority, and also early childhood education. The teachers should be people who are happy to be teachers, because you don't receive a Nobel Prize because you had a wonderful idea in the attic, like I said about Adayonat. It all starts in preschool. That's where we need to begin. That's where we need to allocate budgets. And this is a major part of the healing that this country will have to do in the years to come. So thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the audience as well. Thank you. And now I'd like to invite to the stage Amos Gilad, the man who's behind the entire operation of the Herzliya conference, and he has a special announcement to make. Amos, please. It's not a very positive message. Regretfully, Brigadier General Dani Hagari, IDF spokesperson, has had to cancel his participation today. I was IDF spokesperson many years ago, and I think he's the best IDF spokesperson the IDF has ever had. He stands there all alone. He's a wonderful and amazing individual, personally a very modest man, an excellent combatant, the commander of the Naval Commando. And when they suggested a promotion, he said, no, I want to command this unit. He's very honest, he's very modest. He's exactly the kind of man we need here in Israel, and he's there at the forefront. And I said that we'll have a conversation between the IDF, between spokesperson. I'll tell him that he's the best, and then he'll talk about what he does. But he won't be able to make it. That's what I wanted to announce. I don't think I should be, it's not right that I'm all alone here. I have my deputy, Hila, here with me, and an amazing team, people like Johnny Gershoni, who has expanded his activities, and Mickey Federman. We have amazing support systems here, and only this teamwork, as described by Professor Harel as an integral, as they call it in math, the integral is what deserves all the praise and gratitude. Thank you very much. I apologize, there were some last-minute changes to our schedule, so we're trying to adapt and adjust on. Now we're going to hold this session. The topic of the next session is terror as strategic factor. I'm honored to invite Professor Boaz Gano, President of Reichman University. I'm also honored Professor Asaf Mogdam, Dean of the Lauder School of Government, Diplomacy and Strategy from Reichman University as well. I'm honored to invite Colonel Retired Miri Izan, Managing Director of the International Institute for Counterterrorism at Reichman University. And I'm honored to invite Mr. Ofir Yecheli, Deputy Mayor of Kiryat Shmona. Yes, he definitely deserves a lot of applause, definitely in this difficult period that Kiryat Shmona is going through. So your applause, please, and the session will be moderated by Dr. Dana Wolf, Head of the Law and Security Program, Head of Diplomacy and Conflict Studies track at the Reichman University. Thank you. Ofir is also a graduate of our department, so it's a great honor to have you with us today. Thank you all for coming and being with us today. So Professor Gano, with your permission, I'd like to begin with you. So the horrific and events of October 7th carried out against Israeli citizens, and it's important to say that continue to be conducted against 120 citizens held hostage by Hamas, were carried out by a genocidal murderous organization, and this is what led to the Swords of Iron war, which is defined. Its definition is the war on Hamas. You wrote a paper at the beginning of the war in which you said it's a misconception that follows yet another, the misconception of October 7th. What exactly do you mean by misconception? Look, first of all, we look at this war as a war that was initiated and carried out by Hamas, and I wish to argue that that's not exactly the case. The war that the State of Israel has found itself in the past month is a war with a country, a state. This state is Iran. Iran, I wish to argue, planned, prepared, funded, initiated, and perhaps even more or less set the date, or approximately the date, a week earlier or later. And why did it do it? Iran had three reasons to start such a fierce war with the State of The first reason, the least important one, is revenge. The Iranians love to serve their revenge cold, and they have a lot to avenge from the past few years. I won't get into all the specifics. The second reason, much more important than the first one, because the Iranians reached the critical stage of preparing their nuclear bombs, and they wanted global attention to shift from Tehran and Iran to the Middle East, and of course to focus on Israel. The third reason is actually the main reason, because the Iranians have one nightmare, and the nightmare which they wish to do everything in their power to prevent is the establishment of the second NATO pact against Iran. The first NATO pact was established to counter the Soviet Union. The second NATO pact will be an alliance between other countries and moderate Sunni countries, plus Israel, plus the US, plus perhaps some other countries. That's the greatest threat posed against them. They knew it was going to happen, and they knew that that was about to happen a short while after October 7th, a week or 2 or 3 weeks later. Normalization agreement would have been signed with Saudi Arabia, and that would have paved the way, paved the road for this pact. And this is something they wanted to stop, and it could have been stopped only through a war, not yet another campaign in Gaza, but rather a war. But they wanted there to be two conditions for that war. They didn't want any Iranian signature. They wanted some space of denial. And another thing they didn't want it to snowball in such a way that it would reach Iran and sabotage all their goals. And by the way, in order to create this deniability, they came up with a plan. They devised it in hours after the attack. Several spokespersons spoke. The first one was Herzliya. He said Iran isn't involved at all. It's all us. We don't expect any of them. And then on the Friday sermon the following week, Nasrallah said the same thing. No, we didn't know anything. And they were probably offended that nobody told them in advance. So this is why we're not joining war. And then Khamenei said to the media, we aren't involved, but actually everything was premeditated and pre-planned, including the denial. So they are chess players. Chess, needless to say, is originally an Iranian game, and if you know how to play it, you don't just plan one step ahead, but 3 steps ahead. How do you plan it? Based on your estimate on what the opponent will do after every step you take. And I ask myself one question: what did the Iranians think that Israel would do once the war would begin, and what its next steps will be? Well, the answer to that is very simple. It's exactly what we did. That's the second misconception that followed the first. The first was before October 7th. The second misconception started on October 8th. We are playing into their hands exactly as they wanted it. They wanted a war of attrition. They wanted us to shed blood in Gaza. They wanted a war that would last for months, and that's what they get. With every day that passes, the Iranians are simply sitting back and enjoying the outcomes. So the question is, what should have been done? Well, we know, it's no secret, that there was an attempt led by Gantz in the first week of the war. There was a plan to target Hezbollah and to harm them significantly. The entire military system, mainly the political system, was against there, and it's completely bipartisan. It's both Bibi Netanyahu and Eisenkot and Gantz. All of them said, no way. We can understand why. We don't need to blame them, because the Americans said no way. Had I been prime minister at the time, I would have focused all my energy on flying to the US and explaining to them that Hamas is merely a tactical threat on Israel. It was a tactical threat on October 6th, it's a tactical threat on the 7th, and it's a tactical threat today. While Hezbollah is a strategic threat, and the state of Israel and Iran is an existential threat, we are shedding blood facing a tactical threat, and we're not addressing neither the strategic the existential threats? Anyone in the military, in the decision-maker echelon, and the intel, do they share your view? I don't know if they all do, but as far as I know, not a lot of people share this thesis, not in the security establishment, not in the security establishments in plural, and not in the political echelon. And that's why the misconception that followed the misconception, which I just is even worse or more severe than the misconception of October 7th. Thank you. Professor Mugadam, following what we just heard from Professor Ganor, I'd like to ask you, in terrorism research, we have definitions of a hybrid organization that has a military branch, a civilian or a political branch, and Hamas is a very unique phenomena that it has a third branch, and within that framework there's still some dispute whether Hamas is a strictly Iranian proxy, that it does what the Iranians ask it to do, or perhaps it has another vocation or mission. What do you think is Hamas's mission? Look, I think on the one hand it's correct to consider Hamas a proxy, but I'm not sure that it's the most accurate conceptualization or nor the most important one. I agree with Boz, even though I don't exactly know what's the scope of the Iranian intervention, and we heard it yesterday from Gadi Eisenkot, who talked about it indirectly, that Iran was involved in October 7th, and it also supports, I think, over $120 million a year of financial support, and this is a significant sum of money. Now, regarding Hamas as a proxy, I think that there are two issues here. First of all, this term of a sponsor and proxy, this term actually tries to say that the relations between a sponsor and a proxy are such that the proxy is supposed to serve the strategic interests of the sponsor. And it's indeed true, but I think it doesn't give sufficient credit to Hamas. I think that Hamas also has the agency, the ability to impact, even to influence global events. It has either financial sources in addition to Iran. It has support in Gaza and in the West Bank. So that's one point. That's to consider Hamas merely a proxy, that's a problem. And I think that also this definition, this term, proxy framework, but not all proxies are the same. Hamas is a proxy, for example, is an Iranian proxy. They're a very different proxy in comparison to Hezbollah. The relations between Hamas and Iran are very different in comparison to the relations of Hezbollah and Iran. There aren't any, they don't share the same ideology. They're not Shiites. Hamas is a Sunni organization. We know that Iran will always fight until the very last Arab. And, you know, thinking about Hamas, I think that viewing Hamas as a proxy of Iran, it's right, and it's important to do so, and it also has implications. If we view Hamas as a proxy of Iran, it means that on the one hand, we need to, some of our efforts need to detach the connection between Hamas and Iran, and another thing, we would need to focus on Iran as well. But I think that we also need to conceptualize Hamas in other ways, and this is what makes Hamas such a sophisticated actor, because they're very multidimensional. On the one hand, they're a proxy of Iran, and on the other hand, and that's no news, we all know this, it's a terror organization, and we need to fight against Hamas not just as an Iranian proxy, but also with the classic tools of fighting against a terror organization, special operations, to use intel pressure, and of course and also we need to view Hamas not just a terror organization, but also as a social and political movement, a type of insurgency even. And the problem here is the broad support, the extensive support of the people in Gaza, and the ramifications are that we need to fight against Hamas as a counterinsurgency to weaken the support of the people of Gaza, their support for Hamas. And another thing, we need to consider them as a type of ideology and idea, a concept, and we heard about it this morning. So that adds another counter element that's on the information aspect or the counter narrative. So the war on Hamas, the campaign against Hamas is multidimensional, just as the organization is multidimensional. Thank you very much, Miri. You know, talking about multidimensionalism, we have noticed that one of the main characteristics of this war is the information terror warfare and the way that the terror organizations are using social media platforms in order to undermine Israel's legitimacy in the war. So this information war of Hamas, how does it impact Israel's ability to achieve the goals of the war? Has anybody traveled abroad recently? Well, that's the impact. We are in a period of 8.5 months that the success of the information war of Hamas is inconceivable, and Iran, which was mentioned here earlier, which heightens it and amplifies it with every possible mean. It's inconceivable for us how much this is amplified because we're sitting here in the Herzliya conference inside the state of Israel. But anybody who's traveled to the US, I'm not even talking about Europe yet, anybody who's traveled over the 8.5 months can see the influence. I had the privilege to sit on the stage at the ICT conference, and when I spoke there, I talked specifically about the topic of coolness of terrorism, TikTok terrorism. On October 7th, Hamas, in a very clearly planned way, they played on two parallel simultaneous narratives. The first one was intended to scare with immense terrorism the people of Israel, the state of Israel, support Israel, because with all due respect, we're not that many. We are in our own echo chamber, and they do it through their echo chamber, and it's achieved through our echo chamber as well. We keep saying how they filmed themselves with their GoPros, but the narrative they streamed outside was very different, and it's based on information wars spanning 25 years, and the legitimization of Israel, and beyond that, the dehumanization of Israel. We're not human beings, so they can commit all the atrocities because we're not even people. We're not human beings. They can take their hostages, and they don't consider them as human beings. They are tickets to negotiate. It's not Ben Hirsch. He's simply a card they can play with to achieve what they want. And the gap, the difference between how we see it in Israel and how it functions outside, I think that in our response and our view, we think that obviously we're right, but in the information warfare of the past 25 years, they even stole the concepts from us, the concepts of justice, morality, who is good, and what has happened over the past 8.5 months, and it's exacerbating, it's constantly escalating, it's not being reduced. Israel is the bad one, and they're doing the bad things, and when we operate against Hezbollah, will be bad, and when we do whether we do or do act against Hezbollah, we're the bad guys. And because this all is founded on delegitimization and this terrible anti-Semitism, eruption of anti-Semitism. Yay, here we are, 2024. Now, Iran is the queen in our story. It knows how to apply it, how to talk about it. Khamenei, during the Hajj last week, there was a Hajj in Saudi Arabia, and Khamenei issued a statement that the Hajj, and he said that in his Twitter in English. He has excellent Twitter, and he says the Hajj represents all the oppressed in the world, and what Hamas now represent is the voice of the. There's nothing more affiliated with the Shiites than the status of being worst oppressed on earth, and the Palestinians, and within the Palestinians, Hamas, they are fully found themselves in the spot of the oppressed. Who's the oppressor? We are the oppressed, the occupied, all of these terms, which are terms of freedom, justice, liberty, these things that are supposed to be positive, it all worked against us. And of course, what Israel does to counter that exacerbates, because if you don't know, we're in the right, they're in the wrong, and only if we explain this better, and Miri says this in her excellent English, but there's a framing of a humanitarian language that we don't speak correctly, and the information warfare becomes much more difficult. Thank you. Deputy Mayor of Kiryat Shmona, Mr. Ofir Yechezkeli, thank you for being with us. Let's talk about things, that are happening out there. Another strategic element is the way terrorism is impacting the civilian population. You come from Kiryat Shmona, your family has been evacuated to Jerusalem. This is something you experience daily. Could you explain to us how terrorism actually impacts the civilian population? Thank you. Anna. First of all, thank you for inviting me. It's always wonderful to return to your alma mater. I studied here for my undergraduate and graduate degree. I was head of the student union for 2 years, so it's great to be back. But with your permission, let's talk about the northern border, and let's speak, from what's happening in the field. I slept last night in Kiryat Shmona, and I got up in the morning. I wanted to drive here, and I turned ways. What happens when you operate Kiryat Shmona? It says that I'm in Beirut, and unfortunately that's the feeling of the people of Kiryat Shmona and the Galilee Panhandle over the past 8.5 months. The feeling is that the government of Israel has completely dissociated itself from this situation, and I think the reality is that the problem is that you and the majority of the people of Israel simply don't understand the extent of the damage happening in that place, because to try and describe this in sentences, or the fact that the city is abandoned and the traffic lights are yellow and everybody speeds and it's deserted, to try and describe that in words, okay, that's nice, but when you can't really see it with your eyes, it's a problem. Metula, 100 homes have been hit, and yesterday 2 members of the rapid response squad were injured. They wanted to take people whose house was hit. After their house was hit, the family wanted to see what's left, so they accompanied them, and they were injured from anti-tank missiles, and it's a matter of 40 or 50 centimeters that they simply wouldn't be alive anymore. To see Kiryat Shmona, we're talking about almost 500 calls that opened in property tax for people who receive direct damage and collateral damage. To see your city in such a situation, it's heartbreaking. And what bothers us, what concerns us about this, that we feel that there's only one side that's a part of this war. Hezbollah does whatever it wants. When it wants to launch tank missiles, it does so. When it wants to launch missiles, it launches missiles. When it wants to send drones, they send drones. Another example, at the holiday of Shavuot Tabernacles, our friends from Neot Mordechai, which is a kibbutz 6 kilometers from the border, they haven't been evacuated. There are several kibbutzim that haven't been evacuated yet, and they held a festive evening at Shavuot, and in the middle of the evening, they launched rockets and missiles at them. They had to rush to the shelters, and that was an excellent demonstration. And a week after that, all of a sudden, there was nothing, no drones, no sirens, nothing in the north. What happened? It's their holiday, it's their Eid, it's called the victims' holiday. We're the victims in this case. And where's the IDF? Why isn't the IDF targeting them? And look, strategically, I understand what they're saying is we don't want to open a second front in Israel. We're now busy in the south. Because what happened? They took 60, 70,000 people. They evacuated us from our homes so that 9 or 10 million people can continue to live their lives. Because once you pass the Machanaim junction and you reach Rosh Pina, or definitely when you come here to Herzliya, people are carrying on, they're living their lives normally as if nothing has happened. But we have to pay the price for that, and there is a price tag to that. First of all, it's our own civilian price. The children, that their entire school year went down the drain. Regarding the elderly, there is an increase, a 20% increase in mortality of senior citizens because they were taken out of their homes, and relationships, marriages. Think how long you can spend, with your wife in a hotel room and the entire family. The children welfare families, businesses. Just think about the shops and the businesses that are closed and shut down. Think about people who earned a certain salary, but now it's been slashed by 50% because they're on furlough and they do receive unemployment and they don't receive an unemployment benefit. So there's a very heavy civilian price, and we are paying this price day in, day out. And in addition to that, I have to say, and you know what, okay, we understand and we're willing to pay the price. I think we've now moved to a point that the price we're paying is a strategic price, because I think that anybody, Hezbollah in Lebanon, they have this nice habit when somebody is killed, they show a picture of a shaheed. They have excellent graphic designers and branding, and it says the shaheed is on his way to Jerusalem. That's exactly the view of this organization. It's not to conquer the Galilee. It's not our points of dispute with Lebanon. Their ideology, their concept of conquering Jerusalem, and we are the human shield. If we give up on Metula, Kiryat Shmona, Dishon, Kibbutz Amir, Margaliot, you guys are next. You here in Herzliya, you're next, Right now, we've given up on this region, and that's why I first of all think that people don't really understand what's happening out there, both strategically and practically, and I think we need to see what's happening. And everybody's talking about Hezbollah. Excuse me, but where's the state of Lebanon? Lebanon is a country, a sovereign country that is harming us, that is targeting us, a sovereign country. They're harming this region for 8 months. Okay, there was a surprise, but here it's almost 9 months of a daily war of attrition. This situation cannot continue. There are several things happening here simultaneously. Right now, I'm hearing about an agreement, whether they'll reach an agreement or not. I think that in this situation, we have to know that at the end of this situation, let me remind you what Nasrallah said at the end of the Second Lebanon War. He said, I wouldn't have started this, I wouldn't have abducted, kidnapped the soldiers had I known that these would be the results, the price that Lebanon would pay for that war. And we need to come back, and Hezbollah should know that it's going to cost them. They're going to pay a heavy price, both Hezbollah and the state of Lebanon, so that we can look at our residents in the eyes, to the children and their parents, and to tell them it's safe to now go back and live there. And let me remind you something else. Let me remind you what Churchill said before the Munich Agreement. He said you had the option to choose between war and disgrace. You chose disgrace, and then you got a war. And this is what's going to happen here. If we finish this event with a ridiculous agreement, and they'll say, they should distance themselves according to a certain UN resolution, we'll find ourselves in a pickle, in a problem 2 or 3 years from now. We'll always feel that one day we'll wake up to October 7th, and I'm not willing to pay that price. We grew up in Kiryat Shmona. We were used to Katyushas every several weeks, and we were used to border infiltrations, but I'm not willing to live in a reality of the Radwan forces on the border, and we might experience October 7th at any given moment in the north. The state of Israel needs to understand this situation, get a grip, and come up with solutions to regain deterrence, to regain security, and especially to bring us back home.
Thank you, Professor No. You hear these remarks. We understand the severity of both sides, and 120 hostages that have to come home now, today. The Northern Front is ruining the lives of our northern residents, and then there's Iranian strategy. What should Israel be doing? First of all, Ophir is a dear friend of mine, used to be a student of mine, is now a colleague. And I always supported him, and I support him still, and I'm very, very proud that in this time he is fulfilling this very important role. But I think, Ophir, you need to understand the situation. You said 2 things. Israel should bring solutions. Of course, Israel should bring solutions. Great. The government of Israel should have solutions. Yes, the government. But I would caution you and your colleagues, that you don't push the state of Israel to a war now with the Hezbollah. because you have to understand the implications of this. And you surely see that I'm not against a war against the Hezbollah. I think we should have opened a war against the Hezbollah on October 8th. But now, after 8 months, and I won't go into all of the reasons why not, I don't think it's now the interest of the State of Israel to open another front on the north, because the significance of that will be that what you experience today, what the north has experienced today, will be nothing compared to what the north will undergo with such a war. What the north is undergoing now, it's what the center of Israel will experience for a very long time, because if the war in Gaza is taking 9 months, the war on the northern front, Hezbollah, will take a lot longer. And this will not resolve our problem unless we have an agreement anyway. So we should now already think of solutions, because solutions do rely on a deal, and completely different deployment and use of the IDF, and completely different ideation of how we address the northern threat. And we talked about this long before this particular war, about how unsafe people in the north are. This must change, and there must be budgets, and we have to bring a lot more IDF presence in the north, because we shouldn't only rely on a written agreement. We should have a written agreement, but we shouldn't only rely on it. Israel, in my view, needs time, and it first has to provide a solution for the hostages immediately first, and concurrently we have to have a resolution in our southern border. Let's see what it entails, what problems in the south entails. Sinwar says from day one that he wants only one thing for the hostages he took. He wants a ceasefire. He wants a retreat of Israeli forces. You agree, you don't agree, think whatever you want. But Sinwar hasn't changed his stance. And we say that he constantly invents up new things. No, he's been insisting on that. The State of Israel has to decide, is it within its interest or not? I believe even without the hostages, it is in our interest, but certainly with the hostages, we have to conclude this war and prepare now for the real war, the strategic existential war, which is Hezbollah and Iran. And that war, I believe, sadly, is inevitable, but this is not the time to do it. Thank you. Professor Dam, what do you think that Israel should do right now? This is a complex question, but I think the agenda should be first to bring back the hostages. I agree that the time has come to move forward to concluding this war. First of all, that we have a government that can lead, and a government that can make decisions, and a government that can also set strategic goals and can pursue them. The second thing that we need has to do to your previous question in regards to the threat, which is a multi-front threat. I think the State of Israel should work with partners. I think we have to have an agreement in Gaza and also with the Hezbollah. In order to do that, Israel had to make every effort to promote its strategic alliances, particularly first and foremost with the US. I know I sound a bit like Anmos right now. And next, I think that we have to get out of our mental fixation and think of solutions that are out of the box, creative, and that also includes that I think decision-making here in Israel, and we also heard this yesterday in the conference, we need, in our decision-making process as a country, we need more diversity. For women, for example, I think diversity of opinions among the decision-making tables is critical. We don't have a long time. So summary remarks. What does Israel need to do now? Abandon group thinking, and we are so deep into our groupthink mentality, and we've done so since October 7. But we have to think in everything we thought about until October 7. We have to, but you know, we should stay the same, but only they should rethink things. No, we have to rethink everything, meaning reconceptualization of our status. And for that, we need Asaf to talk about diversity and many more. And we need to hear other voices and other experts, because as we've heard in the last 2 days, we are lacking real diversity of opinion in order to leave this groupthink mentality. Ophir, I mean, if the government of Israel comes to an agreement in order to buy time, for us in Kiryat Shmona, We will go back to the north. We will rehabilitate our city. We will work together in real leadership and with real management. If there's an agreement, we need massive military presence. For that, we need budgets as well in order to address all of our civil problem, because we need amazing quality of life and quality of life in terms of education, welfare, infrastructure, the whole bit. But mostly, we need leadership. We are showing a lot of resilience. We're showing a lot of strength. The day will come when you'll come to visit us up in the north again. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you all. In just a moment, we'll allow them to set up the stage for our next session. And I'd like now to invite to the stage for a one-on-one interview Tal Shalev, political correspondent in Walla News. Yes, round of applause, please, of course. And I'd like to invite to the stage Knesset member Avigdor Lieberman, head of the Israel Beitenu Party and former Minister of Defense. If you could both come, thank you. Hello to you, head of the Israel Beitenu Party, Mr. Avigdor Lieberman. There are many issues to discuss, but maybe today is a day of celebration to you with this High Court ruling. First of all, we have come to realize and see that we do have judges in Jerusalem. And they made the most appropriate and right decision, also in terms of the needs of our security system, but also a morally right decision, because we cannot continue the way this government has done, discriminating on the one hand, laying the entirety of the burden for those who shoulder the burden, that are now doing their third round of reserve duty, those who did conscripted service, do reserve service, work, pay taxes. You cannot throw it all on them while and extending the reserve service by a year, and on the other hand, exempting an entire other population from any obligation to the state. And nobody's doing this to be spiteful. At the moment, we are in the midst of war. We need soldiers. We need people. Not only the IDF and security forces, firefighting forces, and prison forces, and the Israeli Red Cross Magen David Adom. We cannot continue with the number of people we have. So this is a correct decision. It's morally and ethically the right decision as well. And no one, not even the government, can say anything, because all governments, not only this particular administration, all our governments over the years have avoided making a clear decision on this matter. We, for years, have been leading enlistment law to all citizens, for everybody, Jews and Muslims and Christians and Druze and Caucasians, everybody at the age of 18. And tomorrow I will continue to speak up on this matter. No quotas and no exemptions, nothing. Everybody should provide service to the state at 18, give a service. But the High Court ruling is a value-oriented message, but practically speaking, what do you expect to happen tomorrow? If you're defense minister, do you tell the IDF chief of general staff to send enlistment letters to all those young men? First of all, if I'm minister of defense, certainly I would. But even irrespective of who is the Minister of Defense, I believe that the state attorney has to make a clear statement to the Minister of Defense to implement the law, because if the government doesn't listen to the High Court of Justice and doesn't implement them, where will we go from there? These are the rules of the game, and we should keep to the rules of the game, otherwise we will become a complete anarchy. And again, I reiterate and say that that there should be a clear decision, that there should be clear letters from the Attorney General said to the minister. But even if there's now a Knesset discussion and there are processes of legislation in order to make a new enlistment law, because at the moment the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee says that there will be, what, an indiscriminate law? I don't know what an indiscriminate law you mean. I believe in indiscriminate in the sense that everybody enlists at the age of 18. Everybody. You're talking about equality. Every young person at the age of 18, either to military service or national service, but you said yourself, no government in Israel has ever done so. They've all avoided this matter. Want this particular administration to do it? We've never been in this situation prior. We've never seen such a horrendous failure as October 7. And the ones that are responsible are this government, this prime minister, this defense minister, this IDF chief of general staff. No one is exempt from this responsibility. And what we've seen since October 7, this management of the war is wrong, is a failure. And no one would have imagined prior to this that we would find ourselves stumbling, facing a terrorist organization. I mean, 260 odd days, plus days already into this war, and we haven't we haven't resolved it. We have 5 fronts that are left open. You have to enlist everybody. You talk a lot about the strategic, severe situation Israel finds itself in. If you were the prime minister or defense minister, what would be the first thing that you do in order to get out of this predicament? First of all, you have to set priorities the right way to reorganize. We, at the moment, all of the IDF is busy in Gaza, and we are trying to take on and deal with everything that's happening on our northern border, but that is all on the margins of the major issue. The major issue, the major source of evil is Iran. We're not even addressing Iran. If I look at everything that's happening, I say to you, and I don't want to get into specifics, I have never seen such an anemic government facing such a dire threat. We've heard the alerts, we've heard the reports. If you saw the last report from the Atomic Energy Commission, this is the IAEA, this is the most severe report ever produced. There's Rafael Gross, director, and their report, and all of members of the organization. There's a report by the State Department of the US, the G7 reports, and only the government of Israel is silent and not doing anything. Not doing anything, even without getting into the details. This government is not doing what needs to be done. So you warn that within 2 years there could be an Iranian attack that can, what am I warn? I'm talking about things that have been reported. But what are you basing it on? I base it on the Iranian announcement, declaration that their major goal is the eradication of the Zionist enterprise in the state of Israel, that they've managed to bring together various fronts. We are being attacked from Iraq and Yemen and Syria and Gaza and Lebanon, from every direction. And they have managed to bring together their forces. And second, according to all of the assessments of all experts, everything I personally read in the open reports published, they have enough enriched uranium to move forward, and they're now working on their armaments program to turn enriched uranium into, of course, nuclear warheads, missiles, and so forth. And Prime Minister Netanyahu, who made his career from, the Iranian threat, he's unfamiliar with these materials, he doesn't see these reports. He is at the moment very busy with the thing that's most important, maybe, the state of Israel, to appoint him a consul in Miami. Maybe that's vital for our future, in his opinion. But in any case, I also remember the Prime Minister that he was saying in the UN with the poster, "This is a bomb," and underlining it. Where's this underlined line? It's no longer red, it's no longer pink, he's not even talking about it. So where is the Prime Minister on this matter? Well, I don't know. I have no idea. He's dealing with the draft evasion law. He's talking about all sorts of issues. He's, repartees with ministers. So he doesn't see these materials and warnings about Iran. He sees them and he doesn't do anything. I am not the spokesman of the Prime Minister. I can tell you that what we see is what he does, his actions, and everything we would expect to be done, nothing of that is being done. Okay, what should be done? Okay, well, what should we do about it? But what is the first thing that Israel should do in order to deal with this threat that you describe? We have to do several things. There's no possibility of delving into specifics in this forum, but we need to, again, prioritize correctly our next steps. And this great, saga, this enormous failure, the last 8.5 months, the South, the North, cannot, with all of this drama, forget that the Hezbollah doesn't exist without Iran. I mean, that is the direct outcome of Iranian influence. They are a proxy of Iran. And without the Iran, Hezbollah doesn't exist. In fact, the Hamas, and specifically the Islamic Jihad, don't exist without Iran. All of the knowledge and money and planning, it all comes from Iran. All the funding comes from Iran. The state support comes from Iran. But the strategic situation is such that you have 120 hostages in Gaza, tens of thousands of people from the north that are displaced from their homes. You have a severe conflict with the US that threatens your armaments, or at least according to the Prime Minister is delaying them. In this situation, what should Israel do against the Iranian threat that you describe? As I said, we know what to do. I know what to do. This is not the place to discuss it. But the things that need to be done are not being done. And here one is to say that the US are doing so much more than us in regards to Iran, so much more. They're doing far beyond, I would expect, far beyond what Israel is doing. And when you see this conflict between Netanyahu and the Biden administration against the weapons and arms, maybe Netanyahu is right. This is a year of elections, and maybe there's also US politics involved. Look, when I was the transportation minister, and I was a young, nice guy, now I'm just nice, but no longer young, okay? Well, at the time we had a slogan, don't be right, be smart. So even if he's right, maybe he should be smart about it, I think. I think there has never been any such a controversial, scandalous debate as there have been. We've always had disagreements with the US, fine, but we've always addressed our disagreements with the Americans behind closed doors and with respect. What's being done now is unprecedented, and it harms Israel directly. Our close relationship with the US is part of our strategic foundation, and it is a pillar of our national defense. And this conduct is harming us directly. There's no doubt about it. Fighting with the US, I mean, like as if it was some kind of internal Likud faction argument. But you assumed that at the time that when Netanyahu would run ahead to a peace agreement with the Saudis, but now he's going head to head with the Americans. I mean, what is he doing? Look, what guides Netanyahu are just his question of political survival. That's all he's interested in, saying one day, another day, 2 more days in power. That is his interest. He avoids the most key and critical matters to the future of Israel. And if such an agreement with the Saudis, with Saudi Arabia, made that help Israel in our struggle against the Iranians? Look, I very much support the agreement with Saudi Arabia without their nuclear program. We can support an agreement with the Saudis. We cannot agree to a Saudi nuclear plan. And please, no one speak nonsense. The Saudis can have oil. They don't really need to have nuclear power to have electricity. Seriously, they don't need nuclear electrical power. So you don't count on their discretion. The Iranian nuclear program also began as a civilian electrical power plant program with nuclear power. That's how it started. So nuclear electricity is something you cannot go back on, and you don't trust Netanyahu's discretion in regards to a peace agreement with the Saudis. I don't trust Netanyahu's discretion on any matter. May that be clear. We just saw the issue of a national inquiry commission about the submarine scandal and how that harms Israel. What do you think about that? I think you have to read the findings of this is not a final report. This is the intermediate report, by the way, but they came to very difficult conclusions, specifically about 5 particular people, but I think we have to wait for the final report. Yes, and there was great things to be said about Netanyahu's conduct. Certainly, Yossi Cohen, Netanyahu, he was the previous chief, he was from, of course, head of the Navy for many years, but that's, at the end of the day, what I think is, since these are sensitive matters, I suggest that for now, apart from, we don't look at a draft of a report, but rather the final report and its conclusions, and then address them very seriously, because they will probably be severe as well. Okay, less sensitive matters, at least in terms of security, maybe more politically sensitive. The biggest issue, hottest issue, is the new right-wing government, the unification of right governments, this combination between you and Bennett and Gideon Sa'ar and others. Is this a great threshold moment, a watershed moment? Some people think that you need to unify now and not wait for the next elections. First of all, as wise men have already said in the past, these are things that you maybe, rumors are things that, and polls are something that you can listen to but never rely on. And there's a difference between poll numbers and real numbers. And at least my experience tells me that in politics, 2 + 2 can equal 5 or 3. And at the time we did such a unity party, Likud Beitenu, we lost a lot of seats. So here as well, this possibility has to be looked at cautiously, responsibly. And it's not everything that you see in a poll should mandate your actions. Polls are important, surveys are important. This is an important tool for understanding opinion, but you can't rely on these polls, I think. In the meantime, polls build up a perception of 2 people as the leaders of this party, you, and at the moment Naftali Bennett is the second. How will you resolve this? Look, what needs to be resolved are a lot of other problems. I said, in terms of experience and ability, I think that the basic ability to deal with this profound and comprehensive crisis, a security crisis, state country crisis, economic, social crisis, I think in terms of experience, I am the best candidate from among the possible candidates, although I respect Naftali and others. All of the others were mentioned, each has, of course, strengths and weaknesses. Nobody's perfect. And I understand that there are polls. Polls, you can, it says smell them but don't eat. You can listen to them but don't rely on them. I look at polls, of course, yes, but decisions should be made, based on experience and wisdom and data that is not only included in polls and surveys. The question is, should this unity party establish before elections, so that then if you as the opposition, want or dream or think or aspire to disband some of the Likud, so that you have a real unity party, something of measurable scope. I don't think that we need to rush it and jump into the deep end, I don't. And first thing, what we have to understand, The circumstances are a lot more powerful than people. On October 6th, we all talked about Netanyahu's attempt to take over the High Court and the Central Selection Committees, and since October 7, we haven't talked about that very much. So you don't know when or under what circumstances things will unfold, what will happen in terms of our elections and so forth. So I suggest that for now, we are moving ahead at the right pace, and we don't need more than that. And in your, say, vision, if we don't, okay, don't jump ahead, but let's say we're the day after elections, and you are at the head of this party that we've described, and it gets whatever it gets according to the polls, and it's the biggest major party. What kind of coalition would you like to establish? Here I warn everyone, every crisis is also an opportunity. And we have to take advantage of this opportunity, building a Zionist coalition, Zionist parties. And there are differences, because when I hear that people talk about a broad national coalition, I think that's a mistake, because that's just, bringing in Shas and Yadut Torah and bringing them all in one fell sweep. No, at the moment we have a sufficient majority for a Zionist coalition. And if we have to have elections after such a terrible time and period, and then go back to where we were, to the same kind of division we had, no. This is an opportunity to change course. We have to change course. Everybody, from having a constitution and having a mandatory enlistment and core studies in schools. There are so many challenges we have to tackle. You can't implement them not without a Zionist coalition. So Aryeh Deri won't get a phone call from you to join if I'm the one who's calling the shots. I would like to establish a Zionist coalition, if that case, without messianic ideas, without anti-Zionist parties included. No, this is a one-time opportunity. And Benjamin Netanyahu, what about him? At the moment, at least, you talked about polls and surveys. At the moment, without Benjamin Netanyahu, as of yesterday, the Zionist numbers are 33 seats. So first of all, I have to build a Zionist coalition. And if Likud wants to come without Netanyahu, then may they come, welcome. But without Netanyahu, no. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to an interesting talk on the subject of projecting a decision of in using AI to predict and analyze Sinwar's decisions. I'm honored to invite Professor Alex Mintz, Director of the Computerized Decision-Making Lab from the Reichman University. So, hello everyone. The Pentagon recently announced a huge AI initiative in order to obtain a decision advantage, an advantage in decision making. How is that performed? How is it done? Deputy Secretary of Defense Hicks said that first and foremost, it requires understanding the enemy, the opponent. The decision-making project of the adversary at Reichman University in the AI lab tries with the AI to understand the patterns of decision-making of leaders such as Nasrallah and Sinwar. And the point of departure is that people decide or reach decisions in different ways. Let's say if we want to buy a car, let's say there are 5 alternatives. One way to decide is to rule out 2 cars that are very expensive, one that was in a car accident, one with a lot of mileage, and then to focus on the 5th. Or alternatively, to decide that we're going to buy the cheapest car, or to take into account all of these parameters and then decide in most preferable way. I claim that without understanding how the leader of an opponent decides, you cannot analyze you cannot do your own decision making correctly. So the focus is on how the adversaries make decisions, which considerations impact the decision, which decision rule do they use, and what is their decision DNA. You take this whole thing and put it in a software which I invented. It's called Decision Huddle AI. And what you do is reverse engineering of each and every decision. And based on a lot of decisions, you try to get the adversary's decision DNA. This method is called Applied Decision Analysis. There are 3 books that we've written about this topic and also a lot of papers, but here the most important thing is that it's the first time that it's being that it's being applied through AI. You examine the spectrum of alternatives, the influential parameters, and this AI tool does that automatically. We'll see some examples, and Yam Sadovich, my research assistant, is here with us, and he helped me with the examples we're going to show. And if you do it over numerous decisions, you can identify the cognitive decision DNA. Why is it important? I call it the cognitive algebra of the adversary, because different decision rules typically lead to different decisions. So if you don't know the DNA, the decision rule, probably your projection will be wrong. For example, Saddam Hussein's decision after having invaded Kuwait in 1990, most of the experts projected, especially Henry Kissinger and others, they thought that in view of a coalition of 28 countries led by the US, Saddam will leave Kuwait, but it didn't happen. Why didn't it happen? Because he used a different decision rule, because he thought that if he will withdraw from Kuwait, he will lose his position as a leader and perhaps even his life in the Arab world. And these are parts of decision rules. I won't get into various types of decision making, maximizing, polyheuristic, and others. There and 10 other rules. I took them all into account. I placed it in a mathematical algorithm that takes all of them into consideration. And this is an example. This example is the most basic example. At the top line, you have the various alternatives: do nothing, temporary, halt attacks, stop attacks, etc. And on the left, you can see the attributes of the decision: political, domestic, political, religious, economic, military, and there's the weight attributed to each one. For example, when Israel withdrew from Lebanon, 3 alternatives were deleted because they received very bad scores with very important parameters, and we are left with 2 alternatives, and Nasrallah compared between these 2. Another example, when Israel responded to the abduction of soldiers in 2006, there were 3 alternatives that were ruled out, and this is the alternative that remains. So you can see that a decision can be reached in different ways. You can also give counterfactual examples with this thing. This is an example. The A, B, C, D, E signify the decision rules. So we can see that in one case it says full-scale war, but in another alternative, it's continue border warfare, which is the opposite. It means if you do not identify the decision rule, you can reach things that are opposite. You can project 2 opposite outcomes. So that's just an example. Now, I'm going to talk about this specific study regarding Sinwar's decision rule. Question is he an irrational psychopath or a rational psychopath? So without identifying the decision rule, any projection is merely a guess. Our hypothesis was that Sinwar is irrational, and the argument is that the missing link in an intel analysis today is not the fact that we don't have knowledge or information on the adversary. Sometimes we try to understand the intentions, but what is missing is an understanding of the decision rule. If you don't know what the decision rule is, as we've seen, you can get a decision, a projection, or the exact opposite. And through AI, we are trying to make these analyses. So the study itself was about what is Sinwar's decision rule. The key hypothesis was that Sinwar is an irrational decision maker. We analyzed 14 of Sinwar's decision using ADA, applied decision analysis, and with this software, and over a broad spectrum of alternatives or of decisions, previous decisions of Sinwar, which we managed to analyze. So here's one example. This is the example of October 7th in reconstruction. These are the alternatives. Hamas launches an attack, Hamas negotiates, Hamas acts defensively, Hamas remains silent. And there are a lot of parameters generated by the software that are supposed to influence the decision, and the red is something that is especially harmful, and on the right side it also it shows you the weight attributed to every parameter, and then you can do reverse engineering and deduce what the decision rule is. So you see that A is Hamas launches an attack, but if you would have looked at a different decision rule, you could have come to the conclusion of Hamas negotiates. So how do you know? The trick is you need to know the decision rule. Another point, on November 2023, regarding the ceasefire or lull with a hostage exchange. So here we have three alternatives: continue to fight, accept a ceasefire deal, launch massive counterattack, and we can see accept ceasefire, which is what actually occurred. So we did this. These were merely examples. We did this with a lot of examples, and the result was that we cannot rule out the rationality of Sinwar. Now, it's called actually instrumental rationality. Of course, it's a brutal and barbaric organization, etc., but we're not examining this from a Western or an Israeli perspective, but rather, if we take Hamas as a brutal terror organization, and in that case, Sinwar has the considerations that he's trying to maximize, and we can see that's what you get with almost all of the decisions that we try to trace back and reconstruct. Based on that, we did a simulation here in the university back in March with this software, and it showed that if you cut humanitarian aid or threaten Rafah, Sinwar would actually stand firmer on his position regarding the hostages. Back then, it doesn't mean that now or before that, but at that moment he will harden his position, and that's indeed what happened. We published this 2 weeks before they actually decided in Hamas to reject this. So this leads me to two predictions. We've talked here about normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel, and indeed this is a very important development, and the question is, if Saudi Arabia and Israel, if they indeed sign a normalization agreement sponsored by the US, then what will Hamas do? So this is what you get. They have maintained status quo, seek negotiation, increase aggression, and or ally with another regional power? And the answer is quite interesting because A, that's the rational rule. It shows you ally with another regional power, Iran. And you could tell me that that's what you thought as well. Yeah, maybe, but if you were to choose rule B, the outcome would have been seek negotiation, or if it's C or D, it's maintain status quo, and it shows the critical importance of identifying the adversary's decision rule. Another prediction. Given the scenario where the Israel Defense Forces have withdrawn from Rafah but maintain control over the Philadelphia corridor, what will Hamas do? And here it shows us that between the alternatives of increased rockets attack, increased terror tunnels, and initiate negotiations or maintain current status quo, actually it does put some pressure on them at the Philadelphia corridor, and that will yield negotiations. Now, one of the things that we have to understand in conclusion is that using AI, that is in addition, on top of everything else. First of all, it saves a lot of time. You know, to generate such a chart, it takes a minute or a minute and a half with all the data and all the alternatives and all the criteria, and with all the scores, the considerations and prioritization. Instead of taking weeks to collect all the material, it takes you a minute and a half. So when you organize this allows for brainstorming, for discussion, for simulations, and you can do an if-then analysis to change different conditions and then to see what comes out. And mainly it reduces the biases of analysts in the adversary's decision-making. Just one more thing about Hassan Nasrallah. So we also made an analysis of Nasrallah. We finished it recently, and one of the amazing things are that that Nasrallah's decision rule is different than Sinwar's decision rule. I'm not going to get into the details, but it's more heuristic and less comprehensive. It tends to look less on the overall picture. Thank you. Thank you.
How does the Palestinian arena impact it? For this session, I'm honored to invite Robert Greenway. Is Robert with us? אז נחכה רגע כמה שניות עד שרוברט יעלה. טוב, קסניה, אני אזמין אותך, אני אדבר עלייך אחר כך, אבל רוברט גרינווי, חשוב לי להגיד את הטייטל שלו, former deputy assistant to the US President, Director Ellison Center for National Security, the Heritage Foundation, Washington, ויש איתנו גם, and we have with us also, Abdel Aziz El-Khamis, Saudi journalist, Middle East, Arabian, Gulf, and Islamic movements researcher, Facts for All, and we have with us also Abdullah El-Gunayed, geopolitics and security columnist, Bahrain. ויש איתנו גם את דוקטור אייל חולטה, former Israel National Security Advisor, head of the National Security Council, and the panel will be moderated by Ksenia Svetlova, Executive Director, ROPES, former Knesset member. בבקשה.
Thank you very much. Shalom, marhaba, and welcome, ahlan wa sahlan. We actually celebrating these days 4 years of the beginning of the normalization process that was launched in 2020, when in June 2020, Israel was stunned, and I think that the whole region was stunned by the depth of the relations that were uncovered at the time. And soon we saw Israeli planes landing in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. They still are, which I think is an accomplishment for our difficult times. And also we saw a very interesting development in the polls in Israeli newspapers. You saw then when Israelis were confronted with the question of whether they will prefer the annexation of the Jordan Valley, which was at the time, if you remember, prior to the normalization with UAE, Bahrain, and later Morocco as well, or they prefer the good and sound relationship with the Arab world. I have to remind everyone that overwhelming 82% said that they support their relationship with the wider Middle East, specifically with the UAE, Bahrain, and Morocco at the time, to the process of annexation. We celebrated this achievement, but now it seems that 4 years later, we are in a very different place. It is indeed a new East, but not the one of our dreams, more a Middle East of our nightmares. So Eyal, Abdallah, Robert, and Abdulaziz, I would ask you to briefly to talk about the situation, is the spirit of normalization as we witnessed it for the last 4 years, is it dead? Because of what happened on 10/7 and because of the war in Gaza? And if not, what are the possible developments that can spin out of these relations between Israel and the Arab world for the sake of stabilization in our region? Abdallah, I would like to start with you, please. Abdallah Junaid.
Well, Kazina, I think the Abrahamic Accords are at a danger. And at the same time, it is our failure if we gonna look further or again to the United States to support any initiative or, let's say, 2.0 sort of a new approach. What we need at the present time is for the region to start taking stock of its own responsibility as a region to what we can do. And what happened or what took place in 2020 wasn't normalization. It was a normal process that the region needed to take a step toward creating a seamless Middle East. Now, everybody wants to talk about probably the day after, Gaza the day after. I believe we need to talk about the Middle East the day after. What we need to do as well is Saudi recognition of Israel going to be the the jewel of the crown? I don't think so, because then we're going to be facing another problem. If that does happen, what would be Israel's position? It can't be part of the Arab League. So we need to create something that will permanently make sure that the Abrahamic Accords is growing indigenously by its own device and its own regional will. Then we're gonna start thinking about probably, instead of this or that, let's talk about a Middle East Cooperation Council, where Israel, Palestine, and the rest of the region who have already recognized Israel could form a new reality and take responsibility for the security of the region collectively.
Thank you very much. Abdallah, Abdulaziz, next to you, what is the view from Riyadh? How are things looking there? We are looking at the polls and we understand that there is a huge gap between the street and between the intentions of the government to try to use the positive dynamics of this situation right now in order to stabilize the region, in order to put an end to the hostilities. Can it happen in current climate?
I think it's the problem or the crisis in the region is coming from there is no direct talks between the countries, and they always needing a mediator, they needing other party, third party. The problem in the region, we not sit together as countries, and we share the same interests, we share the same enemy, and we try to avoid a lot of crises. We think about our future and our security in Red Sea and Gulf, Arabian Gulf. We have a common as a countries. And the problem is always coming from political Islam in the region. If we follow any crisis in the region, we find there is a roots of political Islam, not only Sunni and Shi'i and other. We, in the region, we not fight against the radicals in Islamic side and the Jewish side. We not focus on have solutions. Even the Western power, like United States, our European countries, they not help us. They support political Islam in many times and many crises. And if we go back to 2011, what they call it Arabian Spring, it came by support from United States, especially in Obama time. And we know the relationship between Muslim Brotherhood, who is the mother of Hamas, with the American department, especially with the Democratic Party. There's a lot of cases, and I think it's because we not focus on our problems together. We not talk. We don't have a dialogue in the region. That's why we will face more problems. I will not be negative. I will be positive. In the final, we will have the peace. No way. We will live together. And from the Saudi prospect, the Saudis and the MPS plan to have 2030, it's focused on the northwest of Saudi Arabia, not far from Israel, on the Red Sea. Without cooperation with Israel, we will not get the full 2030 goals. We will not get it without have a peaceful environment, working together, exchange the sources and especially technology, and have investments. We not attract the world to come to Neom or other regions in Saudi Arabia. We focus on it in 2030. That's why the peace and the cooperation with Israel, it should be in the table, and it will happen, but with a full solution, not part of solution. Full solution is with the two-state solution to finish this problem with the Palestinian, and with the cooperation from the Palestinian side to understand the peace is the solution. The war always will, if it continue, we will have no goal. And in Saudi prospect, the two-state solution, it will give a lot of hope for the region. But we will see the future.
Yes, indeed we will. And in this regards, Robert, I would like to ask you, it seems that President Biden had put on the table perhaps the most intriguing deal during a long, long time. We didn't have such an opportunity to tie everything together, a grand deal. You can get the possibly normalization with Saudi Arabia, but you can also get some stabilization of the Palestinian territories en route to possibly a Palestinian state. Do you think that it's a make or break moment when, if we don't take this deal now, it will not be available for us, let's say, for the next 10 years or even generation time? Or is it something that, even if it will not happen now, it will still be available for us at some point later?
It's an excellent question. It's an honor to be here with all of you and to share the stage with distinguished colleagues and my good friend, Eyal. I would say two things. First is that it is imperative, and it became obvious to us during the negotiation of the Abraham Accords, that the overwhelming requirement for countries in the region to integrate with one another from a security and economic perspective is far greater than any threat or any obstacle or any impediment to it. It isn't something that should be done. It is something that must be done. Long-term plans shared across the region require integration with each other. And this demand, I think, drove and manifested in the Accords, and I don't think that that has changed. To your direct question, I would say that it's important to do these things correctly. It's important to do them right. It's important to exercise patience, because if you do make a mistake, it's very difficult to go back and reverse that, especially when you're building trust and confidence with new partners. And last, I would say that the role here, again, in my judgment of the United States, is to invest heavily in this process because it is in our best interests and is in the best interest of the region and our partners in it. And that is the animating factor behind it. And I think the degree to which the United States is involved in this and directly lends its full support to our partners and allies in the region, I think you'll see the direct dividend of it. In terms of a grand bargain, I think I would exercise caution and I would focus on those things that are most essential. If you attempt to address the full scope of interests all at once, you could overcomplicate the process. We focused on the most important things to the countries involved in each case, and that made it possible. And I would recommend and counsel that that is the most logical approach.
Interesting. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, the last but not the least, how worried are you from the scale of 1 to 10? From the state of our relations, the state of Israel and the Arab countries. We saw the demonstrations that happened at the night when the hospital in Gaza was bombed. We saw the angry reactions and the polls. And we even heard the Egyptians mentioning the Camp David Accords in regards to the operation in Rafah and the possibility of, well, perhaps, returning the ambassador and even touching on the accords themselves. How do you feel about it?
So first, I'm happy to be last and to welcome all of you, my friends, here to the stage. And Rob, indeed, the things we're able to do together in the past, I think are a symbol of things that can be done in the future. Look, I think the most important answer is actually sitting on this stage. That the fact that my friend Abdallah and my friend Abdelaziz are here on this stage with us, in an event that is public to the audience, without them or their governments feeling that this is inappropriate, I think gives the most accurate answer to your question. I do not feel worried about the relationship between Israel and the Arab friends and the pragmatic countries in the region, because, as Rob said, this has become something that is fundamental interests of their national security. They have recognized that Israel is here to stay long ago, but even more importantly, that there are things, fundamental positive things in relationship with us that are there. Now, of course, there are issues, and there will always be issues. When I accompanied Prime Minister Bennett to his visit to Manama, there were protests in the streets, remember? Yes? And I cannot talk about my visits to Saudi Arabia because I cannot talk about visits to Saudi Arabia. But the fact that I can't also say something about the inability to do this publicly. And this was in good times. So of course now when we have a war that has been going on for 263 days today, this is the case. But I have to tell you, on the first day of the war, I was actually in Abu Dhabi, in an event. In the evening of the 6th of October, I was there with friends to commemorate 3 years for the Abraham Accords. It was an amazing evening with Emirati friends and American friends and Israeli friends, and we were talking about the prospect of this to the future of the region, to the future of Israel. Of course, the day after looked like it was. But being there in Abu Dhabi on October 7, surrounded by people who actually care, who understood immediately what was going on, and understood immediately who are the bad guys and who are the good guys, and who have the right to defend themselves, and what is the joint threat to their national security as well. And I'm sure that this sentiment was in all of the other capitals of the pragmatic Arab countries in the region. This is the fundamental thing we need to all to remember, to reside to, and to promote as we move ahead. It is a difficult time, it will pass, and we will need to bring the bridges back and to build from this relationship, because fundamentally it is very strong.
Thank you very much, Eyal. And this is a great point, of course, optimistic point. Of course, I will remind everyone that since the beginning of the war, and we can say, inshallah, not one Arab state cancelled peace treaties and withdrew even ambassadors. And all of them are in Israel. And so, of course, the Israeli ambassadors are in Arab capitals. Abdallah, I would like to take your point on the responsibility of the region. For a long while, region did feel responsible. It felt responsible for the Palestinians in a non-productive way by saying, for example, the triple no to peace, to negotiations in the Khartoum conference during the Arab League, 1967. You're laughing because it was a long time ago, but at the same time, the reality that we are living in was created back then. Perhaps an important opportunity was missing back then. When you are speaking about possibilities and responsibilities, what exactly do you mean? Do you think that the Arab countries, the pragmatic camp, has now the power and agency to go and put some initiative on the table and say, listen, it's not the Americans that should be, leading, with all the respect with the Americans. It's us, because we live in the Middle East. We are hurt by these wars. We are suffering, from this conflict, and we don't have time. We have to cooperate together for the sake of ecology, working places, better future for our kids. What do you have in mind, Abdallah?
Cassian, let me say this. I thanked Eyal after producing a short video telling him how pivotal it is to describe our part of the region as progressive countries and instead of calling us moderate Sunnis. Okay, because we are sick and tired of being called moderate Sunnis. We are just normal, regular countries. So please stop calling us Sunnis. Okay. When we talk about interdependency, and Rob raised it, and I can assure you, Europe and the States are sick and tired of us mismanaging our affairs. They want us to take charge of this. Okay? So what we need to do, if we're going to talk about interdependency, we need to reverse engineer a lot of approaches. One of them, if you ask me what is the greatest weapon in the Israeli arsenal, I will not tell you it's nuclear stockpile. I will tell you what they did in Negev, because 90% or 99% of the region is deserts. If they can turn the Negev into something as that, with what we are doing at the present time, turning or investing in the green new Middle East, could you imagine replicating that could translate into what we need more than anything, built on little things. And instead of going for those grand, the minute we go back after this crisis, and we're going to entrench ourselves into Palestinian-Israeli issue, that's going to be the end of any process. What we need to do is collectively decide that that has to be achieved. We've heard from Israelis, American, non-American, security, and everybody else saying, even if it is, a tough medicine to swallow, everybody will have to share in that. So interdependency needs to be translated physically into a workable plan. And the Israelis could do that. But this time, it's not going to be through you normalize first and we're going to do that. No. We don't need a prophecy to take place. We don't need, for the American to tell us what needs to be done. I think it is our Middle East moment. If we fail to recognize that our priority now is to stabilize the whole region. And I promise you, the European and the American are going to come in. If containing Iran is a challenge, the minute we come together, Iran going to be put in size.
Inspiring, very inspiring. Abdelaziz, I basically want to address the same question also to you. And I recently heard from your ambassador in the UK, with whom I had the pleasure to speak at the Chatham House event, that the Arab Peace Initiative is still on the table. 22 years later, remarkably, it's still on the table. But if we translate it to, from words to deeds, How far is Saudi Arabia ready to go right now to revive the Arab Peace Initiative and to not only put it on the table, but to really push for it, because this is what not only Israelis and Palestinians need, this is what the region needs. And again, you know, how popular it in Saudi Arabia, maybe you can talk us through that.
From private view, I think it's Arab initiative, it's dead. Every country in Arab world, they have their decision, they have their interests, they are not in one position. They're not sharing the same view to Israel or to the solution. Everyone work in his agenda and they have their interests, and it's different. What their relation with Israel is different. You see how Bahrain and Morocco and Emirates have a deal, Abraham Accord. Saudi Arabia have their interests, and they want to have a full solution. They want to bring all of Arabs together to the table with Israel and have a solution if the Israeli and they accept the two-state solution. But in my view, it will not work like this. Without talking together and straight, without any mediator, without even with respect to United States. But we living in this region together. We share the same problems. We share the same challenges in the region. I suggest that we should sit together without any limitation, without any barriers. The problem is, we see now what's happening in Red Sea. We have ports in Red Sea. We have Egypt. They have shortage now of income because what happened from Houthi to the marine ships. But without solving the problems, climate change, sharing the technology and our investment challenges, our education, health, many problems, we face it in the region together. But we didn't share it. We're just sharing, fighting each other and hate. And we need to sit. We need to negotiate through United Nations, through the American, but still without talking together, facing together, have a dialogue together, we will not reach a good point in this region.
Abdelaziz, I have to ask you a very specific question, because this is something that is extremely popular in Israeli news shows and talk shows, and then I will go to you, Eyal, with the same question. Arab peacekeeping force, that is a very, again, popular issue in Israel, and many Israelis perhaps believe that is something that the Arabs are dreaming to do, and they are ready to just embark on this journey any single day. Do you think that it's possible? Peacekeeping force for Gaza that will combine from Arab armies, soldiers, and so on?
No, I think the Arab, they will not interfere in this case. This is a problem between Palestinian and Israeli and Iranian. The problem in Iran, the problem starts from Iran. The Iran behind all of happened in Gaza. And they, when the Americans, they should solve the problem, and they should solve it with Iran, without limit Iran and interfering in the Arab or in the Gaza or in the problem. We will not have a solution without it. Why we come to keep a peace for Israel, and we don't interfere, we don't create a problem? Why we pay the price? There is United Nations, there is a peace force in Lebanon, between Lebanon and Israel. Why United Nations not coming to Gaza? And there is a lot of, but to work as Arab countries to be in Gaza without solution, it not will. We have before experience when we sent the Arab forces to Lebanon in the 70s. And what's the result? It's very bad result. I think solve the problem between you, Israeli and the Palestinian, and look to the source of the problem in Iran.
Eyal, Do you think that is something that is feasible today?
First of all, how can we think that something is feasible when people representing, not even not officially, but the messaging that coming from their countries are telling us that this is not something that we can dream of. And I have to say, the more I hear our government talking about unrealistic solutions to this problem makes me very, very worried. Because what we should have been doing for months now is to understand that this is not the question of the day after, this is the question of today and of yesterday. If we will not find viable ways to have civilian local governance in Gaza to take care of the humanitarian and civilian issues, all this will at the end fall on the responsibility of the IDF, and Israel does not want that. This is not the instructions coming from the government, and this is definitely not something that the IDF should do. We know what will happen. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where this might be the only outcome that is viable because we haven't planned any alternative to it. But I don't want to get into this because this is not the topic of this panel. I do want to say that there are many other things that can and should be done together with our pragmatic, progressive friends. And I want to give an example which I think is very important because just a couple of weeks ago, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have decided to completely reform all of the education system and what the people and the students within the kingdom learn about Israel, its presence. It is now something that they are being taught, and in a positive way, unlike things that happened in previous years, as we all know. And this has also happened in the United Arab Emirates. And the Bahrainis have been conducting programs of de-radicalization of their own population for their own national security interests for many, many years. And there is a lot of experience in those countries. I don't need the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Bahrainis to come into police in Gaza. This is a war that we need to fight, and we need to take care of the security of our own people. But there's so many other things that can be done. And I have to say that the more I hear that what the government, what the Prime Minister is looking for while normalization with Saudi Arabia is to have the least demands on the Palestinian issue, I say the contrary. No, I want more issues related. I want to harness the capacity and the resources and the motivation and the experience that specifically the Saudis have and their authority in the region as a leader of the Arab world to engage in this and to help us solve those issues.
Eyal, thank you very much for that. Robert, Iran was mentioned here, the big elephant in the room, the enfant terrible of the Middle East. And we see how Iranians terrorizing certainly us in Israel, and of course their neighbors in the Arab Gulf and other countries, you know, through their proxies and through their malign organizations. What is the American role in confronting Iran, in perhaps taming Iran and not allowing it to go along with this plan? Because we don't hear a lot about Iran, not from, by the way, from the Israeli officials, but also not from the American officials lately. And it seems that indeed we'll have to look at the source of the problem, the root of the problem, which is the Islamic Republic of Iran.
There's no doubt about it. And having spent, as Eyal and others have spent a lot of time invested in this, confronting the problem from Iran, it pains me to see the circumstances that we find ourselves in, and we shouldn't be surprised that chaos follows. They're being allowed access to unlimited resources. That has to stop. It can be stopped. It has been stopped. It must be stopped again, because what they do with resources is they threaten all of us. All of the surrogates and proxies are dependent upon resources provided by the Islamic Republic. Second, they have to be confronted. Deterrence has to be restored. The problem with a heavyweight boxing champion engaging in a combat in Yemen with an unranked, unaffiliated boxer is you've got to win. You cannot lose a fight when you're fighting an inferior opponent. Not only is world shipping being diverted, but we are paying for the process. It's costing us now over $2 billion so far, which makes it doubly insulting. This has to be addressed. And fundamentally, this is what made the Accords and cooperation possible. It's not Iran per se, it's cooperation on dealing with the primary security threat. If you don't take care of first principles, you can't get to second. Gaza is going to be eclipsed by whatever happens in Lebanon, and all comes back to Iran. And so the United States' role in this is to lead an effort to deny them access to resources, to restore deterrence and confront them everywhere they are, and then to work together collaboratively to roll back the axis of resistance, and only then will we be able to live in peace and pursue prosperity. And that's the point.
It's the Iranians.
I started with the tomato and now I almost give Rob a hug.
Yes. Surprisingly, this Middle Eastern panel is absolutely on time. Our time is running up. I would like to say just that this whole, just Eyal said, this panel of Israelis and Bahrainis and Saudis and Americans, the mere fact that it's taking place in Israel today, it's a win. It's a win for peace, it's a win for pragmatism, and it's a win for moderation and for life itself. So I think applause are in order. Thank you very much. Thank you. Shalom and salam.
Thank you very much. Thank you. עכשיו נעבור לדובר הבא שלנו. אני מתכבדת להזמין את יושב ראש המחנה הממלכתי, שר הביטחון לשעבר,
former Israeli Minister of Defense, Major General in Reserve, Lieutenant General in Reserve, Benny Gantz. Good evening to those of you who have made it so far, who have survived. May 2nd, 2011. On May 2nd, 2011, Osama bin Laden was killed in an operation conducted by the Navy SEALs. Almost 10 years after the 9/11 terror attacks, this circle was closed under a different leader and in a different time. 9/11 was a watershed line in the US, just as the October disaster is a watershed line for us. In both cases, the terror attack did not pose an immediate existential threat, but in both cases, it necessitated dealing with a difficult and long-term challenge. I agreed with the statement of the Prime Minister that it took the American a long time to fight against the terrorism of ISIS. And this will also be the case with Hamas. You cannot annihilate and obliterate an idea, but you can and you should destroy and annihilate the ability to execute this concept. You can harm them time and again until the threat is eradicated. And at the same time, you must be able to give rise to a different concept. This is our long-term mission in the Gaza Strip, a mission that will cross leaderships and change and pass from one generation to the next. And this is what I meant when I said that we must strive for a genuine victory. We must consider it in terms of years, even a generation, and not in the terms of a political survival campaign that lasts several months. In order to achieve real victory, true victory, you need determination, unity, and leadership. Distinguished guests, my dear friend Amos Gilad, ladies and gentlemen, I look at you in the eyes, and I'm not here to smear lies or try to ease things up. It's going to be a long and difficult road. There are no magic solutions. At the basis of a true victory, there are several challenges that need to be addressed. The first challenge is dealing in the local arena with Hamas. And the first thing, which is an utmost priority, to bring back our hostages after 9 months of hell. And this is our leading moral objective. This is what we must do. Anybody who thinks that if we reach a ceasefire, then Hamas will no longer want to annihilate Israel, then that person is wrong. But we will also not forget the need to obliterate Hamas, and we will never forgive them for October 7th. After we finished taking apart the main military infrastructure of Hamas, it is now the time to bring back our hostages, even if it is for a heavy price. It will not be the end of the story, but rather yet another important chapter in our war on terrorism until we manage to overcome it and obliterate it. The second challenge is bringing back the residents of the North and of the South to their homes safely, securely, even if it would mean escalation. And I'm saying this in the most responsible way. People are talking about a power outage in Israel. We have the ability to darken Lebanon, to take apart its infrastructure, and to destroy significant portions of Hezbollah's military capability in a matter of days. And if we will reach that, the price paid by Israel will be high as well. We must prepare not just to damage caused to infrastructure, but also to scenarios of multi-casualty events. And this is the kind of war that we should try to prevent from happening. But if we must go to such a war, we mustn't shy away from it. Believe you me, no Israeli citizen would want to be in Beirut instead of Jerusalem. If such a war breaks out, we will not allow Hezbollah remain in a proximity that poses a threat to our communities in the north. And the return of the people of Kiryat Shmona and Metula to their homes by September 1st. That is true victory. The third challenge is the security, the greatest security and diplomatic challenge, creating a regional and global front facing Iran. And we are at the threshold of an amazing opportunity which is still relevant, which will bring to a normalization agreement with Saudi Arabia and other moderate countries to turn what we started in my time as Minister of Defense, the Middle East Air Defense, a regional defense pact, to a ring that leads to the suffocation of the strength of Iran. We will get the U.S. to help upgrade Israel's military capabilities and its aerial supremacy, to do force design, to arm ourselves, and to prepare even for the doomsday of Iran's nuclear weapons capability. If there's one thing that we learned from October 7th, that is to listen to our enemies. And anybody who listens knows that we must prepare in defense, on the defensive, but mainly on the offensive. Yes, it is true that we do have capabilities that we've developed in recent years so that we can operate on our own if it is necessary, but we will be much, much stronger with regional and international backing. The establishment of a Middle Eastern American-European axis that stands up to Iran, which takes away from Iran the achievement of weakening Israel's status and position in the region, that would constitute a true victory. And alongside all of that, the most significant challenge is the strengthening of our social and economic strength, to strengthen local industry, to bring in R&D centers, investment in advanced education in all regions of Israel, to establish the constitutional structure of the State of Israel and basic law legislation which will yield governmental and regime stability and will strike the right balance between the different authorities. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a historic day in the history of the State of Israel, a day in which the Supreme Court determined unanimously, and I quote, "At this time there is no legal framework that will allow us to distinguish between the students of the yeshivas and all other candidates for military service," end of quote. And as I've said on many occasions, we need to find a service outline so that everybody will be part of the service of this country in order to establish some basic national fairness so that we can survive all these difficult challenges which we face. I always respect the rulings of the High Court of Justice, and that is also the case today, but I'm concerned with the fact that we had to reach this situation because of political considerations in general and these considerations at a time of war specifically. Unfortunately, in our dialogue with the leaders of the ultra-Orthodox sector, we still haven't found the right and genuine outline. I cannot agree to any Israelbluff laws, and nobody should do so, definitely not in a time of war. Our task is first and foremost to allow the IDF to rise to its challenges and to make sure that all Israelis serve, whether it's men, women, Arabs, Jews, ultra-Orthodox Jews. Just like I said, the National Unity Party under my leadership cannot be part of a government that continues to provide an exemption and does not provide a comprehensive solution to the issue of military service. In the government I will establish, I will insist on true service for both the ultra-Orthodox and the Arabs, and this is a national need that must be advanced even as it faces political pressures. This week I met Lali, the mother of the soldier Saadia Deri of blessed memory, who was killed in action in the Gaza Strip. And she said to me that it is a privilege to serve this country, and this is exactly how this should be viewed. It is not mandatory service, but rather there is a moral duty to serve alongside with Torah studies, and this is why we must reach some agreements. To my brothers, the ultra-Orthodox, I say, this is the time to come together and unite and to serve our people in its most difficult hour without abandoning the value of studying the Torah or abandoning your lifestyle. We are brothers and sisters, both in good times and in bad times. The assignments and the missions at hand are vast, and in order to indeed fulfill them, we must build a strong country that would give this generation the tools to be the generation of true victory. We will need some broad agreements, but we will also have to make some painful concessions. At this day and age, in order to rise to the challenges of the near future, we need a national consensus agreement, a broad and national government, so that in a decade we will not only find ourselves after we have targeted and killed Sinwar and Def, just like the US did with bin Laden and his associates, but rather we will build a strong country so that we will, in order to change the balance in the Middle East, we must go for elections. I've already set a date, October, when it will be the 1-year anniversary to the disaster. Any national leader who wants our victory, who wishes to guarantee our future, must agree to that. And a renewal of the trust between the people and the elected officials is the first step, the most important one, on the road to true victory. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the chair of the National Unity Party, Benny Gantz. We would like to move on to the next session, which will discuss the topic, shouldering the burden equally. Are we really all in this together? And I'm honored to invite to this session Professor Karine Nahon, head of Data, Government, and Democracy program here at the Reichman University. Is Professor Nahon here? Please come in. Yes, you can applaud her. And I'm also honored to invite Eyal Naveh, one of the leaders of Brothers in Arms. I'm honored to invite Colonel in Reserves Nira Shpek, former member of the Israeli Knesset and also a resident of Kfar Aza. I'm honored to invite Professor Yedidia Stern, president of the Jewish People Policy Institute. I'm honored to invite Rabbi Dr. Moshe Kahan, founder and CEO of the Pardes Project. Our moderator for this session will be Lior Ackerman, Research Fellow at the Reichman University. So, good evening, everyone, or good afternoon. I don't think there's a more suitable day than today to hold this discussion, which is both fascinating but also at the very heart of this country. But on this day, after the dramatic ruling of the High Court of Justice, and I believe that we will understand the implications, both us and the political echelon, we will understand it later. I'd like to divide up the discussion. It won't be too long, but very briefly, I'd like to divide this up to three topics. The first topic I'd like to talk about is national service, or civil service and military service. Quite a few papers and studies have been conducted and a lot of data has been made public, and I'm saying this quickly because you can see it on the screen. We're talking about 14% of the population. We're talking about a conscription rate of between 6 to 10% in comparison to 88% in the general population. According to the class of 2022, we're talking about 41,000 yeshiva students who are at conscription age and 64,000 yeshiva students who are at the age of reserve duty. That's the, like I told you, if we look at the number of soldiers that the military is missing, that the military claims it's understaffed, it could have definitely covered that. But the question is, how do we do this correctly after so many years that we didn't deal with this issue? On this topic, I'd like to make a few brief comments. I'd like to start with you, Professor Yedidia Stern. You were involved with discussions and the construction of programs and various programs to integrate the ultra-Orthodox into the military. Yes, today is yet another day in the process of 20 years at least of increased chaos in the relations between the Orthodox, the Israeli society, and the military. It's an important day, but it's also not that important. It's important because I think that 80% of the Israeli population, through the 8 judges, have put it on the table and have said clearly, end of story. And I'd like to explain what it means, end of story. Until this day, every person, including the person who just spoke on stage before us, anybody who received the option to devise a coalition, there was a regular deal. I need you, the Orthodox, in order to create a coalition. You give me a series of things and I'll give you 2 things: budgets that will help you maintain your lifestyle, and also a waiver from military service. Why did it work out for them for so many years? Because they were very anxious about this subject, and all the rest, maybe it was important for them. It annoyed many when governments collapsed, but they weren't that anxious about it. What has changed, and this is very important, that Israelis who are not ultra-Orthodox, and that includes everyone, including the religious Zionism that until recently wasn't there en masse. Now it is. Everybody is saying, just as you, the religious Jews, are anxious about your religion, we are anxious about the state. In the past, we were anxious also is the same word for ultra-Orthodox, so now we're all ultra-Orthodox. And now the High Court of Justice won't draft anyone. There's no chance that the outcome of the ruling will be any change in the situation because of the ruling. But if the people of Israel will follow the ruling and will turn it into something tangible by making sure that no one can be elected in Israel if they do not provide a just and practical solution, unless there's a change. And what is the change? There's no point in threatening with sanctions that cannot be implemented. It would hold the rule of law in contempt. If they'll try to send everyone to prison, it won't fulfill its goal. They will turn all the ultra-Orthodox Jews to Satmar Jews, and that means people we have no dialogue with. There's no need for that. We need to come up with a practical, feasible solution. I work a lot on this. I'm part of the team that's coming up with such a proposal to draft the numbers. Excuse me, these are not the actual numbers, what you just read here. Every year, 12,000 young men turn 18, 12,000 young men. Out of them, those who really, truly study the Torah, the Bible, about 4,000. That's 1/3. So 2/3 do neither. They don't serve the country, nor do they serve the theory that says that you should study the Torah all day long. These are not my numbers. They're the numbers of the National Security Council. And it's not just me who says the number. The ultra-Orthodox will also quote them. So let's take out the 4,000, and let's say that 2,000 are incapable of serving. That leaves us with 6,000 people who can be drafted. And we need to open the military in a genuine way that would truly respect their way of life. It's not just kosher. It's not just studying the Torah. It's more than that. There's an ethos here, but we can take 6,000 young men, maybe not tomorrow or the day after, but over the next 2 or 3 years, they can serve a significant service. No national service can do that. I think they need to serve in the army just like my children. Maybe they won't be in combat units. Maybe their service will be shorter. I'm willing to accept that, and maybe they can complete it later in reserve duty. But we mustn't, in politics, we mustn't vote for anyone who doesn't stand behind this. Thank you very much. Professor Stern, Eyal, you've established and you're leading one of the most impressive organizations in Israel, Brothers in Arms, and you've been almost everywhere. He deserves your applause. He's also an honorary doctor of the Reichman University. He received his honorary doctorate 2 weeks ago. So we'd like to hear from you, because you're leading or waging a very insistent battle here. First of all, we must say that the protest works. The ruling of the High Court of Justice, Brothers in Arms, and other organizations, we've all submitted the petition, and the ruling of the High Court of Justice says that as of June of last year, there is no law. And if there is no law, it means we need to draft. We have numbers. It doesn't matter if it's 60,000 or 80,000, so the protest works, and the people involved in the protest should raise their heads high and see that it works. And when there is no leadership, there is a democracy. And this is what we constantly fought for, democracy. And I think that after October 7th, the state of Israel needs to completely reset itself. I agree with what's been said earlier. We have to fix and correct, repair this country from the root. There aren't any long-term plans. They knew a long time that this law was about to expire, but there's nobody who is repairing or trying to repair. We have a leadership that doesn't know how to manage. It doesn't know how to lead. It doesn't know how to set goals and how to design plans for the future. It simply isn't happening. It's all bluff and trying to put out fires. All they're thinking about is how to deceive the citizens. We need to completely reboot ourselves and to look years ahead, because even if we don't recruit, I mean, Israeli society cannot carry this burden any longer. Today, the Minister of Defense, the head of adjutancy, and the major generals need to issue warrants in order to try to start and manage this country, and we truly need these people with us. I think it's inconceivable for people to do 200 and 300 days of reserve duty. Which business will employ an employee with 200 reserve days? What kind of a relationship can you establish with a spouse? As far as we're concerned, everybody has to go home, and let's build together a role model society. Thank you very much, Eyal. Niva, you're a colonel in reserves. You've had combat positions, and in a certain way, you've become the face of the residents of the Gaza border communities after the atrocities there, and you also received the title Knight of Quality of Government. And you talk a lot about this topic, especially since October 7th. So I'd like to hear your opinion, your take. Well, first of all, we live in a law-abiding country, which is a country for all its citizens. And as such, everybody must shoulder this privilege. It's become a burden. Everybody talks about equal burden, but I'm saying let's pause. It's the right to serve. It's the right to build this country, to develop it. We are a young country, and what comes out is that this privilege, because of reality, becomes a burden. People who serve, both men and women, are the ones who also go out and work, and they are taxpayers, and most of the tax money does not return to them in order to build whatever needs to be built in this country. And at this, we need to pause at this basic stage. After October 7th, we saw that everything that people said that was correct, incorrect, or inaccurate, it, came knocking on our doors and murdered us. Let's, call a spade a spade. 64 of my friends from Kfar Aza were murdered, and 19 were abducted. 5 are still in Gaza. And in order to bring Gali and Ziv and Keith and Emily and Doron, these are only the 5 from Kfar Aza, but we have 120 hostages we need to bring back. And in order to do that, we need to act. And it all comes ultimately it all comes down to this math. In order to protect our borders, we need an X number of tanks, airplanes, and people. We need an operational system. We need an administrative system that needs to work at it. And the reality, the reference threat over the home front has become more difficult. And this is why the response needs to be broader, and we can't just give birth to 18-year-olds now. So there's an urgency to the matter. So we need to take whoever is here. And we see people who are enlisting in the 3rd or 4th cohort. And the civilian system, the economic system is collapsing because people need to do so much reserve duty. The resilience, we're not talking about resilience, but in order to create resilience in the home front, we need that as well, and we don't have it. And all that needs to be done now. Actually, not now, yesterday, and I haven't even started talking about the rapid response squads, and everybody's talking about going into the enemy, but the buffer is inside the country. Our boundaries have, been diminished. Have you tried traveling to Manara, Avivim, Kiryat Shmona? It's like they don't exist, so we need them now. So there's an urgency of an operational reality, but also then this urgency of an economic, financial reality, but also the urgency of the structure of this country that everybody needs to be involved in. And I welcome the decision, and everybody needs to go to work now. Thank you.
Moshe Khan is manager of Bardes, an amazing organization. I don't know if you know. This is an amazing initiative that brings in ultra-Orthodox people into the security forces. I even had the opportunity to see some and meet some of these people where they are stationed. An amazing initiative. Now, you don't have to represent the entire ultra-Orthodox world here, but in terms of burden sharing and equal burden sharing, it's important to hear from you because you are already leading initiatives such as I've described. Good evening to Lior and my colleagues here on the panel and dear guests. Thank you. Thank you for the invite. I well, maybe would like to be less dramatic and say that I don't think we have to do a real restart like as it has been described. Let's be honest. You can't do a restart. Let's be honest. You need to act the best way you can, the smartest way you can, in order to improve the best way we can our situation, because our situation is bad. It's catastrophic. But being dramatic about it won't be enough. You have to act. So I would like to give you a framework for this. Let's talking about generally enlisting ultra-Orthodox people. We won't address the number. Not all of the numbers that have been cited are accurate, but there is a big challenge ahead. And I would like to give a couple of maybe tips or recommendations. I had the privilege to establish Pardes, but that's not the point. The point is that we are all metaphorically on a sinking ship. How can we bring us to a safe harbor? Well, the biggest revolution that happened in terms of ultra-Orthodox enlistment was the Tal law from the 1980s, the late 90s, where they said that it's shifting from the political world to a legislation, to law. At the time, Judge Tal tried to make a big move at the time and establish everything that you have at the moment, the religious adapted service tracks. He was the one who tried to make this a legislative agenda through the High Court. And by the way, in regards to the High Court of Justice, the law, whether it succeeded or didn't, there was 1 million protesters of the ultra-Orthodox sector. Ayelet Shaked at the time, thankfully, I'm trying to give you a chronological timeline. I think Ayelet Shaked in 2014 tried to give the yeshiva colleges a way to fill in the quotas. This was a good attempt, but again, the Haredi leaders protested vociferously. And then the question is, until this day we're asking that question. That was on the one hand. Now on the other. There is a dramatic shift in several areas. A dramatic shift, a big change in big numbers of ultra-Orthodox young people who want to enlist, who want to be incorporated. We won't manage to do it for everybody. You have to understand that. But there is a major core of people that we can work with them. We can, without being dramatic and pompous about it, and without talking, even if we're right, we have to act smartly. So the best way to do this and approach this is, first of all, to work through the leadership. In politics, you have to work whoever the leadership is, whatever you think about them, because if you don't work with their leadership, nothing will succeed. You work with the leadership quietly, openly or covertly. That's how you do it. You negotiate. We don't have the luxury of being, high and mighty. You work with what you've got. You work with non-profit organizations that know the ultra-Orthodox sector. By the way, this is true of the Arab sector. Working with any minority, you can't think that you'll get to know them. The more close set they are, you won't understand their ideology, their philosophy, their mentality. You won't understand the power plays within a small or closed minority society. You have to talk with the locals. You have to reduce the age of the exemption. That has nothing to do, by the way, with the number of people. You have to bring the Haredis either to the military. Some will go to the military, even be beneficial to them. It'll make them money, and it would be good for them, and it should be good for them. Why not? And in that way, we'll manage to bring more people. Well, not all of them, but more. We'll always improve. This entire country is constantly trying to improve. So maybe in order to maintain continuity, we'll move on to the second part, because you're already sort of hinting at it, and that is the labor force education, because processes that you and others like you have been successful in doing, in bringing the ultra-Orthodox sector into the work market. This could be then applied to national service, civil service, and so forth. In regards to civil and national service, there are dramatic shifts in the ultra-Orthodox sector. Big changes. If you ask me, there are maybe 15% that are Haredi that are for core studies in school. They are. one thing that maybe, and I had the privilege of being involved in this in some fashion, is to begin with the Haredi elites. They're very elitist, by the way. The ultra-Orthodox sector has, you know, their Harvard graduates and Oxford graduates. They have their elite elements. And you have to get to know them, to know how to work with them. And I think Pardes, my initiative that brought ultra-Orthodox people to the Mossad and the ISA and so forth, that's one way to do it. And it's caused a lot of, a ripple effect really. A lot of the other initiatives that followed are because we really managed to really delve into that ultra-Orthodox elite and work with them. And again, I repeat, doing it with goodwill, with faith and trust. And that's a big problem now because we are in a real crisis of trust and faith. I say this with great pain and sadness, but I really believe that we can do something here that is positive, to build something. And also, we have no choice. I think this is one of the speakers who spoke this afternoon. She said, I am optimistic, full stop. I fully identify. We have no other choice. In regards to what we said earlier, and generally this ability to incorporate different sectors, because it comes down to education. Education in Israel is segregated, and this impacts the work market and military enlistment and everything, and burden sharing and so forth. And well, that's right. Good evening. I want to first of all protest this, burden sharing. That's too difficult. Let's say participating in the burden, not sharing it, because that's more realistic. And as for Rabbi Kahn, when I hear you speak, I wonder, 75 years, we basically tried to work through ultra-Orthodox and ultra-religious leadership. We've reached this point because that ultra-Orthodox leadership that you tell us to speak to, as I heard from my colleague Professor Stern said, we're constantly at this constant point of hoping for one day of political coalitions instead of relying on legislation, and that would bring the Haredis in. And it was forced into the deliberations of the High Court of Justice because we couldn't work with ultra-Orthodox leadership. Zionism is an idea that we have a collective that came here, and with the Declaration of Independence, we want to build a country that feels different, that is a Jewish democratic state, and that's part of the big debate that we've heard in the last couple of years. How we think of what is Jewish and how we think of what is democratic, and how do we define those two things, Jewish democratic state. But when we talk about national resilience, and this relates to labor and enlistment, it's not only a problem of the ultra-Orthodox. We're a young country. 75 years is a very young country. We cannot allow a country like this collectively to have an entire population where their participation in labor, in education, consistently goes down. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to now go to every single Haredi home and say, oh, are you studying, not studying? Go to work. But this tension exists. We have to recognize this tension. 67% of the Haredi sector work, and which you divide it through by men and women, Haredi women work on par with secular women, but only 10% of ultra-Orthodox men who could work, and 10% that can be accepted into higher education. That's a big problem. Only 10% of Haredis can be accepted into university as things stand. So that's a big problem. If you want, in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the line, if you want, in fact, we will be sustainable. But for that, you have to lay the groundwork. You have education, even independent education. And I don't mind independent education. I understand that different sectors have their opinion of education, but everybody needs core study education. You need core studies, and not only core studies of math and English. I'm talking about citizen studies, civil studies. In the last year and a half, one thing we've discovered is an essential point about national resilience, about being a Jewish and democratic state, is that nobody understands it. In the 2 hours you learn civil studies in school really doesn't cover it, doesn't cover the miracle of the fact that 75 years ago we came from all around the world to establish our own country, a democratic country. And what is democracy? That is the answer that people have to be able to grasp. I I've done what is also Judaism, pluralistic Judaism, Judaism that includes many streams, not only one particular Orthodox stream. And when we talk about being involved or participating in the burden, what happened prior will not be again. And if it does happen again, you have to understand where we're going. We're going to somewhere where there will be no hope for us. The rift in Israeli society is simply a symptom of something even more profound and insidious. It's the idea of how we see the state of Israel, what is our essence and what is our core. And that core cannot be resolved and at peace when one people does the laundry and the cooking and the working and the enlisting. That's not enough. It cannot be. It's an impossible, unsustainable state of affairs. Now, before we have another round, with your permission, I'd like to show this slide that we showed earlier. If you could take a peek. I want to touch on two matters. First of all, the Shkedi recommendations that were approved by the IDF, also by the Ministry of Defense. It was also, by the way, a list that was in regard with many factors. This IDF does know how to enlist ultra-Orthodox soldiers and has taken upon itself, including the adaptations, particular training-based camps, home front camps, particular phones that are kosher phones, so to speak, a specific enlistment to and deployment to specific units, meaning this is an adaptation project that takes into consideration many things. The second point, I cannot hear the speaker from the audience, I apologize. Cannot hear the speaker. I accept your remark. We're obviously this country is going through a process, but let's get through the first hurdle before you make us tackle all the others. But the thing that I think that is important to note in regards to employment, according to the chief economist of the IDF, the data, almost all reservists in the IDF are working people. Many of them work in high tech, where they have high salaries. By 50% of the overall people, the hundreds of days of reserve service thus far, apart from the enormous burden that they personally carry and on their places of employment, and we've heard about this today, the closure of hundreds of thousands of small businesses, the burden of taxation that is climbing more so for some sectors and less so for others. So I would like to talk in this regard and maybe give a sort of final round for this panel. My question is, apart from the specific context of enlistment to the military or national service and equal share, burden sharing and all of that, at the end of the day, we have to create, as you just said, one nation, one state, and we all know, the Rivlin tribal sort of theory. We can't be different tribes. We have to be one people. The military, the IDF was the people's army for many years. It's hard to think about it as the people's army anymore. But when we talk about connectivity in Israeli society and cohesion and how we build a society here that functions together, all of these elements are vital. So it's important for me to hear from each of you, from your perspective, and hear what is your vision. How do we move on from here towards unity? How can we take this country and build something new, something better, with a better future for the state of Israel? Eyal, please, if you would start. Let's take things back a bit. In November, had we started to already enlist Haredis, and they should have enlisted, because we went through a terrible massacre, they would have already by now completed their basic training and be very helpful. You need to be very bold and brave here. I'm sorry, I cannot hear this lip service. We'll talk, just talking. 25 years, a hand has been reached to you and people have been begging you, we need your help. We cannot survive without this help. You have to participate. You have to be involved. You have to share in the burden, and you won't listen to anybody. You won't. There should be Haredis already enlisted now, and no one has ever listened. And now is a time for courage. I speak to many ultra-Orthodox people. I love a lot of people, so many fantastic people. The problem is not the people. Ultra-Orthodox leadership has to change its position. Otherwise, we will never move forward. We'll be able to bring this society together. We can talk about the exemption age and argue about it, fine. But one must understand that you cannot win together and then die alone. We all have to enlist to fight for this country. We have a war on 7 fronts. We've heard that 100 times today. So please open your eyes. Listen, we need help. We have to work together in order to meet our challenges. This needs courage. Second, we reach the High Court of Justice. Again, I'm not being dramatic. I'm not being pomposic. I talk to people every day, and I'm telling you that the Prime Minister is not doing anything and so busy with delaying tax. This is what, and now you're so busy, in incriminating the High Court of Justice. No, it was forced at the door of the High Court of Justice because there was no other choice. We, brothers in arms, have reached out our arms to the ultra-Orthodox sector. We don't want to slander you. We don't want to think of you as enemies. We want to reach an arm out to you and say, come, be our brothers in arms. Enough with all of your extra protections and privileges. Let us build a model society together. Thank you very much, Eyal, for these heartfelt words. Thank you. You asked what needs to be done. Okay, let's get to the nitty-gritty. First of all, I very much identify with what you said about leadership. We talked to ultra-Orthodox leadership for years. I, as a security expert, I understand a lot about the incorporation of various minorities in the IDF. What I hear from the ultra-Orthodox sector, maybe it seemed initially odd, but this is actually quite true. Their great fear is undermining their ability to get married. And it may sound funny to us, but it's not funny to them. Going to the military service harms their prospects for marriage, those of their sisters, their brothers. So I expect ultra-Orthodox leadership to first address that major fear among their constituents. And if we address that, maybe we'll deal more openly with a lot of people. First of all, legitimize national service and military service and protection of Israel and burden sharing. Legitimize it so that people aren't afraid to do their duty. Second is the incorporation of women. We do not want to create two possible implications. First of all, as it's been shouted out, Haredi women, ultra-Orthodox women, are also a factor that has yet been undiscussed. And second, women cannot be harmed. We are in a process, and we've seen this since October 7, where women are enormously important in decision-making process. We saw female combatants. We saw female military professionals, whether it's we've seen with a problem when in the decision-making echelons there are not enough women. We've seen that as well. So we cannot have an inclusion of ultra-Orthodox soldiers in the IDF and an exclusion of women. We cannot go back in time and regress. Another point that's important is to turn to us. I mean, you can talk to about leadership. You can say that's to blame, he's to blame, she's to blame. But at the end of the day, we're the ones who vote at the ballot box. And if you don't come to the ballot box and make your voice heard, we are to blame. So go out, learn, go to Knesset committees. Today at 6 there is a Foreign Affairs and Security Knesset Committee deliberation. Come and see it, come listen. We are the sovereign. And they have gotten a deposit down, a deposit payment, and that is the thing that should cover the basic expenses for the beginning stage of this big change. And one thing that I want to add, by the way, a mother of a hostage said to me, what happened with the terrorists of decision instead of the decision makers? And then she saw that her funny wordplay, in fact, it was inadvertent, was in fact very, very true. Yeah, we say Spack instead of Speck. That's the big joke that we used to have. Look, the ultra-Orthodox have existed since the establishment of the State of Israel to this day as a minority segregated group. One thing happened, though, is that they became, at least in terms of the enlistment numbers, they will be 20% of the enlisting class. That's not really a minority. There's a lack of coherence between how they see themselves and how they are in fact. And the tragedy of this is that there is no ultra-Orthodox vision that relates to how we will preserve our culture when we are no longer a small segregated minority. That's the big question. And I'm trying to give you a sort of a meta-analysis of this. So what do we need? Well, I don't believe the ultra-Orthodox leadership at the moment, sorry. I have no faith, and they also have disincentives to agree. And they're old, and old people tend to not change. But people like you and many others, and there are many, who are in a process from the bottom up, can build the ultra-Orthodox know-how. And now I'm a liberal, so I want them to maintain whatever they want to present. I want their life story to be preserved. It's important to them, and therefore, as a liberal, it's important to me. I don't want to make ultra-Orthodox people not ultra-Orthodox. No. But on the other hand, they have to take responsibility. 20%, that's what they constitute. Every year, the number of ultra-Orthodox people in Israel doubles. Is this a blessing? Is this a threat? If there's no solution, if there's no ultra-Orthodox vision, how can we exist? Militarily, economically, otherwise, socially, of course. On the other hand, if the ultra-Orthodox people maintain their line, but understand that they are part of a tapestry of society in which they have responsibilities, that would be a great boon, a great blessing to Israel. So here we have a smart man like Aryeh Deri. He sends my children to war. Yes, he's an observer, right? But he's sending my kids to war. How can he even look in the mirror, this man? And he's a smart man, an intelligent man. He doesn't need me to explain things to him. But he has no vision for how I, Aryeh Deri in this case, this reasonable, experienced man, can protect myself and my lifestyle in a way where I'm now a significant player in Israeli society, no longer a minority. And that is the biggest question that they face. Rabbi Kahn, if you would. You have a big burden, but you don't have to represent anyone but yourself. Of course, of course. But I want to give context to this question. I had the privilege, I personally had to get thousands of ultra-Orthodox into the labor force. I think this is a great privilege, and that's something that we have to do, to incorporate them in the workforce. No question about it. I accept, Eyal, that you need to be courageous, but I want to add a bit more to that. You also have to be very, very clever. You have to know how to get it done. The fact that ultra-Orthodox people, the Haredis, need to do that, and as we heard from Professor from Yedida, the leadership is, of course, has its failures. That's all true. But how do we debate this? How do we deal with it? The fact that you can yell, to high water and say, they need to do this. But again, I'm sorry, the ultra-Orthodox sector doesn't care about what you say. So if you want to change them, move the needle, you have to, on a deeper level, change the perception, the narrative, the ethos. And it is changing. It is changing. Okay. I understand. Let him complete. No, I'm very glad for the remark. I came here I didn't want to spout slogans. They're just repetitive. But because everything you say is right. You're right. But the question is, how do we resolve this? How? And so we have to work from the inside out, from within the narrative. Now, leadership, by the way, ultra-Orthodox leadership is not necessarily politicians. There are a lot of leaders among this sector who hurt, who are in pain from this situation. Haredi people, the highest esteem in the world of the devout, who are suffering because they see what's happening in the country. Yes, we need a high court ruling, that's fine. But even with that, we won't be able to drag them all to military service. What will the court do without ultra-Orthodox society itself enlisting willingly? What are you going to do with all these thousands of people if they don't agree with a single word you're saying and don't understand, and everything you're saying is right, you're smart, you're experts, you're professors, you're learned? Great, that's all true. But you have to really consider, how do we make the ultra-Orthodox people change their minds? And I haven't heard anyone trying trying to really think, how do we shift their views? The fact that we're right, great for us that we're right. We're so right. Okay, great. But what do we do about it? It's not a popular survey. I'm not asking for people to, but what you're doing is changing. Yes, because this is such a vital issue in my view, and I care deeply. I had the privilege to establish this huge project and initiative that brings thousands of people among all the ultra-Orthodox into the workplace. Now, I'm not trying to brag. I'm not trying to ridicule. Even my irony is said with some sense of internal pain. You have to trust me and believe my honesty and my candidness here. But if we want to bring the ultra-Orthodox into the fold, how do we do it? Because that's a really deep-rooted question. And maybe it's through budgeting and maybe through other things, but I think it's more than that. I apologize. We have no more time. Thank you, Rabbi Kahn, and I'm sorry that I'm cutting you off. I don't accept the fact that the story is all about enforcement. If we are a rule of law, there are ways to enforce 15 billion shekels, for example, of coalition agreements during a time of war and combat, shouldn't have reached all sorts of esoteric points within ultra-Orthodox society. A lot of money. And again, I'm not going against ultra-Orthodox society. I mean that generally. It shouldn't have happened. I don't accept that there is no enforcement. There is enforcement. And yes, you have to be smart about it, sure. But I would say something else. At the end of the day, we have a lot of rifts within Israeli society. Not only the religious rift, there is also the ethnic rift and the Arab-Jewish rift. And if we don't build rules of the game and lay the foundations for a democratic game that will maintain also the non-democratic elements within our society. Without that, we won't be able to continue. And that means an equality law and basic legislation that organizes this. And it has to be done now. Because with the minority, which as you say is no longer a minority, but when it's a majority and the ruling majority, we won't have any right to existence that will allow also democratic streams to live here as a minority, and that will be us. I understand completely. Yes, I agree. So in summary, because this is something that I've dealt with a long time, and I've said this initially, the state of Israel, or the leadership, has to know how to build an Israeli identity. We don't have an Israeli identity. We have an Arab identity and an ultra-Orthodox identity and a Jewish secular identity and a Jewish Oriental identity and a Jewish Ashkenazi identity, many identities. But at the end of the day, mostly because of politics, we have only more rifts and divisiveness. And without us taking it upon ourselves as a profound strategic process, our identity, I don't think we will continue to exist. I think with that everybody can agree. I'd like to thank everybody for this fascinating and brave and courageous discussion, particularly on this happy day. May some people think it's a sad day, but it's certainly a dramatic day and a watershed moment in the issue of enlistment. So I thank you all for your opinions. Thank you all for weighing in with being with us. Thank you. Thank you for this discussion on such an important, significant point for Israeli society. And now we move on to a conversation in regards to the future battlefield. And I have the honor to invite to the stage Major General in Reserve Mickey Edelstein, Executive Vice President of Strategy in Elbit Systems. Yes, we can certainly have a round of applause. This supports all of our speakers as they step up to the stage. And along with Mr. Edelstein, we have the honor to invite Major General in Reserve Amos Gilad.
Good evening, but this is the last session, which is very important because we are going to devote it to military topics strategic, operational, military topics, and for that purpose we've invited Major General Mickey Edelstein, and he's a rare combination. I've known him for many years, a rare combination of the following things. First of all, a very brave, courageous soldier. He has a very good reputation in the military, much admired commander. Today we need to state that. In the past I thought it was needless to say he's a very honest, decent, reliable man. I believe every word he says. In addition to his experience in battle and the strategic military thinking, he was also an IDF military attaché. He has had various capacities, but he was military attaché to the US, which gives him an amazing perspective of an understanding of the security reality. And today he is the executive vice president of Elbit Systems. It's an amazing company. Mickey Federman, who is also sitting here. Yes, he deserves our applause. I encourage you to applaud him. And whenever I look for some rays of light in the reality, in our reality, then the security, the defense industries are a ray of light of creative thinking and hope for the future. Now, Mickey, I don't know how he does it. He does active reserve duty, and he's also in Elbit. And Elbit, they've worked really hard in Gaza, and there's this attempt, a very He has a vast, comprehensive experience. I didn't list all of his previous positions because I want to leave some time for him to speak. And I'd like to talk about the lessons from the perspective of the IDF. And I'm not talking about, for example, the civilian future of Gaza. Let's set that aside. I'm talking about military lessons, also from the war in the Ukraine, because he comes from the defense industries, and Elbit is a main pillar of this industry. So they've also been involved in that warfare. I don't want to say Major General in reserves because you are constantly in active service, so technically you can get some money from the National Insurance Institute, and we're not going to talk about the military stuff that he's done because that belongs to the IDF. So hello there and good evening, and let's now focus on the integrated lessons that I know that you work on so hard. These are extremely important military lessons, strategic lessons, the war in the Ukraine. Please. Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Amos, who you were my teacher and a true friend. As we look at the campaign Israel is currently involved in, and of course it's not just the campaign in Gaza, and I'll refer to that as well, I'd like to look at things from three angles, three directions, which impact the way in which we should look, and I think that the IDF does a good job in how it analyzes things, and so does the Ministry of Defense in the way they are looking and examining the current era, the current period, and how they look ahead. And there are a lot of challenges. And let's first begin with the current war, the current campaign. On October 7th, October 7th started with a surprise attack from Gaza, an unprecedented attack since the establishment of the State of Israel, a murderous attack with over 1,500 fatalities, over 250 hostages, some of them 120 of them are still being held in Gaza, and we must bring them back. And other things that had an impact, and especially I think that this entire thing impacted Israel's strategic thinking. And alongside that, I would also like to say that when looking at Gaza, one of the things that my peers or colleagues in the US and Europe are astounded by, the speedy recovery of the IDF, which is unparalleled in general to reconquer the territory, doing a maneuver which is perhaps the most complicated possible maneuver. But it's not only that. There is another campaign going on in the north, which is its intensity fluctuates, and it challenges us with our capabilities. And the third thing, this is the first time that we're fighting a war with an enemy that we don't have a shared border. It's not exactly the first time because we also had Iraq in the past, but this is a war, this is a campaign, and it's not just that night or the dawn of April 14th, but it's the use of proxies such as the Houthis in Yemen and others. So it's a campaign that is held in several arenas. It is multidimensional. It's challenging the capabilities of the IDF. And when we talk about force design later, I think it brings us to a point where there are certain gaps we need to learn from and to prepare for. And I'm going to address these later. Another aspect as we look ahead is the perspective that we need to see what's going on in the world. For the first time in over 50 years, we are in an era of very significant systems or campaigns or wars. One of the most significant wars is the war between Ukraine or Russia, or actually it's a campaign between Russia and the Western world. And Ukraine just found itself in that position, and we see that that they're facing a superpower that's engaged in accelerated force design during the war, and it's a great source of concern for the whole world. And there's another campaign going on between China and the US. It's silent, but it's very, very powerful with respect to the capabilities that they're utilizing, but also in the aspects of force buildup. And I'm mentioning all that because the aggregation of all of them together, it means that sooner or later we're going to encounter these things here. And we've seen how quickly the abilities go from here to there. For example, the Iranian capabilities that went from Iran to Russia, but also we can encounter these capabilities because of the cooperation between Iran and Russia and how that can significantly threaten us. So we've taken these two things. But before I talk about force design or force buildup, I'd like to mention one realization following the past 8 months. And, you know, in the past we talked about, when we would talk about Israel's security conception, we would always ask, what can Israel or what does Israel do on its own? But now we've learned and internalized the importance of strategic alliances. One is with the US, which has stood beside us throughout this campaign with a huge and significant contribution, with an emphasis on the understanding that we have some long-standing, long-range campaigns. And another thing is that potential that came up from this campaign when we consider a regional alliance, because what happened at the dawn of April 14th is a powerful example that shows how much Israel can benefit from it. And I'd like to say that I think that Iran never thought, never imagined that it will constitute a significant loss, because now all the countries will understand how much they need to join forces in order to deal better with the threat posed by Iran. So it's an asset, and we need to know how to fully tap into this asset and utilize it. And now I'd like to talk about lessons in force design. We don't have enough time to go over everything, but first of all, let's talk about our insights after 50 years, you know, after the 73 war and after the 6-day war, our insights regarding force buildup. We were a test case after the 73 war that the entire world learned from. And after the war, the Americans sat here for 18 months to study our war, and then they started to think how they will do their force buildup. And there are 3 points in time, or 3 steps in force design. First of all, let's talk about the existing capabilities, and let's see how we can maximally utilize them. I've already said that this is the first digital war, and this is something that wasn't part of the Russia-Ukraine war, but this is something we are encountering optimally, and I can tell you this and share this with you. I see this in the field, the way the IDF is fighting. Before technology and anything else, the spirit of the commanders, all the way from the tactical levels to the operational levels, are exceptional, with an amazing learning curve, a very impressive learning curve. And yet we must also notice our ability to utilize the entire IDF in a way that we hadn't operated it before, and the flexibility achieved in the maneuver, in the cooperation between fire and the ground maneuvering force and the intel and the air force, that's gained a reputation worldwide. Officers have come to learn this from us, and let me tell you in parentheses that because of the Tzayad system, system provided by Elbit. We are involved in that. You see it in every cockpit and in every APC. So that's the improvement of the skills, and there are other such skills that were acquired in other areas, and I'll talk about that. Another thing is the expansion of the existing ORBAT. We see to what extent the IDF needs additional ORBAT. The challenges which currently exist, we are dealing with a multi-arena war, but we are imposing restrictions on ourselves because of the size of the IDF. We could decide to do both, but then the achievements will be limited. I think that the decision to focus on Gaza is right. They reached the right decisions, but the Northern Front, if we want to discuss that as well, and if we want to talk about preparedness for the future, we have to expand and grow the IDF, and I think these decisions have been reached. And the question is, how do we build things forward? And we've also discussed this in the past as well. We know how to draw good lessons. The question is, how do we implement? And I'd like to mention two significant things. One is the sustainable capability. For example, in 73, we built a military, but over time, we couldn't sustain it. The Israeli economy couldn't finance it, because ultimately the IDF is not the goal, but a means, and it is a condition to see our society thrive, the IDF, but it's not a goal. And we also need to see what are the existing potentials, and I'm talking about three significant challenges that need to be taken into account. The first one is that the State of Israel is a country with borders, highly challenging borders. The borders are challenged really on the border itself. We saw that with the Gaza Strip, and we see that in Lebanon, and we see that in the learning race, we are challenged in other borders, given the instability in other countries. This is why we need borders that are strong, powerful, with sufficient defense, even in a surprise attack. Because what actually happened on October 7th is that 3 principles out of the 4 principles that are part of our security conceptions did not exist. They did not deterrence, because deterrence you check on the following day, and we weren't focused on improving our deterrence. There was no early warning. And that's the entire point of departure for October 7th. And the third point is that our defense collapsed. So we need to allow for borders in a certain situation that would allow us to withstand these surprises at any given moment. And the defense industries, Elbit has its own share, the ability to provide borders with sufficient defense in any situation, in any scenario, in such a way that it would even make it easier for the Israeli economy when we look at things long term, and that means sufficient firepower. I believe that here we have a very important principle. We don't need to tailor specific solutions for a given challenge. We need to come up with solutions that are good both for the defensive and offensive. For example, rockets and missiles. So that's one thing. Another thing, the State of Israel cannot afford for the rocket and missile threat to continue, not the long range, not the short range, and not even the missiles from Iran. And they've studied us, and there were some significant success on the morning of April 14th. But alongside that, I'd like to also add a perspective on future technologies. That night, it cost over $1 billion. That's a lot of money. We need solutions. We talked about affordability for the Israeli economy. In this context, we need to find solutions which would be offensive against the enemy, and also third circle, but to also find defensive solutions that are based on emerging technologies. For example, energy weapons that allow us to find better solutions at any point, at every time, and not to be engaged in wars. And it makes it futile and perhaps could even change for the better long-term investment made by the enemy over time. But we need to come knowing that the State of Israel is not penetrable, not from the ground, not for missiles, and not for drones, UAVs, and everything else that was used in both in Gaza and is also used in the north today, in low altitude. And we should also examine the maneuver. And I'd like to say we were involved in numerous discussions in the past. Is the maneuver still needed? Will it be needed? The State of Israel, as part of the rehabilitation of its strategic stature, it started to do that with the maneuver in Gaza, but it needs to make sure that the enemy also believes this, that based on our capabilities, we need to show that we're capable of maneuvering wherever necessary, whether it's Lebanon or anywhere else, looking decades ahead. We live in an environment which is unstable. We've seen countries rise and fall. For example, Syria in 15 years, what has happened there and what's been created there. And in order to allow our country to thrive and to have security, we need to create a situation that the IDF can, and the IDF, people should know that we are impenetrable, but we can also get rid of every threat wherever necessary. And for that, we need to bring capabilities and technological development that would enable that. We know in Gaza that we're dealing with the underground and the above the ground, and we're dealing with some very complex situations. And I think that here, the defense industries, Elbit in its fields and others, we need to provide the State of Israel with security. The defense industries you've described, as you always do so well. You gave us a comprehensive strategic description. We talked about regional alliances, the U.S., the alliances with the Arab countries that in the past we could only dream about. But there's something very interesting, that the outcomes of the defense industries can change the strategic situation, or where they don't manage to when we face this difficulty in the north. So could you maybe take an example? What I'm thinking of is the laser weapons. Some of it has been made known to the public. What hasn't, of course, we're not going to discuss. Can you say, because laser weapons, you know, when I was young, we would read Jules Verne. It seemed it was rich with imagination, but it wasn't realistic. Today, his imagination doesn't come close to reality. So let's take laser weapons. And in comparison to Iron Dome, which requires a huge security budgets, it has low cost and a great efficiency. Maybe there are pros and cons. Could you give that as an example so that our audience here will understand to what extent the defense industries are part of our strategic fabric? Look, first of all, I beg to differ. I'd like to say that the defense industries benefit from the scientific and intellectual capital of the State of Israel. Without this population, we wouldn't have been where we're at. I'd like to share that. Let me give you this from the perspective of Elbit. Over $20 billion of a backlog for the next 3 years. This is unprecedented. This is tremendous growth. But it's all thanks to our employees. We were very proud when we had over 2,000 of our employees doing reserve duty, and still we have over 1,000 reservists. And I think it's a great point of credit to the industries that are involved, not just in the force design, but their manpower, their personnel are also in battle. And unfortunately, we also have casualties and fatalities. Now, as for the laser weapons, what does this weapon know to do? What can it do? We're facing a challenge, but I think we've overcome a significant technological hurdle. I think that we'll see the Elbit laser capabilities integrated into other capacities together with Rafael, but we've said that we can take this instrument to the air and actually address different altitudes. I can't really get into the specifics from the different circles that threaten the State of Israel. And as we look ahead, and we do so with the research and division, the research and development division, and our preparedness for different scenarios will be much, much better, and will be able to protect us in a much, will be able to protect Israelis in a much more secure manner, because we are above the clouds, so there are less limitations. There are limitations and restrictions, but there are other complexities, and for that we have very good physicists who can deal with these matters, but we can deal with the residual threats in a way that will deter other countries to think about different strategic threats, and that will be a breakthrough. And I think that this will also maintain the State of Israel in the forefront of technology. That's one thing. There are many other things. Elbit has other things, other industries, other companies have other things, but in the context of Elbit, this is one of the instruments which we consider to be a significant potential for the State of Israel as we look ahead. So if we add up everything that we've discussed succinctly, think about a situation that the Iranians are saying, okay, we were stopped by Israel's military capabilities thanks to its regional alliance, but we think that in the future we can overpower them. So this kind of energy weapon, then maybe there will be even a better situation so that we can incorporate it. Absolutely. I always love how you know how to combine operations with strategy. I think this can lead us to a different regional position, even international position. The defense industries, I mentioned Elbit, but others, we do have certain gaps. Even in this campaign, it's important to say there are gaps, and we need to improve force protection during maneuver and the ability to deal with UAVs and drones. We can see the challenges in the north. Some of this is an outcome of priorities, and we did the decision making together, the Ministry of Defense with us, but we'll know how to deal with them, with these threats over time. Some of the threats we'll treat sooner, and others we'll address later. But when we talk about countries in Europe and all these operational proof, this truly makes it possible for us to continue and develop things that are cutting edge in global technology. From a third-tier player, we're now a second-level player, and we are looking ahead. I'll tell you a bit about the past in order to explain what technological potential is. In 1973, we started with the drones. The drones are today the workhorse of the Air Force. That's one example. And another leap that was made are the ability to hold the ground. Today, every division commander in Gaza has one drone that sees the entire territory of the division, and not just silos provided by smaller drones. And this is an amazing, tremendous leap that gives us technological flexibility in other arenas. So this is perceptions that can be flexible enough. You remember perhaps very well that the purpose of the drones was for a completely different objective, but we designed them in a way that they would also suit a strategic change where we need different operations, in this case facing highly advanced terror armies, but it could be later suitable for other scenarios. So from two perspectives, one of the IDF, which we're very familiar with to the highest levels, from the perspective of a leading defense establishment, and there's also the campaign between Russia and the West, Ukraine, that's merely the territory, just like Spain before World War II. But can you talk about two or three major things that have to do with force design? And now there's a ruling by the High Court of Justice about manpower, and there are the warning letters. Let's set aside the personal element, but the key point of criticism is on decision-making, flawed decision-making processes and force design processes. So based on these lessons, what would you mention Of course, not to mention anything that's classified. Well, first of all, let me say I can't really elaborate here. I'm involved in some of these things, so I'm not involved I'm not part of the investigation conducted by the IDF, but they are doing a very serious process, both regarding use of force and also regarding force design, conducted by both the IDF and the Ministry of Defense. And what are we learning? Let me give you an example to one of the most significant lessons in the process. In the previous 5-year plan, we said that the intel will reach the end, and now we understand that the formations that occur in the battlefield during a maneuver require much greater capabilities and agility at the operational end, because they're the ones who experience it, and that means a different kind of posture. We cannot suffice with one type of fire that will only come from the air. We need tremendous flexibility for 2 reasons. Because of the impact on the battlefield, that's one thing. For example, today in Gaza, there is competition over time of exposure. Who exposes more quickly? That's not enough, but who closes the circle? That's the most important element. And if we add another level to that, to close it at the right place, at the right quality, the right quality is in achieving the target, the required operational achievement, but you also need to consider collateral damage. This is how we operate as the IDF. So we need to combine this ability, this operational. It has to be much more agile and able to deal with things, and that's a significant change in comparison to the previous multi-year plan. And that has to do with different components of fire. In this respect, we need to give the IDF the flexibility to operate in every kind of weather, because we learn, because now in the summer, let's take Gaza, there are 2 or 3 days a week with fog, but for the enemy, our force at the end of the line meets them, and they need to be able to contend with the enemy, whether it's above the ground, beneath the ground, in an area with or without civilians, and we need to provide a broader range of options for the soldiers at the who are doing the operations. Will bring the entire general staff, bring the general staff if there is early warning, but we don't always have enough time provided by early warning. So whether it's in the borders like the example I gave, we need to improve our position. So we need to be there during the maneuver. Of course, we could go on to continue until midnight, but we need to conclude soon. Maybe I'm deviating from our topics, but the defense industries, there's great appreciation from them all over the world, and that's manifest in our defense expert. It sounds like a boring name. Once a year, Sibat, the organization which helps export, they say export has risen to $13 billion. It used to be a 1-digit number. Let's set aside the revenues, but let's talk about our image, the impression we leave through the defense industries, including the place where you served, which is the U.S., which is a military superpower. Maybe you can give us some examples so that we'll finish on an encouraging, optimistic note. Even though most of the things that you said, if we will implement the lessons, then I feel encouraged that our power will grow. So in the global defense market, I'd like to share with you some of the challenges. I'm an optimistic person, but let's also share the challenges. The Eurosatory event is a very problematic one. Right now, like I said, we have a backlog of $20 billion, tremendous success for the defense industries in general, but we definitely need to pay attention to the option of things changing and transforming on 2 levels. First of all, with respect to sales, but also with respect to the supply chain. And I'd like to make one comment in this context. In the context of sales in general in the world, you can see the abilities of Israeli defense industries. Their abilities are proven, and There aren't that many who meet that. The abilities of different countries, they say, we sell, you can trust us, it works. And that unfortunately is related to our wars. And it has to do with the fact that people trust our capabilities because you want to purchase an ability that you feel deep inside that you can trust. And European countries have chosen us to buy from us their rockets for a reason. This is an unprecedented breakthrough. We competed with the greatest giants in the world, and it's not because we're cheaper or anything like that. It's simply because we're better. The product we give is of great quality, and it's also very user-friendly, and the effect, ultimately what we look for in these things is an effect, but we need to beware of the option that maybe there will be challenges to the State of Israel. I mentioned Euro Saturi, and I think that the political establishment is very much aware of these issues, and it consults with and it assists the industries. But I'd like to make one comment about the supply chain. We encounter challenges, and I still don't know what the future holds for us in this context. There are countries that have been blocked. France, for example, blocked certain components in the supply chain, and there are other challenges in this context. There is a question that the industries, the Ministry of Defense needs to pay attention to. What are we going to manufacture independently here? No doubt that we don't need to manufacture everything, but on certain things we'll have to decide whether we manufacture these things, these products here. And the first company that Elbit was established from, I'm going back to the French, unfortunately, even though I have nothing personal against them, but it started from de Gaulle's French embargo and then they needed electronic elements, components, and we'll have to ask ourselves, where do we demand independence? Our manpower is amazing. I talked about over 2,000 people who are in reserve duty. People who have been retired came to the assembly lines to work because people were in reserve in order to make sure that we managed to supply all the needs of the IDF. You can see on Saturdays, people work 7 days a week and 3 shifts. And in that context, we'll have to ask the questions: what do we want to have where do we want to have independence so that we won't encounter now or in any or in the future, as we look at future challenges, and maybe there are certain elements, certain components that we will want them to be manufactured here in Israel, and they will be used in other products as well. And I'd also like to say that the industries are a source of power. Let me say something about people. We see a lot of people swarming to the defense industries. It's not just because it's a good workplace, because the work there has a meaning. And I see friends, the children of my friends, young men and women who are looking for a job with meaning that will contribute to this country, and I think they're a source of pride for us as the Israeli society. I would like to thank Major General in Reserves, even though I think he's still a Major General, Mickey Edelstein. You gave us a fascinating overview. I would just like to say one sentence, that this fascinating and excellent overview, that's always the case with you, and also with the place you're at today, that represents the main message of this conference. If we want strategic power, and we need it, it's first of all based on our integrated military power, the IDF with the defense industries and everything else, and also strategic, political, diplomatic savvy. And what you talked about, stopping the Iranian attack, I'm sure that we're pleased, but maybe the other side is also pleased. It depends on whether they consider this to be a tactical event. Ultimately, it was stopped by our tremendous might and a strategic savvy of regional collaboration and an excellent relationship with the U.S., not provoking them or anything like that. This is we are at an intersection, and this is a high time for this interoperability that you talked about from the military perspective, and the message that should be conveyed from here so that we do not continue on the path of strategic surprises is that we will prepare for possible surprises, but the key is military power and strategic savvy and the combination between them. And with that, we hereby adjourn the 21st Herzliya Conference, the 2024 Herzliya Conference. Thank you very much, Miki. Thank you very much to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank all of you, and I'd like to thank all the guests who have been here throughout the 2 days of the conference. I'd like to thank the organizers, and first and foremost, Amos Gilad and Ela Ziv and their team and the production team, and all those who have helped to organize this amazing conference. And I'd like to thank the Reichman University for the 21st conference, which is a trailblazing conference. And now you are all requested to rise as we sing the national anthem, Hatikva.